Chapter 1 Congratulations. June is the hottest time of the year, and the scorching sun makes it difficult to open your eyes. A train is traveling from the mountains to Shanghai City. Xiaoyao sat by the window, looking out at the scenery that kept receding. A faint smile appeared on his face. He had finally left the mountains. Xiaoyao has lived in the mountains since he was a child. He has no parents and was raised by his two masters. Although he has traveled with his masters to many places over the years, this is the first time he has traveled alone, and he is full of anticipation. Seated opposite Xiaoyao was a young girl of about 19 years old. Her oval face was as white as jade, with a pair of bright eyes like autumn water. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and she was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of ultra-short jeans, revealing her snow-white and slender thighs. She was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes, exuding a kind of pure charm. The girl's gaze was fixed on Xiaoyao. She had been observing him for a long time, and had been talking non-stop since she got on the train, as if it were her first time in the city. "Beauty, you keep staring at me like that, I'm embarrassed." Suddenly, Xiaoyao scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. This made the girl very scared and she quickly looked away, blushing slightly and saying, "Who's looking at you?" "Don't be embarrassed." "Wow, you're really pretty when you blush," Xiaoyao said with a heartfelt sigh. "Cut, you're so smooth." The girl huffed in dissatisfaction, but her heart was as sweet as honey. She took the initiative to extend her own jade hand. "My name is Lin Ruoyu, and you?" "Hey, I'm Xiaoyao, the biggest handsome guy in our village." Xiaoyao quickly reached out and held Lin Ruoyu's jade-like hand, which was as delicate and smooth as a piece of jade, making him reluctant to let go. "Your village?" Lin Ruoyu was stunned. "Did you grow up here?" "Yes, I have lived in the mountains since I was a child." "Then what are you doing in Shanghai?" Lin Ruoyu was a little confused. This guy only had a very worn-out leather bag on him, and nothing else. Obviously he wasn't going to school in Shanghai? Then what is this guy doing in Shanghai? Could it be that he is looking for a job? To make money. Xiaoyao's face suddenly became serious. "I'll tell you in secret, it's easy for me to make money. I can easily make tens of millions just by showing off a little." "I don't believe you." Lin Ruoyu obviously didn't believe this guy's nonsense. "You don't believe me? I'm very good. Not only am I highly skilled in martial arts, but I'm also a miracle worker. If you want to make money, it's a piece of cake." Xiaoyao looked confident. Lin Ruoyu still looked unconvinced. How could a guy who grew up in the mountains be so powerful? "You don't even look as old as me, how could you have so much?" "My master taught me." Xiaoyao said honestly, "I have two masters. The first master taught me martial arts, and the second taught me medicine." "What is the saying?" "Right, I am both a scholar and a warrior. I am a master of medicine and martial arts." "Ha, isn't that amazing? You have two masters?" Lin Ruoyu was a little surprised. "Don't people usually only have one master? Which one of your masters is better?" "Of course it's the second master," Xiaoyao answered without hesitation. "Although my master is invincible in martial arts, there is one drawback. He is a henpecked husband, and is controlled by the second master." Saying this, Xiaoyao glanced at Lin Ruoyu and saw the confusion on the girl's face. He explained, "Hey, you don't understand, my two masters are husband and wife." "Oh, so why don't you call her your master's wife?" "She doesn't want me to call her master's wife, she insists that I call her second master." "I have no choice." Xiaoyao helplessly spread his hands, and then added, "Although my two masters are very powerful, do you know who is the most powerful?" "Who is it?" "Of course it's me," Xiaoyao said with a smile. "After all, they are all the same, but I can do both medicine and martial arts." "Do you think I'm the best?" "Cut it out, you're just blowing smoke." Lin Ruoyu snorted. This guy's talk is too unreliable. He said he had a master, but he also said he was better than his master. How is that possible? Hey, why doesn't anyone believe me when I tell the truth? Xiaoyao shook his head in despair. Puff. Lin Ruoyu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Xiaoyao's expression, and immediately stood up and waved to Xiaoyao. "I'm going to the bathroom. I'm too lazy to listen to your bragging." After saying that, Lin Ruoyu was about to turn around and walk away. Just as she had taken a few steps, Lin Ruoyu's face suddenly turned pale, and she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. She sat down on the chair and was in pain. "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Yao asked. "My stomach hurts so much," Lin Ruoyu said weakly. She suddenly had acute appendicitis. Xiao Yao looked at Lin Ruoyu's abdomen and her face changed slightly. She was about to get up and treat Lin Ruoyu when a figure next to her suddenly ran over. "Move aside, I'm a doctor, I can treat her." This man looked to be in his 20s, well-built and somewhat tall, and was the type of guy many girls would like. Chen Lin's mouth curled up in a faint smile. He had been sitting next to her for a long time, observing her for a long time. She was indeed a beautiful woman, but she had been chatting with Xiao Yao and laughing all the time, and she had never noticed Chen Lin at all. Now that he had finally had the chance, Chen Lin would of course not let go of such a great opportunity to improve their relationship, and immediately ran over to show off his skills. "Oh, there's a doctor on the bus, so this pretty girl is saved. Isn't that right? I heard that acute appendicitis is very troublesome. There is still some time before we reach Shanghai City, so we can't wait. Fortunately, there is a doctor. This doctor is really a good-looking guy. After he finishes treating the patient, I'll ask him for his contact information so that my daughter can get to know him." At this time, some passengers around him gathered around and praised Chen Lin. Chen Lin also enjoyed the praise from these people, and his smile grew even more intense. He looked at Xiao Yao in front of him and said, "You better get out of the way. You're delaying the doctor's treatment. Can you afford it? Are you really a doctor?" Xiao Yao ignored him and asked in return. "Nonsense, I'm not a doctor." "Are you?" Chen Lin took out his doctor's license and shook it, thinking to himself that although he was a newly graduated intern, an intern was still a doctor. "Why don't you move aside?" Chen Lin was a little impatient, and reached out to push Xiao Yao away, but no matter how hard he tried, Xiao Yao stood still like a rock, completely unable to move. "Do you know what disease she has?" Xiao Yao asked again. "How would I know if I haven't seen it? You don't even know what the disease is, and you call yourself a doctor?" Xiao Yao snorted in disdain. "I don't believe you know." Chen Lin shouted, "This guy looks just like a poor kid from the mountains, how could he know what Lin Ruoyu has? She is suffering from abdominal pain, accompanied by a slight fever and pale complexion. This is obviously acute appendicitis." Xiao Yao replied indifferently. Hearing this, many of the passengers present were shocked, thinking that this country boy was also a doctor. It's too easy to be a doctor these days. Chen Lin also felt a bit embarrassed. After a careful look at Lin Ruoyu, he saw that she did have symptoms of acute appendicitis. But in order to save face, he said with a stiff upper lip, "Even if you happen to know what disease she has, that doesn't mean you can treat it. It so happens that I can really cure it." After saying that, Xiao Yao no longer paid any attention to Chen Lin, took out a row of silver needles from his ragged bag, and picked out the thinnest one from the bunch, intending to treat Lin Ruoyu. Acupuncture? Chinese medicine? Chen Lin was delighted when he saw Xiao Yao take out the silver needles, and he laughed disdainfully. "Ah, I thought you were good at something, but it turns out you're a Chinese medicine practitioner. Can't you?" Xiao Yao asked in return. "Humph, who still believes in traditional Chinese medicine these days? I think you're a liar," Chen Lin said without mercy. "Liar? Very well, I ask you, when was Western medicine introduced to China?" Xiao Yao was not angry, and asked. "Of course I know, in the early 19th century. Chen Lin said proudly, he majored in Western medicine in college, so this question didn't stump him. "Then let me ask you, when Western medicine was introduced to China in the 19th century, what did the Chinese rely on for treatment before the 19th century? Xiao Yao smiled lightly. "Of course, it's Chinese medicine." Chen Lin's face changed. He was being played. "You have some common sense. In that case, get out of here and don't bother me with your treatment." Xiao Yao glanced at Lin Ruoyu. The girl's face was very pale. If she was delayed for a while longer, her condition would probably worsen considerably. "No, I absolutely won't let you harm anyone." Chen Lin still wouldn't let go, as if he had thought of something. He looked at Lin Ruoyu and asked politely, "This beautiful young lady, are you really willing to let this unknown guy treat you?" In his opinion, a pretty girl like Lin Ruoyu must be very concerned about her health, so how could she let such a small farmer treat her? Xiao Yao was also waiting for Lin Ruoyu's answer at this time. if she agreed to let him treat her, then everything would be accomplished. But if Lin Ruoyu doesn't agree, then it can only be said that fate has not yet come, and Xiao Yao will not force it. I believe in you. Come on. Lin Ruoyu looked at Xiao Yao, without any hesitation, and nodded gently. Congratulations, you have made the right choice. Xiao Yao smiled and knelt down, inserting a silver needle at the location of the appendix on Lin Ruoyu's calf. He placed his right hand on the needle, and a gentle force flowed into Lin Ruoyu's body along the needle. Chapter 2, Now She's My Girlfriend. Humph, so mysterious. Chen Lin saw Xiao Yao use acupuncture to treat the patient and sneered. He was a student of Western medicine and had always believed that Western medicine could cure diseases and save lives. He had always despised the tricks of Chinese medicine. Okay. However, as soon as Chen Lin finished speaking, Xiao Yao suddenly said, "Put away the needles and look at Lin Ruoyu. How do you feel now?" I don't seem to be in pain anymore." Lin Ruoyu's cheeks were covered with joy. She had just been in excruciating pain, but after Xiao Yao began his treatment, she felt a gentle force enter her body, and the intense pain quickly disappeared. This is impossible. Chen Lin shouted. He absolutely did not believe that Xiao Yao could cure Lin Ruoyu's illness in such a short time. For a mediocre doctor like you, it's indeed impossible, but for a great doctor like me, it's a piece of cake. Xiao Yao chuckled, waved impatiently, and said, "Okay, go back to what you were doing. Don't embarrass yourself here. You're right, this time you're the one who's really good, but we'll see." Chen Lin was furious, but he knew he couldn't stay there any longer. He left a few harsh words and stormed back to his seat. What is a miracle doctor? This is what a miracle doctor is like. I thought that guy was really something, but he turned out to be a fraud. You're right. I'm glad I had my eyes open and could see that he wasn't any good. You were just saying that you wanted to get the contact information of others and introduce it to your daughter, weren't you? After witnessing Xiao Yao's miraculous medical skills, many passengers were convinced and kept praising Xiao Yao, saying things like his future is boundless and he will surely become a great talent. Xiao Yao was not humble, and he took them all, because the master chef had taught him that he had to be high profile when he should be. Lin Ruoyu came back from the bathroom with a smile on her face and said to Xiao Yao, "Thank you for what you did just now. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." It was nothing. Xiao Yao waved his hand generously. But now I believe you. You weren't bragging just now. Lin Ruoyu muttered to herself. She had thought that Xiao Yao was joking. After all, Xiao Yao looked so young, and didn't seem like someone who knew medicine, but after what just happened, Lin Ruoyu was completely convinced. I'm so amazing, why would I need to brag? Xiao Yao shook his head. Cut it out, you're just being a show-off. Lin Ruoyu snorted, pouting, and said, "But even if you know medicine, you definitely don't know martial arts, right? You look so pale and weak, I don't think you could even beat me." The master chef said that women are used to be pampered, not to be beaten. Xiao Yao shook his head and looked at Lin Ruoyu with tender feelings. Especially for a girl as beautiful as you, it is even more impossible to beat. You're so smooth-talking. Lin Ruoyu puffed up her cheeks and spat. "Ha, I'm telling the truth." Xiao Yao chuckled, and suddenly added, "But later you'll be able to see how amazing I am." As he said this, Xiao Yao's gaze turned to two middle-aged men in the distance, and a secret smile rose from the corner of his mouth. What? Lin Ruoyu didn't quite understand what he meant. Xiao Yao didn't answer, closed his eyes slightly, and began to take a nap. What a nuisance. Lin Ruoyu was furious when she saw Xiao Yao not only ignore her, but also fall asleep. She was the school beauty of Zhenghai University. Usually, every man who saw her would be polite and would chase after her. But this guy was so indifferent to her. It was really hateful. Don't think I'll ever talk to you again. Lin Ruoyu snorted, put her arms in front of her, and closed her eyes to take a nap. Give me all your money, or else don't blame me for being rude. At this moment, a cold shout sounded. He lost his temper so quickly. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes to see that the two middle-aged men he had been watching had each taken a dagger and stood up, threatening the only 7 or 8 passengers in the car. The two middle-aged men were burly, and each had a hideous scar on his face, which looked very scary. I'll give it all to you, don't kill me. These passengers had never seen anything like this before, and they were all terrified. They quickly handed over all their valuables and begged for their lives. The two scarred men were satisfied with the obedience of these people and smiled. That's right, we brothers only rob money and don't kill people. Hurry up and get out of the way. They then took the cash, bank cards, and some valuable jewelry on the ground and put them in their bags, and walked towards Xiao Yao's location. Little girl, get up. Xiao Yao called out. Don't make a noise. I'm going to sleep for a while. Lin Ruoyu grumbled in displeasure and continued to sleep. I'm going, this chick is amazing, she can sleep through a robbery. Xiao Yao praised from the bottom of his heart. Robbers? What robbers? As soon as she heard these words, Lin Ruoyu suddenly woke up and looked at Xiao Yao. Where are the robbers? Behind you. Xiao Yao pointed behind her. Lin Ruoyu turned around and saw two burly men with scars on their faces carrying daggers coming over. She was scared and her face changed. What do you want? Gee, I didn't expect there to be such a pretty girl on the bus. Ha, this time we've really made a fortune. One of the men with the scarred face licked his lips and said lewdly. Pop. The other man slapped him on the forehead and said in a bad mood, Don't look like a pig, we are quality robbers. After that, he glanced at Xiao Yao and Chen Lin, who was already trembling with fear and dared not speak. This chick, is she your girlfriend? His. Chen Lin pointed to Xiao Yao without hesitation and shook his head, saying, This has nothing to do with me. Brother, let me go, okay? Although this bastard Lin Ruoyu didn't have any good feelings for Chen Lin, he couldn't help but be a little angry when he saw that the other party was only concerned about throwing trouble at them. Xiao Yao just smiled lightly. He had long seen through this guy's evil intentions. Oh, I see. The scarred-faced man nodded, looked at Xiao Yao, and was about to say something, but then heard Xiao Yao say that, if I'm not mistaken, the watch that guy is wearing on his wrist should be a glashid watch, and it should cost about 100,000 yuan. What, 100,000? Upon hearing this, the two robbers were suddenly shocked and looked at the watch in Chen Lin's hand, laughing. 100,000 yuan, we're rich. The cash and jewelry they just robbed from those people only had a total value of tens of thousands of dollars, and this watch is worth 100,000. This money is too easy to come by. You Chen Lin looked at Xiao Yao angrily, so angry that he couldn't speak. At the same time, he was also very surprised. How could a country boy from the mountains know the brand and price of the watch in his hand? It is true that Xiao Yao came from the mountains, but he started working with the master chef a few years ago, and he has traveled all over the country and abroad, so of course he knows the brand and price of this watch. You're a good one, you've hidden it well. Give me the watch. One of the robbers grabbed the watch from Chen Lin's hand, kicked him hard, and Chen Lin flew out, fainting on the ground. Ha, this is called reciprocity. Xiao Yao revealed a simple smile of innocence. Lin Ruoyu looked on in amazement, thinking that Xiao Yao seemed so simple on the surface, but he turned out to be so dark-hearted. But well done. Now it's your turn. The scarred face chuckled. Ah, brother, you can see that I just came from the mountains and have nothing on me. Xiao Yao showed a look of embarrassment. Ha, even if you don't have any money, you can let your girlfriend play with us for a couple of days. The two robbers smiled at each other, their smiles revealing their lewdness. Hearing this, Lin Ruoyu's pretty face turned pale, and she quickly retreated inside, thinking to herself that these two guys wouldn't really kidnap her. She was still young, had many beautiful places to go to, and had never been in love. She didn't want to end up like this. Well, big brother, she's not my girlfriend. Xiao Yao shook his head honestly. Not your girlfriend? The two men were stunned, and then laughed even more happily. Xiao Yao, you heartless man, just now you said you loved me to the point of heaven and earth, now you say I'm not your girlfriend, you bastard. Lin Ruoyu was so angry when she heard Xiao Yao's words that she pounced on Xiao Yao and said, Don't you dare leave me. Did I just say that? Xiao Yao scratched his head for a long time and couldn't think of it, so he just didn't think about it and asked directly, Little girl, are you my girlfriend? Of course. Lin Ruoyu immediately nodded, not realizing that she had fallen into Xiao Yao's trap. Well, okay, since you're not too bad looking, I'll reluctantly accept you as my girlfriend. Xiao Yao pretended to be helpless, but in his heart he was already overjoyed. Hee, I found my first girlfriend before I even entered the city. At this point, Lin Ruoyu finally realized that she had been fooled by this guy. She pinched Xiao Yao's arm hard. How dare you fool me? You admitted it yourself, so it's no wonder others would think so. Lin Ruoyu's actions were no different from tickling Xiao Yao. He smiled faintly and then looked at the two stunt robbers. He shook his head and said, "Sorry, guys, she's my girlfriend now, so I can't give her to you." Chapter 3, Fiancé. The two men were stunned for a while before they sorted out their thoughts. They looked angry and said, "You little brat, you dare to play with us?" "You're right, I am playing with you." Xiao Yao nodded seriously. Lin Ruoyu looked at Xiao Yao speechless, thinking to herself, "Can't this guy see the situation clearly? Those two robbers are huge and muscular, and now he's not only not begging for mercy, he's also provoking the other party. Isn't this asking for trouble?" Little did he know that these two guys were really no trouble at all in Xiao Yao's eyes, and he could just wave his hand to get rid of them. "Hey, brat, I'm having a hard time, and you won't get away either." Chen Lin, who had just had his watch stolen, laughed in glee. "Good boy, it's been a long time since I've seen someone so fearless. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish." The two robbers raised their daggers and rushed towards Xiao Yao. "Xiao Yao, what should we do?" Lin Ruoyu asked anxiously. "Hey, watch carefully." Xiao Yao looked at the two scarred faces rushing over, and then he reached out with a lightning-fast palm. No one could see what was going on, and then they saw the daggers in the two men's hands appear in Xiao Yao's hands. "Holy shit, I've seen a ghost!" Some passengers exclaimed, "Is this an action movie?" Xiao Yao threw the two daggers out of the window with a flick of his hands, extended his arms, and grabbed the shoulders of the two scarred faces at the same time. He then swept out with a whip kick, and the two were kicked directly out by Xiao Yao with a thud. "It's over, I kicked the iron plate." The two scarred faces looked at each other, their hearts crying without tears. They never thought that the country boy in front of them was actually a martial arts expert with such strong strength, and he subdued them with one move. They were so weak that they dared to rob, which was a disgrace to robbers. Xiao Yao clapped his hands, snorted in disdain, pointed at the two men, and said, "Get up and continue to fight." "No, no more fighting. Please forgive us, sir. We will never dare to provoke Xiao Yao again." The two men had suffered such a great loss, so they dared not provoke Xiao Yao and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. "If you don't want to fight, I'll let you go. I found a girlfriend today and I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you go." Xiao Yao is a magnanimous person. "Thank you, brother, thank you, sister-in-law." The two scarred men looked at Lin Ruoyu with grateful eyes. They knew that Xiao Yao was talking about this girl. If it wasn't for her, they would have been crippled today. "Who is your sister-in-law? It sounds so ugly." Lin Ruoyu grumbled in dissatisfaction, but a layer of charming blush appeared on her pretty face. Xiao Yao laughed and said, "That's enough. You have to return everything you stole to the passengers here. If you dare to keep it for yourself, don't blame me." "No, no, we'll return it right away." The two quickly took out everything they had on them. At this point, of course, it was more important to save their lives than to worry about the small amount of money. "Oh, that's right." Xiao Yao suddenly thought of something. "Brother, is there anything else you need? You don't have to return that guy's stuff." Xiao Yao pointed to Chen Lin next to him. The two men with the scarred faces looked at Chen Lin and immediately understood. They quickly thanked him, "Thank you, brother." "Xiao Yao, how can you do this? Do you believe I will call the police to arrest you?" Chen Lin said angrily, "This guy is obviously taking revenge. Go ahead and report it. I haven't done anything. Can the police arrest me?" Xiao Yao waved his hand nonchalantly. Chen Lin was speechless and felt extremely regretful. If he had known, he would not have provoked this guy, and he would not have ended up like this. "Okay, you can go now." Xiao Yao saw that the two men with the scarred faces had returned all the stolen property to everyone, and waved his hand. "Thank you, brother." The two of them ran off as if they had been pardoned. "Xiao Ruoyu, now you know how powerful I am, right?" Xiao Yao looked at Lin Ruoyu next to him and said proudly. "Oomph, it's just two petty thieves. What's so amazing about that?" Although Lin Ruoyu was extremely surprised by Xiao Yao, she pretended to be indifferent on the surface. She absolutely couldn't let this guy get carried away. "It's okay, it's not important. The most important thing is that you are now my girlfriend." "Ha, I found such a beautiful girlfriend, my master will be jealous of me." Xiao Yao was very happy. "You shameless rascal, who is your girlfriend?" Lin Ruoyu wanted to renege on the deal. "Of course it's you." You just said it yourself. Ask everyone here. Is that true? Xiao Yao looked at the many passengers present. Yes, little girl, this young man is a good person, he is a doctor and knows martial arts, you are lucky to have him as your boyfriend. Many passengers nodded in agreement. Xiao Yao had helped them get their money back, so of course they would help him. See, the masses have a discerning eye. Xiaoruo, don't struggle. Come on, give me a kiss. Xiao Yao raised his mouth and wanted to kiss Lin Ruoyu's pretty face. Lin Ruoyu was also embarrassed at this time, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do, just watching Xiao Yao kiss her. Chapter 4, Jinxiu Group. Attention, passengers, Zhonghai Railway Station is now arriving. At this moment, the pleasant voice of the announcer came out of the loudspeaker. Ah, we've arrived. Lin Ruoyu was startled and quickly pushed Xiao Yao away, picked up her luggage and ran out. Damn, when did it stop at the station? It's bad timing, ruining my good thing. Xiao Yao grumbled in annoyance and got off the train as well. What Xiao Yao didn't expect was that Lin Ruoyu was standing there waiting for him. Xiao Ruoyu, I knew you wouldn't want to leave me. Xiao Yao smiled and walked over to her. Who wouldn't want you? You're so shameless. Lin Ruoyu pouted and took out her phone from her bag. What's your phone number? You want my phone number so soon? My charm is truly boundless. Xiao Yao was once again intoxicated with self-satisfaction. Lin Ruoyu really couldn't stand his narcissistic look, and almost couldn't resist taking a picture of Xiao Yao with a cell phone. Xiao Yao also took out a cell phone. It was very old, and he had spent 300 yuan to buy it in a small town. At the time, it broke his heart. Okay, see you next time. After exchanging phone numbers, Lin Ruoyu waved to Xiao Yao and quickly ran away with her suitcase. Why did you leave in such a hurry? I haven't even kissed you yet. Xiao Yao sighed helplessly. If Lin Ruoyu knew his dirty thoughts, he would have run even faster. Forget it, I'd better go find my wife. Xiao Yao shook his head, picked up his phone and made a call. As soon as the call was connected, he heard a squeaking sound coming from the other end of the line. He asked in confusion, Master, is there an earthquake over there? No, I'm practicing with your second master. A somewhat breathless voice came through. Practicing? Xiao Yao was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that it was not an earthquake, but the bed. Okay, you little brat, if you have something to say, don't interrupt us while we're practicing. The master said, panting heavily while practicing. I'm already in the middle of the sea. You should tell me where my wife is, right? Xiao Yao asked directly. He said it was his wife, but it was actually Xiao Yao's fiancée. The marriage was arranged when he was very young. It was said that because his master had saved the boss of a very wealthy company abroad, the other party decided to arrange a marriage between the two families. The other party to the marriage is naturally Xiao Yao. You're here so quickly, that's fine. You can go directly to the Jinxiu building to find their president. It seems to be called Su Qingru. That's your fiancé. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up, otherwise your second master will make me kneel on the washing board again. After saying this, the other party hung up the phone. Damn, so hasty? Xiao Yao was stunned, put away his phone, and read the name Su Qingru. He chuckled, wow, my fiancé is also the president of the company. It seems that I won't have to worry about food or clothes in the future. Haha, honey, I'm here. Xiao Yao ran out of the train station excitedly, hailed a taxi, and went to the Jinxiu building. Young man, judging from your appearance, you must have just arrived in the city. Are you going to Jinxiu building to look for a job? As soon as he got in the taxi, the driver started talking non-stop. No, I'm going to find my wife. Xiao Yao answered truthfully. There was no way around it. Rural kids are honest. Looking for a wife? The driver was a little surprised and thought it was a bit novel. Is your wife an employee of the Jinxiu group? The driver said this with a hint of skepticism. The young man in front of him looked no more than 18 or 19 years old, dressed in ordinary clothes, and looked like a country bumpkin. How could he possibly have a wife? Even if he did, he couldn't possibly work at the Jinxiu group. Jinxiu Group is one of the top companies in Zhonghai City, and it is also a very famous company for beautiful women. In Jinxiu Group, most of the employees are beautiful women, which is a paradise for men. More or less. Xiao Yao nodded, thinking that the president of the Splendid Group should also be considered an employee. Hey, you're really lucky. After saying this, the driver stopped talking because in his opinion, Xiaoyao was probably just bragging. With his image of a small farmer, how could he possibly find a wife who worked for the Splendid Group? The driver didn't say anything, but Xiaoyao started talking about this and that. By the way, driver, do you know Su Qingru? Gah! Hearing this, the driver almost didn't stop in time with a sharp break, and asked in surprise, who did you just say? Su Qingru. Of course I know her. Su Qingru is the most famous business goddess in our company. She is the president of the Jinsho Group. At the age of only 23 or 24, she has already managed the company well. In addition, she is as beautiful as a movie star, and I don't know how many rich young men want to pursue her, but so far I haven't heard of anyone who has succeeded. When it comes to Su Qingru, the driver's words immediately increased. Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Although she is a little older than me, she is still a good person, and she would make a good wife. What did you say? The driver suspected that he had heard it wrong. Did this guy say that Su Qingru was his wife? Su Qingru is my wife. Xiaoyao repeated. Puff, ha ha. The driver finally couldn't help but laugh, and looked back at Xiaoyao. Boy, you really know how to joke. If Xiaoyao had just said that his wife was an employee of the Jinsho Group, the driver would have believed him a little, but now he has lost even that last bit of trust. What kind of joke is this? Su Qingru is such a high and mighty goddess that even so many outstanding rich kids from Shanghai can't get her, and this little peasant actually said that Su Qingru is his wife. Is he trying to make me laugh to death? I'm an honest and good boy. Forget it, there's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. Xiaoyao shrugged his shoulders without a care in the world, thinking to himself that these days, not many people believe in the truth. But it doesn't matter, he'll be able to meet his fiancée later. Arriving at the Jinsho building, Xiaoyao paid the driver and walked towards the building. I don't believe it. You're a country bumpkin from the countryside, and you really think you can walk into this splendid building? The driver didn't hurry to leave, looking at Xiaoyao with disdain. He had heard that because most of the employees at Splendid Group were women, the security was extremely strict, and ordinary people couldn't get in at all. This country boy, forget about getting in. Xiaoyao walked up to the front of the building and was about to go in when two security guards ran up and stopped him. Jinsho Group, no admittance for non-employees. What the hell? You think I'm a nobody? Xiaoyao's eyes widened. These two guys are blind. He's such a handsome guy, and he's treated like a VIP everywhere, but they're calling him a nobody. Isn't that ridiculous? The two security guards looked at Xiaoyao and saw that he was not worth anything, and he was carrying a broken bag. If he wasn't clean and tidy, he would be no different from a beggar. What is this other than a casual person? Get out of here quickly. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. One of the security guards waved impatiently. No, I have to go in and find someone. Xiaoyao shook his head. Looking for someone? The two guards looked at each other, smiled disdainfully, and asked with interest, who are you looking for? My future wife, Su Qingru. Xiaoyao answered truthfully. Ha! Hearing the name Su Qingru, the two security guards couldn't help but tremble, and then they laughed even more. You want to find President Su like this? Don't be ridiculous. Okay, we don't want to waste time talking to you. Hurry up and leave. Don't make trouble here. Are you kidding? General Manager Su is a goddess-level figure. Who can see her? This little peasant is just being funny, right? If I were in my old mood, I would have to give you two a good beating, but today I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off. Xiaoyao snorted, took out his cell phone and made a call, saying directly, Hey, Master Chef, tell my wife that two security guards are not letting me in. Hurry up, I want to go in and enjoy the air conditioning on such a hot day. After that, Xiaoyao hung up the phone, looked over to the side, and there was a small bench. He walked over and sat down, humming a little tune, not at all happy. Jinsho Group, President's Office. A woman in her early 20s is sitting at a computer working. The woman was wearing a light blue professional skirt suit, with a slim and well-proportioned figure, round and full breasts, slender eyebrows, plump red lips, and long black hair that hung down like a waterfall, so beautiful that it was hard to take one's eyes off her. At this moment, the cell phone next to her vibrated. The woman glanced at the caller ID and answered the phone. Dad, is there anything wrong? Chingru, do you remember the marriage that I arranged for you when you were little? Yes, what's the matter? Su Chingru was slightly stunned. She knew about the marriage proposal, which seemed to have been made because her father wanted to thank someone for saving his life. However, it had been more than 10 years since then, and there had been no movement, so she didn't really care. Ha, your fiancé is in Shanghai today, right downstairs from your office, but he's being stopped by security from entering. Hurry up and call him to come up, or you can go down to meet him yourself. Remember, you have to treat him well, after all, you'll be living together from now on. After that, the other party hung up the phone, leaving Su Chingru with a blank expression. Her fiancé, whom she had never seen before, was here? And he is right downstairs at the company? Su Chingru had long been in the workplace and had already cultivated a carefree personality. Many things could not affect her mood. But she was really nervous now. As the president of the Jinsho Group, Su Chingru has a face that could make any man fall in love with her. She has no idea how many good men have pursued her, but she has never liked any of them. This fiancé is from the countryside, so what should she do? Forget it, just let him come up first, and then send him away. Su Chingru helplessly muttered, and made a phone call. Xiaoyao was still sitting on a small bench downstairs, greeting the employees who came and went as if he were the owner of the place. I'm going, this kid is never going to stop, is he? The two security guards saw Xiaoyao getting more and more arrogant, and finally couldn't stand it anymore. They ran over and said angrily, "Get out of here quickly. If you don't listen to reason, we'll take action." Do it? You should think carefully. If you move your little hand, you'll lose your job. Xiaoyao advised with a kind face. Damn it, you're addicted to bragging, aren't you? I'd like to see how you're going to make me lose my job. One of the security guards snorted, raised his fist and punched Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao sat still, ignoring the guard's actions. Just as the security guard's fist was about to hit him, his cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang, so he had to let Xiaoyao go for the time being and picked up the phone to answer the call. Is there someone outside who you stopped? A cold voice came from outside. Yes, and you are? Su Chingru. What, Mr. Su? The security guard was shocked and almost dropped the phone. He was so excited that he never dreamed that a lowly security guard like him could speak to the company's top executive. Tell him to come in and find me in the president's office. After that, Su Chingru hung up the phone. The security guard was stunned. He clearly remembered what Xiaoyao had said earlier, if he hit him, he would lose his job. He didn't think much of it at the time, but now even the president had personally called, so it was clear that this little farmer was really something. What did the president say? Asked the other security guard. The president said to let him go in and find her. The security guard looked at Xiaoyao sitting on the small bench, and the look of contempt on his face had long since disappeared, and he said in a flattering manner, "Oh, this is really a big flood that has washed away the Dragon King's temple, and a family doesn't know a family." My wife called? Xiaoyao asked. Yes, the president wants you to go up quickly. Hee, you don't need to worry about what just happened. We'll take you to the president right now. The security guard quickly said. Xiaoyao snorted, stood up, and patted the two men on the shoulder. It's just that I'm in a good mood today, otherwise you two would have been lying on the ground already. You know? Let's go, take me to find my wife. Seeing this scene, the driver not far away suddenly went dumb. He wanted to see how Xiaoyao was driven out, but who knew that this guy actually went in? Could it be that his wife is really Su Chingru? The driver had a terrible thought in his mind and didn't dare to think about it further. It's terrifying to think about. Chapter 5, Threatening My Wife? Escorted by two security guards, Xiaoyao arrived safely at the president's office. Brother, this is the place. The president is inside. The security guard nodded with a smile. I understand. Xiaoyao nodded calmly on the surface, but his heart was already full of anticipation. Finally, he could meet his fiancée, whom he had never met before. I wonder what my fiancée looks like. According to the driver, my fiancée is the goddess of the business world in China, so she can't be that bad looking. Xiaoyao muttered. Well, big brother, you and the president's security guard asked curiously. Yes, your president is my fiancé. Xiao Yao nodded seriously, patted the two men on the shoulder, and said, "Do a good job, and you will have a bright future." "Thank you, brother." The two security guards immediately saluted respectfully, their hearts filled with joy. They had met a benefactor. After sending the two security guards away, Xiao Yao straightened his clothes and combed his hair with his hands. After he was satisfied, he pushed the door open and said, "Haha, my wife, I'm here." Su Qingru, who was lying on the sofa taking a nap, was scared when she heard this shout and immediately opened her eyes. Then she saw a young man dressed as a peasant run in and look at her. When Su Qingru saw the other person's outfit clearly, her heart suddenly felt cold. Before Xiao Yao came in, she still had a little bit of hope. She didn't expect him to be a handsome and well-mannered person, but at least he should be passable. But while imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. He was dressed in a peasant costume that was so old-fashioned it was beyond old-fashioned, and he was carrying a ragged bag. The only thing that was passable was his clean-looking face. But compared to Su Qingru's expectations, it was still a million miles away. "Are you my wife?" Xiao Yao looked at Su Qingru, who was lying on the sofa with a beautiful face and a slender figure, and was extremely happy. "Wow, it seems that I, the master chef, still has a little conscience and has arranged such a beautiful fiancée for me." "Stop." Su Qingru quickly made a gesture to stop, coldly saying, "I'm not your wife, don't say anything." "Oh, that's right, not a wife, but a fiancée." "I understand." Xiao Yao looked at her with a knowing look. "If you dare to say anything else, I'll have someone throw you out." Su Qingru really couldn't stand this guy anymore. She was about to get up and find a way to get rid of him, but when she saw Xiao Yao, she quickly said, "Don't move. How can I let my dear fiancé come to greet me in person? Sit down, I'll give you a massage." "Massage?" Su Qingru was stunned. "Does this guy know how to massage?" "Wife. My name is Su Qingru." "Okay, Qingru wife, I can see that you are very tired. You must have had a hard day at work, but it's okay. I'll give you a massage and you'll feel better in no time." Xiao Yao came up behind Su Qingru, and before Su Qingru could react, he put his hands on her shoulders. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." Su Qingru's face turned cold. She never liked contact with the opposite sex, and because of this, Jinsho Group was the company with the most female employees in Zhonghai City. But now this guy reached out without saying a word, so of course Su Qingru was unhappy. But what made Su Qingru helpless was that no matter how she struggled, it didn't make any difference. Xiao Yao's hands were like pliers and she couldn't break free. "Don't worry, it'll be over soon," Xiao Yao said softly, and his hands began to gently massage Su Qingru's shoulders. A gentle force flowed from Xiao Yao's palms to Su Qingru's body. "If you keep doing this, I'll. It feels so good." Su Qingru was about to get angry, but suddenly she felt that Xiao Yao's massage made her very comfortable, and the tiredness in her body quickly disappeared. Unable to hold back, Su Qingru actually let out a gasp. "Damn, this scream, I can't stand it." Xiao Yao's heart warmed, and he quickly recited the mantra of emptiness is emptiness is emptiness, which suppressed the flames in his body and continued to massage Su Qingru. Su Qingru also realized that she had just been a little out of control, and her pretty face instantly turned red, but the feeling of comfort made her feel like she was melting all over, with an indescribable pleasure. "Okay." Xiao Yao put down his hands and asked, "Qingru, how do you feel?" Su Qingru realized that Xiao Yao had stopped his movements and, after feeling it, said in surprise, "It feels so good, I don't feel tired at all now." "Hey, of course. Isn't my husband amazing?" Xiao Yao smiled and took credit. "You're not my husband, and I'm not your wife." Su Qingru's face returned to its previous coldness, and she snorted, "Don't think that I'll agree to this marriage just because you gave me a few massages." "Well, Qingru, are you sure you've got it wrong? This marriage was arranged by my master and your father long ago. It's no use if you don't agree," Xiao Yao whispered. Su Qingru, were stunned, but she was a little unsure in her heart, because Xiao Yao was indeed telling the truth. This marriage had been arranged more than 10 years ago, and she had to agree to it even if she didn't want to. I won't let you get away with it." Su Qingru snorted in a haughty manner, secretly calculating in her heart that she must make this guy back down. Xiao Yao saw Su Qingru like this and began to think about it. "My wife seems to have a stubborn temper. The revolution has not yet succeeded, and comrades still need to work hard." At this moment, a knock came from the door. come in. Su Qingru regained her usual calm expression. A tall woman in an OL uniform and with a beautiful appearance walked in. She was about to speak when she saw a man standing in the office and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "Hello, beautiful lady." Xiao Yao greeted her, smiling to himself. This splendid group is really different. It's full of beautiful women with fair skin and good looks. President, this secretary is a bit hesitant. Don't worry about him, just say it. Su Qingru said lightly. Yes, President, Tang Yu, the general manager of the Huanyu Group, is here to see you. The secretary replied. When Tang Yu heard this name, Su Qingru's eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if she had no good feelings about this person. Xiao Yao saw the change in Su Qingru's expression and guessed that Tang Yu was not a good person. If he dared to provoke his wife later, he would definitely fix this guy. Qingru, it's been a long time. A laugh came from the door, and a man in a suit and tie walked in, followed by two tall and muscular bodyguards. You can go out first. Su Qingru told the secretary. Yes, President. The secretary nodded and walked out. Before leaving, he saw Xiao Yao waving at him. Goodbye, beautiful lady. And you go out too. Su Qingru looked at Xiao Yao with a bad temper. Xiao Yao smiled innocently and didn't move. Su Qingru also knew that she could do nothing about him, so she simply ignored Xiao Yao and looked at Tang Yu, coldly saying, I don't remember inviting you. What are you doing here? Qingru, look at what you're saying. If you didn't invite me, can't I find you on my own? Tang Yu smiled. I don't think we're that familiar. You can call me Su Qingru, or just Su. Su Qingru still looked calm. Okay, Mr. Su, then I'll get straight to the point. Tang Yu raised a sullen smile at the corner of his mouth. Your Jinqiu group wants to develop a piece of land in the suburbs for resource development. Our Huanyu group can help, but I want 50% of the profits. 50%? You really know how to joke. Su Qingru sneered. She did have this intention, and she had previously approached Tang Yu because the main business of the Huanyu group was real estate. But Su Qingru was only looking for Tang Yu to help find a piece of land, and the price and everything else would be paid by the Jinqiu group. Tang Yu actually wanted 50% of the profits. What is this but a lion's mouth? Ms. Su, it's fine if you don't agree, but you have to think about it. In the Zhanghai area, our Huanyu group is the leader in the real estate industry. If I don't help you, you won't be able to expand your company. Tang Yu waved his hand and said with a nonchalant look. Are you threatening me? Su Qingru looked cold. She had originally thought that if Tang Yu was unwilling, she would go to another real estate company, but if Tang Yu were to block her, then the situation would be troublesome. As Tang Yu said, the Universal Group is the leader of the real estate industry in China, and other companies simply dare not offend the Universal Group. Her idea was ruined. How can this be considered a threat? It's just a friendly reminder. Tang Yu smiled lightly and continued, of course, if Su always thinks this method is not good, I have another method. What does that mean? Su Qingru frowned, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. It's simple. You marry me, and then we'll be family. You don't have to pay a penny, and I'll still help you. Tang Yu smiled and said, I have a good plan in mind. Su Qingru is the president of the Jinqiu group, and once she marries him, the entire Jinqiu group will become his. Moreover, Su Qingru is a goddess-level figure in Zhanghai. If she really marries Tang Yu, he will make a fortune. Tang Yu, are you dreaming? Su Qingru's expression became even colder, and Tang Yu had already touched her bottom line. Just these two options, choose one. Tang Yu smiled smugly. President Su, have you thought it through? If you don't agree, it won't be easy for the Jinqiu group to continue its path in Zhanghai. You. Cough cough, whoever you are, if I'm not mistaken, you were just threatening my wife. Right? Su Qingru was about to explode, when Xiao Yao's cynical voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 6, Sign the Contract. Your wife? Tang Yu was stunned and looked at Xiao Yao in surprise. You said Su Qingru is your wife? Nonsense, have you ever seen anyone with two wives? Although I am from the countryside, I still understand this. Xiao Yao said impatiently, thinking that this guy is too stupid. The law stipulates that a person can only marry one wife. That's funny. Tang Yu couldn't help but laugh. This guy looks like a migrant worker who has just moved to the city. He knows Su Qingruo's standards, and even he doesn't think highly of himself, so how could he think highly of this guy? Mr. Su, this guy is humiliating you. Why don't you kick him out? Tang Yu looked at Su Qingru and said. Su Qingru was also full of black lines at this time, thinking that this guy was deliberately causing trouble for her. If she had known earlier, she would have called him out. But since it had come to this, Su Qingru had no other choice. She came to Xiaoyao's side, took Xiaoyao's arm, and said with a smile, "His name is Xiaoyao, he is my fiancé, do you have any questions?" Boom! Tang Yu's smile suddenly froze, and he looked at her in disbelief. Su Qingru, is he really your fiancé? Where did you get all this nonsense? I'm not. Are you? Xiaoyao was getting more and more unhappy. This guy had been staring at his wife since he came in, and he still wanted Qingru to marry him. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to cause trouble for Qingru, Xiaoyao would have knocked this guy out and thrown him out. You little brat, do you know who I am? Tang Yu was furious. He had been chasing after Su Qingru for so long, but in the end, he was beaten to the punch by such a useless little farmer. Does that mean that he is not even as good as a little farmer? What a shame. You're not a beauty, why should I know who you are? Xiaoyao said impatiently, this guy is inexplicable. Su Qingru patted her forehead in silence, thinking to herself, what kind of strange fiancé did my father find for me? Why does he always talk about beautiful women? She's still here. You little brat, you dare to go against me? I'll waste you, go on, beat him up. Tang Yu commanded his 2 bodyguards, shouting. Yes. The 2 bodyguards nodded in unison, and without saying a word, one of them took a step forward and rushed at Xiaoyao. Ah! Su Qingru had never seen such a scene before, and she instinctively screamed, but then she saw Xiaoyao smiling at her flirtatiously and tenderly. Qingru, don't be afraid, I'm here, nothing will happen. After that, Xiaoyao rushed out like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 2 bodyguards. Kid, you dare to mess with Tang Xiao, you must be tired of living. The 2 bodyguards shouted angrily and smashed their powerful fists at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao calmly raised his hand, and easily caught the 2 guards' fists like he was catching cotton. He smiled coldly, and with a twist of his palm, a cracking sound was heard, and the 2 guards' hand bones were broken. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. Xiaoyao kicked them out with one kick, looked at Tang Yu, who was stunned, shook his head and sighed, hey, your 2 bodyguards are too weak. But it doesn't matter, I believe you should be able to fight better than them. What do you want to do? Tang Yu's face turned pale, and he hurriedly retreated, his heart full of surprise. He had spent a lot of money to carefully select these 2 bodyguards, and they could normally fight 10 people at once without any problem. But just now, they were like 2 chickens, being toyed with by Xiaoyao, and they all fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. This guy is too fierce. I'm not doing anything, but you look tired. I'll help you stretch your muscles. Don't worry, it's free. Xiaoyao gave a simple smile, but in Tang Yu's eyes, it looked like the devil's smile, making him feel a chill down his spine. In the meantime, Xiaoyao had already come to Tang Yu and extended his hand. Don't do anything stupid. I'm the general manager of the Huanyu Group. If you touch me, I won't let you go. Tang Yu was so scared that he trembled all over, but he had already backed up against the wall and had nowhere to retreat. Xiaoyao ignored him and patted him twice on the shoulder at the location of the acupoint, saying, Mr. Tang, I'm just a country bumpkin. You're such a big shot, how dare I provoke you? Tang Yu was stunned, thinking that Xiaoyao was really afraid of him. He smiled coldly and said, Humph, you're smart. Hurry up and leave, don't let me see you again. No, you haven't signed the contract yet. Xiaoyao shook his head. What contract? Tang Yu asked subconsciously. The contract for a 40% profit margin. Xiaoyao was afraid that Tang Yu wouldn't understand, so he explained, you just said you wanted a 50% profit margin, but now I'm letting you have a 10% profit margin. How about that? Isn't that great? What? 10%? You're dreaming. Tang Yu snorted in disdain. 50% is still not enough for him. 10%? It's almost like killing him. Su Qingru also had a look of confusion on her face. She knew Tang Yu's personality. He would never do a losing deal, so how could he possibly give up so much profit? Xiao Yao, what the hell are you doing? Gee, it seems that in Tang's heart, money is more important than his own life. Xiao Yao said with a sigh. What do you mean? Tang Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. Guess. I guess you, it hurts. Tang Yu's words were not finished, and he suddenly felt like his whole body was being bitten by countless ants, in excruciating pain, and he fell to the ground and rolled around. What did you do to me? Xiao Yao, what's wrong with him? Su Qingru was surprised. She had been there the whole time and didn't see Xiao Yao do anything to Tang Yu. I didn't do anything, but don't worry, Mr. Tang. As soon as the contract is signed, you'll be fine. Xiao Yao smiled simply, as if what he said was true. You're threatening me? I'll sign it. Tang Yu was going to put up a fight, but the pain was too much, and he quickly begged for mercy. That's right, Qingru, wife, prepare the contract. Xiao Yao snapped his fingers. Oh, good, good. Su Qingru finally reacted, quickly calling her secretary to prepare the contract and have it sent to the office. Soon after, the female secretary in an office lady uniform came in with a contract. When she saw the situation in the office, she couldn't help but be surprised. Two burly bodyguards were lying on the ground in all directions, and even more so, Tang Yu, the general manager of the Huanyu group, was rolling on the ground. She had only been out for a short while, but how could the situation have changed so drastically? It's up to you whether you want money or your life. Xiao Yao handed the contract and pen to Tang Yu, who signed his name without saying a word, and quickly said, Is that okay now? Hurry, I can't take it anymore. Mr. Tang, you still need to exercise more. Xiao Yao shook his head and patted Tang Yu's shoulder again. The pain instantly disappeared. Tang Yu took a few deep breaths, stepped back, and glared at Xiao Yao viciously. This time, you're the one who's ruthless. Just wait, next time I'll definitely kill you. After saying that, Tang Yu did not dare to stay here for a moment, and hurriedly left with two bodyguards. You ran so fast, and I haven't even thanked you yet. Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly. Su Qingru looked at Xiao Yao speechlessly. How could this guy be so shameless? He made someone die and then thanked them. This is too disrespectful. Qingru, look, is there a problem with the contract? Xiao Yao handed the contract to Su Qingru. Su Qingru carefully scanned it, a smile appeared on her face, and she shook her head, saying there was no problem. That's good. Xiao Yao nodded, not in vain he had taken the trouble to teach Tang Yu, and let him obediently sign the contract. Xiao Yao, thank you very much this time. Su Qingru said gratefully, if it weren't for Xiao Yao, she would never have been able to complete the contract today, and she might even have angered Tang Yu, making it difficult for the Jinqiu group to develop in the future. Qingru, we are family, there is no need to say thank you. Xiao Yao shook his head. The beautiful female secretary of the family was stunned. What's going on? Xiaoqiu, don't listen to him. Su Qingru's face flushed slightly as she looked at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, you've helped me a lot today. I'm very grateful to you, but I still have to tell you that we're not married yet. I know, we're engaged. Zhou Xiaoqiu was even more surprised that Su had a fiancé, and she had only just learned about it. If this news gets out, I'm afraid the whole Shanghai will be shaken. Forget it, I didn't say anything. Su Qingru shook her head helplessly and asked, You just came to Shanghai, do you have a place to live? Of course I'll stay at your place, Qingru's wife. Xiao Yao said matter-of-factly. You wish. Even if you say that we are engaged, we are not yet officially married, so we can't live together, understand? Su Qingru patiently explained, because this issue is too important and must be made clear. Oh, okay, then wait a little longer. Xiao Yao is also a sensible person who knows that relationships need to be nurtured. After all, you can't rush a relationship. Su Qingru let out a sigh of relief. If Xiao Yao insisted on living with her, it would be a problem. I'll arrange a hotel room for you. Su Qingru gave Zhou Xiaoqiu an order and then asked, Can you drive? Does driving a tractor in town count? I'll have the driver take you to the hotel. Su Qingru waved her hand. Okay, I'm going to get to work. Xiaoqiu, take him to the hotel. Yes, Mr. Su. Zhou Xiaoqiu nodded and looked at Xiao Yao, please follow me. Oh, Qingru, I'll leave first. I'll come see you next time. Xiao Yao blew a kiss at Su Qingru and left the office with Zhou Xiaoqiu. It's finally quiet. Seeing Xiao Yao leave, Su Qingru suddenly felt that the world was infinitely beautiful. What Su Qingru didn't expect was that in the future, Xiao Yao would always be in her world. Chapter 7, Saving Beauty. The Kempinski 5-star Hotel, Luxury Presidential Suite. Wow, my wife is so nice to me, arranging such a nice place for me to stay. Xiao Yao was excited as soon as he entered the room. The luxurious decoration and the comfortable bed were a far cry from the small wooden cabin he lived in the mountains. Puff. Zhou Xiaoqiu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Xiao Yao's country bumpkin look as he entered the city. This guy is too funny. Xiaoqiu, what are you laughing at? Xiao Yao asked, puzzled. No, nothing. Zhou Xiaoqiu quickly shook her head and said, if there's nothing else, I'll be going first. Ah, you're leaving? Xiao Yao was stunned. Yes. Zhou Xiaoqiu's face was full of black lines. Of course she had to leave. This guy wouldn't think she was going to live here, too. Oh, well, I was hoping you could warm my bed for me. Xiao Yao said with a sigh of regret. What did you say? Zhou Xiaoqiu didn't hear clearly and asked. I said you are really good looking, even better than the village flower in our village. Xiao Yao smiled and showed his white teeth. Zhou Xiaoqiu was speechless. This guy is too outspoken. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Zhou Xiaoqiu hurriedly left, afraid that Xiao Yao would do something else. Why are you walking so fast? Is it because I'm too handsome that the little girl is embarrassed? Xiao Yao muttered to himself in a narcissistic way, not thinking too much about it. He threw himself onto the soft bed. Wow, it feels so good. The life of a city dweller is really different. Xiao Yao lay on the bed for half an hour, until his stomach made a gurgling sound, then reluctantly got up from the bed. After leaving the hotel, Xiao Yao wandered around the streets, looking for a cheap restaurant to eat at. After all, he was new in town and didn't have much money. What do you want? As Xiao Yao passed by a dead end, he suddenly heard a panicked voice coming from inside. Xiao Yao looked over and saw that in the dead end, a woman in her 20s was being surrounded by 4 or 5 strong men in black suits, and was calling for help. But there were hardly any people passing by in this area. Of course, even if someone did pass by, they would just ignore it. They are a few strong men, aren't they looking for death? Gee, that girl is really pretty. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up and he sighed. The woman was wearing a moonwhite office lady's suit, her hair was a little messy, but you could still see her delicate, oval face, her delicate eyes, and her rosy lips, which were very elegant and dignified. Miss Zhou Yan, our young master has invited you. Please come with us. A man in a suit with sunglasses smiled faintly and then waved his hand. The men behind him walked forward and grabbed the woman's delicate arms, intending to take her away. Cough cough, in broad daylight and in the open air, you actually did such a thing, you are worse than animals. As soon as they turned around, they saw a young man dressed as a farmer blocking the alley, looking at them with a face of hatred. Who are you, brat? The man in sunglasses froze for a moment and shouted. You don't know me? Xiao Yao made an expression of incomprehension. This really confused the man in the sunglasses, and he thought to himself, could it be that the other party was the son of a rich family who deliberately dressed up like this to have fun? That's right, I just came to Shanghai, you don't know me. Xiao Yao added. Damn it! You're messing with me. The sunglasses man was furious. This guy is asking for a beating. No, you're not a beauty, I don't want to play with you. Xiao Yao shook his head seriously, then looked at Zhou Yan, who was being held by the men in suits. He patted his chest and said with a face of righteousness, Miss, don't worry. As long as I'm here, they won't be able to take you away. You'd better leave quickly. They're very fierce. Zhou Yan really wanted Xiao Yao to come and save her, but the young man in front of her was very clean looking, and he didn't look like a capable person at all. He definitely wouldn't be a match for these tough guys, so it was better not to drag him into it. Leave? Dare to provoke me, can you leave? The man in the sunglasses snorted, took 3 steps and rushed out, and without saying a word, punched Xiao Yao in the nose. The man in the sunglasses was fast and ruthless. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably have a hard time dodging it, and his nose would have been broken. Unfortunately, he met Xiao Yao. Such an attack is no different from a child playing house for Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao easily dodged the sunglasses man's fist by moving his body to the side, and then took advantage of the opponent's inattention to sweep his right foot, causing the sunglasses man to scream and fall to the ground. Damn it, you dared to hit me? Go on, beat him to death. The man in the sunglasses shouted in anger. The other men in suits, seeing their leader beaten, all rushed at Xiaoyao with anger on their faces, shouting, beat him to death. Hey, you little. Zhou Yan was about to tell Xiaoyao to be careful, but before she could finish her sentence, she froze. Crack! Xiaoyao's lightning-fast strike was so fast that the men in suits had barely gotten close before they were slapped by Xiaoyao, knocked into the walls on either side, and then fell to the ground, spitting blood. I'm sorry, I was a bit too heavy-handed. Xiaoyao scratched his head and said apologetically, which was a complete contrast to the ruthlessness of his earlier attack. Poof! The several men in suits, who were already extremely angry, could not help but vomit blood when they heard this. This guy not only beat them down, but also humiliated them. This is too immoral. Kid, you're ruthless. I'll admit defeat this time, but I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Do you dare to leave your name? The man in sunglasses shouted angrily. Do you think I'm stupid enough to leave my name and wait for you to come looking for trouble? Xiaoyao rolled his eyes. These people are idiots. Does he look like a fool? The man in the sunglasses was stunned. He thought the other person was just a farmer, with a bit of brute strength, but he didn't expect him to be so quick on his feet. Why don't you leave quickly? Do you want to exercise your body? Xiaoyao asked with a frown. No, let's go, we're leaving. The man in the sunglasses heard this and his face suddenly changed. He quickly got up from the ground and hurriedly ran away with a few of his brothers. They didn't want to be beaten up by Xiaoyao again. Seeing them leave, Xiaoyao looked at Zhou Yan and gave her a gentle smile. Are you okay, girl? Zhou Yan did not answer because she was stunned. Those few people were all strong men who could fight three at once, but they were all beaten down by Xiaoyao in just a few moves. How powerful is this guy? Hey, she's not scared silly, is she? Xiaoyao saw that Zhou Yan was not responding, so he waved his hand in front of her. Ah, no, I'm fine. Zhou Yan finally reacted, shaking her head. As long as you're okay, I'll be going now. Bye. After saying that, Xiaoyao lifted his foot and walked out. Zhou Yan was again stunned. In theory, Xiaoyao saved her, so shouldn't he take this opportunity to ask for her contact information and then improve their relationship? Why did he leave so quickly? This guy doesn't play by the rules. Hey, stop. Seeing that Xiaoyao was about to walk out of the alley and disappear, Zhou Yan finally couldn't help but yell. Xiaoyao stopped, turned around, and asked, Miss, is there anything else you need? Don't you even ask me my name? Zhou Yan, what's the matter? Xiaoyao asked. Hey, how do you know my name? Zhou Yan was stunned, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Could it be that this guy had been watching her for a long time? Obviously, Zhou Yan was thinking too much. The guy with the sunglasses mentioned your name just now. I heard it. Xiaoyao answered truthfully. I see. Zhou Yan smiled embarrassedly. She realized that she had been thinking too much. But she still didn't want to let him leave. She asked, What's your name? Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, your name is quite unique. Zhou Yan smiled lightly. Xiaoyao nodded and said, Miss, let's talk later. I'm still hungry. We'll talk later. You're lying. You didn't even ask for my phone number. Zhou Yan snorted in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. She smiled and said, How about this? You just helped me, so I'll treat you to dinner. So good? Xiaoyao suddenly perked up. Of course he would be willing to have dinner with someone who invited him. Of course, what do you want to eat? Zhou Yan asked, but she secretly cursed in her heart. This guy is too strange. He has no interest in a beautiful woman like her, but as soon as he hears about dinner, he is like a chicken with blood. Is she that bad? In fact, this is not Zhou Yan's fault. She is indeed very beautiful, but Xiaoyao is really hungry at this time. After all, beauty cannot be eaten, right? He still prefers to fill his stomach. There seems to be a food stall in front. Let's eat there. Xiaoyao said excitedly and ran to the food stall. Damn, this guy really doesn't take me seriously. Zhou Yan's face was full of black lines, her hands clenched, and her tone was firm. Humph, I, Zhou Yan, am a beautiful woman after all, and I don't believe I can handle you. After that, Zhou Yan tidied up her slightly messy long hair, stepped on her silver high heels, and followed Xiao Yao. Chapter 8, Drunk. Boss, 10 skewers of kidneys. As soon as he walked into the food stall, Xiao Yao couldn't wait to shout, his face full of excitement. He was finally going to have a good meal. The best part is that he doesn't have to pay. Wow, this kid is amazing. When Xiao Yao said this, the customers who were eating nearby looked at him in surprise. 10 skewers of large kidneys, most people can't afford it. How can you eat so much? Zhou Yan followed him and asked in confusion. It's not enough to eat big kidneys, but he also ordered 10 skewers at once. This guy can really eat. Damn. No wonder this young man wanted to eat so many big kidneys. It turns out that he has such a beautiful girlfriend. When the people present saw Zhou Yan, they were stunned. In places like this, they don't usually see such beautiful women. The middle-aged boss who had just walked over was also shocked, and looked at Xiao Yao with envy. This guy is really lucky. Is it a lot? Xiao Yao looked at the middle-aged boss with a puzzled expression and asked, Boss, are 10 strings of large kidneys a lot? Well, not much. Not much for you, of course. The middle-aged boss immediately shook his head, cast a meaningful look at Xiao Yao, and then looked at Zhou Yan and asked, Miss, what would you like to order? Just a little something to nibble on. Zhou Yan said casually. This was the first time she had ever eaten at a place like this. As the department manager of a large company, Zhou Yan's income was quite considerable. Going to and from the hotel to eat was completely stress-free for her, so naturally she rarely came to this kind of roadside stall. Okay, coming right up. The middle-aged boss nodded quickly. Oh, and a few more bottles of beer. Zhou Yan added. I understand. The middle-aged boss understood very well that it was appropriate to drink a little wine to help the mood. Zhou Yan, I didn't realize you liked to drink. Xiao Yao asked. Is that not allowed? Zhou Yan sat down in a chair nearby, her face showing a hint of despondency, and said, I'm in a bad mood today, so I just want to drink some wine. Okay, I'll drink with you. Xiao Yao understood. Zhou Yan had just experienced something, and she must have been a little scared. Drinking a little wine would help her. Soon, all the dishes and beer were served. Xiao Yao opened 2 bottles of beer and handed one to Zhou Yan, saying, Cheers. Zhou Yan did not drink immediately, but looked at Xiao Yao with a flirtatious smile and said, Xiao Yao, are you trying to get me drunk so that? Damn it! Xiao Yao was suddenly stunned, thinking that this woman was too bold, and she really dared to say anything. Didn't you say you wanted to drink? Xiao Yao was speechless. You're lucky. Zhou Yan raised her mouth and hummed lightly. She rarely drank on weekdays because she was the department manager, so she didn't even have to go to some social gatherings. Cheers, to celebrate my sister's survival after the disaster. Zhou Yan raised her beer and touched it with Xiao Yao, and without saying a word, she started drinking. A bottle of beer was quickly finished by her. This woman can really drink. Xiao Yao sighed to herself. I want to drink some more. After finishing the bottle, Zhou Yan's cheeks turned red, but she didn't stop. She picked up another bottle of beer and started drinking. Xiao Yao also drank a bottle of wine, and then began to eat the large kidneys on his own. Soon, he had finished the 10 strings of large kidneys. Looking up, Zhou Yan had already started drinking the 3rd bottle of beer. This is not good. If she keeps drinking, she'll probably get drunk. Xiao Yao noticed that Zhou Yan was already showing signs of intoxication, so he grabbed the beer from her hand and said, Zhou Yan, where is your home? Why, you're asking where someone lives so soon. Do you want to go? After drinking so much, Xiao Yao's cheeks were very rosy, like the evening glow in the sky, adding a kind of charm. I'm dizzy. I'm afraid you'll get drunk and lose your way, so I have to take you home. Xiao Yao said in a daze. My home. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Yan fell over onto the table and fell into a deep sleep. It's over. Seeing Zhou Yan fall asleep, Xiao Yao helplessly patted his forehead. It seems that he will be busy tonight. When some people around saw the scene, they all looked at Xiao Yao with puzzled expressions. Now that the woman was asleep, he should be happy, but why did he still look reluctant? Who knows, Xiao Yao and Zhou Yan met by chance. Even if Zhou Yan fell asleep, he couldn't do anything. Buddy, is this beauty your girlfriend? At this moment, two men with long hair and colorful haircuts appeared in front of Xiao Yao. They kept looking at Zhou Yan and were extremely excited. Damn! They have been hanging around here for so long, but this is the first time they have seen such a beautiful girl. The most important thing is that this beauty is drunk right now. If I can take her home, I'll be so happy. No. Xiao Yao said without looking up, afraid of dirtying his eyes. Oh, in that case, do you mind if I take her home for a couple of days? The red-haired killer asked. Why ask him so much? Just take her home. The red-haired killer obviously didn't have that kind of patience. He was already horny. Hey, this kid is really not very nice. He got the girl drunk and now he's not taking responsibility. It would be a shame if she got raped by those two guys. The guests on the side cast a disdainful look at Xiao Yao. This guy is too cowardly. The two Karmat were about to take Zhou Yan away, but Xiao Yao finally shook his head. No, she has to go with me. What, go with you? The red-haired killer Matt was stunned and angrily shouted, Damn it! Do you know who we are? No, and I'm not interested. Damn, you're pretty arrogant. I'll beat you to death. As soon as the words fell, the two Kama Sutra guys each raised their fists and punched Xiao Yao. Everyone around them quickly closed their eyes, afraid of seeing the next tragic scene. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was quick. Xiao Yao waved his palm, and the two chopsticks in his hand flew out like flying swords, hitting the knees of the two Kama Sutra men with pinpoint accuracy. The two men immediately let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. Hey, we don't know each other, why do we have to do this? Xiao Yao shook his head and sighed, finished the food in the bowl, helped Zhou Yan up and walked out. Hey, you haven't paid yet. The voice of the middle-aged boss suddenly came. Xiao Yao stopped in his tracks, cursing to himself. Damn it, this chick is drunk, but she hasn't paid yet. Is she trying to play with me? Here, keep the change. Xiao Yao made up his mind, gritted his teeth, took out a crumpled 100 yuan note from his pocket and placed it on the table before walking out. His heart was bleeding. The middle-aged boss looked at the 100 yuan on the table and muttered bitterly, This is not enough. Chapter 9, What have you done to me? Xiao Yao, in the spirit of the three good young people in society, really wanted to send Zhou Yan home, but there was no way. He didn't know where Zhou Yan's home was. So Xiao Yao took Zhou Yan back to the hotel. When he passed by the front desk, a front desk sister was suddenly stunned. This guy had only been gone for less than 2 hours, and he had already brought back such a beautiful girl. The most important thing is that this beauty was drunk and carried back on his back. It is already self-evident what will happen at night. Back in the room, Xiao Yao put Zhou Yan on the bed. Feeling the soft touch behind him disappear, Xiao Yao muttered with reluctance, If I had known, I would have walked more slowly. Oh no, there's only one bed in this room. She's sleeping on the bed, so where am I going to sleep? Xiao Yao didn't seem to have any intention of sleeping on the floor or the sofa. After thinking about it, he muttered, This bed is so big. Besides, I'm not doing anything. I shouldn't have a problem sleeping on the bed. Xiao Yao always does what he says, and immediately climbed into bed, sleeping next to Zhou Yan. His heart was pounding, and he couldn't help but say, Gee, this is the first time I've slept with a girl in my whole life, and I'm really excited. Excited as he was, Xiao Yao was still a simple person, and he could not do such a thing as taking advantage of someone in need. So, Xiao Yao was excited and couldn't sleep all night. Zhou Yan slept a beautiful sleep and didn't open her eyes until the next morning. Where is this? Zhou Yan looked at the unfamiliar room in front of her and said in confusion. When she turned her head, she saw Xiao Yao lying next to her, and she was stunned. You, how are you here? Zhou Yan shouted in panic, suddenly remembering that she had been drunk last night and had passed out. This guy, he wouldn't. Nonsense, you didn't tell me where your home was, so I had to bring you to the hotel. Xiao Yao had finally managed to sleep for a while, but was then woken up by Zhou Yan, who said discontentedly, Hotel. What did you do to me? Zhou Yan was even more anxious. A man and a woman were in the same room, and she was still drunk. She didn't believe that this guy wouldn't do anything to her. Come on, you're still fully clothed. What could I possibly do? Xiao Yao was speechless. Can't people have a little trust? Zhou Yan reacted, looked down at herself, and saw that there was no sign of her clothes being taken off, nor did she feel uncomfortable. She was slightly relieved, but also a little down. She was a beautiful woman who was drunk, and this guy actually didn't do anything at all. This is too much of a slight on her. You really didn't do anything? Zhou Yan asked with some uncertainty. Of course. Are you still a man? Zhou Yan said with a disdainful sneer. Damn, I really don't understand the way you city people think. Xiao Yao was even more speechless. If he did it, he would be scolded, and if he didn't, he would be looked down upon. He was in a dilemma. You are my little apple. At this moment, Xiao Yao's phone rang. Poof. Zhou Yan couldn't help but laugh when she heard the ringtone. Isn't this song very popular? Xiao Yao muttered to himself, picked up the phone and answered, Hello, who is this? Su Qingru. A cold voice came from the other end. It turned out to be Qingrou's wife. Hey, you miss me already? Xiao Yao said with a smirk, and then thought of something. Qingrou's wife, how did you get my phone number? Come to my office. My father wants to see you. Su Qingru was obviously in no mood to chat with Xiao Yao, and hung up the phone after saying that. Xiao Yao heard the busy tone coming from the phone and sighed helplessly. My wife Qingru is good at everything, except for her bad temper. No, as her fiancé, I must change her. You have a wife? Zhou Yan heard Xiao Yao's conversation and asked, not knowing why, but feeling a little jealous. Yes, my wife is Su Qingru. Do you know her? Mrs. Su? Zhou Yan said it subconsciously, and then couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Xiao Yao, you're too good at joking. I believe you when you say other people, but how could Mrs. Su be your wife? If you don't believe it, just forget it. My wife is calling me. I'm leaving now. Bye. After saying this, Xiao Yao hurriedly ran out of the room. He couldn't delay this important matter of meeting his father-in-law. Hey, this guy, how can he just leave like that? He's so irresponsible. Zhou Yan huffed in annoyance, grabbed a pillow off the bed and pounded it furiously. Xiao Yao, you stink. Don't let me see you again. Xiao Yao hailed a taxi and soon arrived in front of the Jinqiu Group building. Brother Xiao, you're here? The two security guards at the door saw Xiao Yao coming and their faces immediately filled with smiles, and they quickly went to meet him. Well, I'm here to see my wife about something. You guys go about your business. Xiao Yao nodded seriously, patted the two men on the shoulder, and ran inside quickly. Hey, Xiao Gu is Xiao Gu. We don't get to see the president more than a few times a year, but he can see him whenever he wants. One of the guards said with emotion. That's right. If Xiao and the president get married, they'll be together every day. It's enviable just to think about it. The other guard also looked envious and jealous, but dared not hate. Qingru, my wife, I'm here. Xiao Yao pushed open the door and walked straight into the office. He glanced around and saw a middle-aged man in a suit sitting on the sofa next to him. He had the air of a person in a position of power, and it was obvious that he was his father-in-law, whom he had never met. Ha, you must be Xiao Yao. You are really a talented person. When Su Baihai saw Xiao Yao arrive, he immediately stood up and smiled peacefully on his face. If other employees of the Jinqiu Group saw this scene, they would be surprised. You see, Su Baihai is the chairman of the Jinqiu Group, worth tens of billions of dollars, and everyone who sees him has to be respectful. When have you ever seen him so friendly to others? What is most unbelievable is that the other person is a rural boy from the mountains. A talented person. Su Qingru heard this and her forehead was covered with dark lines. This guy is at best passable, but where is he a talented person? Ah, father-in-law, you have good eyes. Xiao Yao smiled modestly and nodded, his face was not at all thin. Stop. Su Qingru quickly called a halt. He is my father. When did he become your father-in-law? That's right, he's your father, and you're my future wife, so he's your father-in-law, right? Xiao Yao said seriously. Chapter 10, A Family. How many times have I said it? I'm not your wife. Su Qingru was about to go crazy from Xiao Yao's behavior. I understand, you're my fiancé. Xiao Yao nodded and looked at Su Baihai. Father-in-law, am I right? Yes, very much so. Su Baihai also nodded with a smile. Dad, Are you really going to marry me off to him? Su Qingru was unhappy. How could her own father be so disloyal as to want to marry her off? Qingru, this marriage was arranged more than 10 years ago. How can it be changed at will? Su Baihai said with a serious face. Xiao Yao, where are you staying now? Su Baihai asked again. At the hotel arranged by my wife, Xiao Yao replied truthfully. A hotel? That won't do. How can you stay in a hotel? Su Baihai immediately shook his head and said solemnly, how about this, Xiao Yao, you move into Qingrou's villa today. Dad, I don't agree. Su Qingru immediately objected. If this guy really lives with her, what will happen? Su Baihai paid no attention to Su Qingru at all, and looked at Xiao Yao with a smile on his face. What do you think? Is this good? Xiao Yao was hesitant, but his heart was already filled with joy. Hee, finally I can live with my wife, and good times are coming. Of course it's good. You're engaged to be married. What's wrong with living together? Su Baihai was very happy to see Xiao Yao agree. Dad, why do you want him to live with me? Su Qingru asked discontentedly. Qingru, don't be so willful. I'm doing this to protect you. Su Baihai said seriously. Protect me? Su Qingru was stunned and was about to argue, but suddenly remembered the scene yesterday when Xiao Yao easily beat Tang Yu and the 2 bodyguards he brought to half-death. He thought to himself that this guy seemed to have some ability. But when she thought about letting Xiao Yao live with her, she was still very unhappy. She was still a young girl, how could she live with a man? I'm the one making the decision. Qingru, Xiao Yao can stay at the villa today. Su Baihai repeated. Qingru, my dear, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to do anything. Xiao Yao patted his chest and promised solemnly. Su Qingru's heart was shattered. No one dares to mess around? I'm afraid you'll do something. Xiao Yao, let's be clear. I can let you stay at the villa, but I have one condition. Su Qingru knew she couldn't escape this fate, so she pulled out her trump card. What condition? Xiao Yao was outwardly calm, but inwardly excited. He didn't care if there was one condition or two. Su Qingru's mouth curled up slightly, and she took out her cell phone and made a call. Xiaoqiu, come over. Xiao Yao and Su Baihai looked at each other, both a little dazed, not knowing what Su Qingru was up to. Soon, the secretary Zhou Xiaoqiu, dressed in an OLE uniform, arrived at the office with a contract in her hand. Sign this contract and I'll let you live with me. Su Qingru smiled to herself. She had guessed that this day would come, so she had prepared this contract early for later use. What contract? Xiao Yao looked confused, and when he took a closer look, he was stunned. Article 1 of the cohabitation contract, Party B may not enter Party A's room without permission. Article 2, Party B may not unilaterally have any physical contact with Party A. Article 3, Party B may not bring anyone into Party A's residence. After reading it, just sign it. Su Qingru said. Oh, but my dear, there's one thing I don't understand. Xiao Yao asked. Which point? Who is Party A and who is Party B? Su Qingru was speechless. She thought that since this guy had just come from the mountains, it was normal that he didn't understand these things. She explained patiently, I am Party A, and you are Party B. Xiao Yao nodded, secretly smiling to himself, thinking that he was being taken advantage of. There are at least 10 provisions in the contract, and even going to the bathroom requires Su Qingru's permission. This is not the life of an engaged couple. Nonsense. Su Baihai looked at the contents of the contract and immediately showed signs of anger. Qingru, what are you doing? Father-in-law, don't be angry. Qingru and I are still not familiar with each other, so it's normal to be a little guarded. I believe that it won't be long before we are very happy. Xiao Yao shook his head and smiled. Although he didn't want to do it 100 times in his heart, at this time, he had to show his generosity. Sure enough, when Su Qingru heard this, her beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and her favorable impression of Xiao Yao deepened a little. Okay, Xiao Yao, if Qingru does anything wrong, just tell me and I'll make her correct it. Su Baihai saw that Xiao Yao had agreed, so he didn't say anything more. Xiao Yao nodded, picked up a pen and wrote his name on the contract. Then he seemed to be happy as if he had won a battle. Ha, Qingru wife, we will be a family from now on. Who is your family? Su Qingru snorted, picked up the contract and looked at it, and smiled with satisfaction. With this contract, this guy will never dare to do anything wrong. Here are the keys to the villa. Su Qingru took out a key and gave it to Xiao Yao. The villa is in the Shiyuan Peninsula Villa area. You can pack up your things and move in. Xiao Yao nodded and was about to speak when his phone rang in his pocket. Qingru, my wife, father-in-law, I'm going to answer the phone. Xiao Yao left the office, answered the phone, and heard a pleasant voice from the other side. Xiao Yao, where are you? The owner of this voice is obviously Lin Ruoyu, whom Xiao Yao met on the train. Hey, little Ruoyu, have you missed me? Xiao Yao smiled and thought to himself that his charm was indeed invincible, with girls everywhere thinking about him. Who wants you, you shameless bastard? Lin Ruoyu spat lightly and fell silent for a moment, then said, There's a class reunion tonight. Why do you want me to go to your class reunion? Why do you want me to go to your class reunion? Xiao Yao was puzzled. Just go if I ask you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Ruoyu was very depressed. Why does this guy talk so much nonsense? No one else has had the chance to accompany her, but this guy is fine. He even asked her to go with him, but she doesn't seem to be happy about it. Okay, where can I find you tonight? Xiao Yao nodded and asked. Shanghai Square, 7:30 p.m. Don't be late. Hey, Xiao Ruoyu, I know you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend. I know the ropes in the city. Xiao Yao had a look of understanding. As if he had thought of something, Xiao Yao walked into the office and asked, Qingru, can I borrow a car to drive? You want to drive? You don't know how to drive, do you? Su Qingru asked. I can, didn't I say I drove a tractor? Xiao Yao smiled and said, If I can drive a tractor, I can certainly drive a car. Su Qingru was speechless. What kind of logic is this? But she is not a mean person, so she said, Xiaoqiu, take him to the underground garage to choose a car. Yes, President. Zhou Xiaoqiu nodded and led Xiao Yao out. Bye-bye, Qingru wife, father-in-law. Xiao Yao said, and followed happily. Chapter 11, The Party. Xiaoqiu, long time no see. Xiao Yao followed behind Zhou Xiaoqiu, looking at her slender and delicate figure, and he laughed. What do you mean by long time no see? We just saw each other yesterday, right? Zhou Xiaoqiu replied. As the saying goes, a day without seeing you is like 3 autumns apart. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. Xiao Yao said seriously. Zhou Xiaoqiu's head was covered in black lines. Is this guy really from the mountains? He seems to be more of a smartass than some of the rich kids. I really don't know if it's a bad thing or a good thing that the president married him. Zhou Xiaoqiu sighed helplessly, but she also knew that these things were not up to her, so she quickened her pace and took Xiao Yao to the underground garage in the elevator. Wow, there are so many cars here. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Xiao Yao was stunned and couldn't help but shout in excitement. The underground garage is very spacious, with at least 20 luxury cars parked there. The lowest-end cars are BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes, and people who don't know would think that this is a car show. I can't tell, Qingruo's wife really loves cars. She's a woman with a cold exterior and a passionate heart. Xiao Yao said with a sigh. Zhou Xiaoqiu couldn't help but smile and shake her head, explaining, the president doesn't usually drive much. These cars were all sent by her suitors. After all, they all know each other, and the president can't refuse them, so they just stay here. Wow, Qingruo's wife is really amazing. There are too many suitors. Xiao Yao was even more surprised, but he immediately smiled with pride. However, these people are still a step too late. Qingruo's wife is still mine, huh? You can be happy. Zhou Xiaoqiu snorted in annoyance. She still didn't understand. A woman as outstanding as the president not only has a great business mind, but also manages the Jinqiu group in an orderly manner. It's really a cruel twist of fate. Zhou Xiaoqiu couldn't help but feel sorry for Su Qingruo's future life. It would be a blessing for her to marry me. Xiao Yao said in a very serious tone, and then quickly ran over to carefully select these luxury cars. Hey, the master chef said that one should be low-key, so I'll be low-key. I'll choose this one. Xiao Yao stood in front of a Maybach and said. Zhou Xiaoqiu was speechless. This guy is shameless, isn't he? If you really want to be low-key, then you should choose a Mercedes-Benz. Is a Maybach low-key? Xiaoqiu, do you want to come out for a ride with me? Xiao Yao opened the car door and sat down, smiling. No, I have things to do. Zhou Xiaoqiu didn't want to be alone with this guy, so she quickly left after saying that. Hey, don't you trust my driving skills? I'm an old driver. Xiao Yao laughed, took out the tractor he drove in town, held the steering wheel, and stepped on the accelerator. The Maybach sped out. Xinghai Square is located in the center of Zhanghai City, a very prosperous area with a constant flow of people and cars. Lin Ruoyu was standing next to the square. Lin Ruoyu was wearing a plain white skirt today, with her long hair casually draped over her shoulders and a pair of white canvas shoes on her feet. Although she was dressed very simply, the innate purity of her appearance made passers-by unable to avert their eyes. Squeak! A BMW X5 stopped in front of Lin Ruoyu. The window rolled down and a man in a flashy outfit waved at Lin Ruoyu and said with a laugh, "Hey, beautiful girl, where are you going? I'll give you a ride." "No thanks." Lin Ruoyu shook her head lightly. She didn't know this person at all, so how could she get into his car? "Beauty, don't be polite. I just bought this car, a BMW X5, which cost me more than 800,000 yuan. Come sit in the car and I'll take you for a ride." "It's great." The sassy man continued, "I've been here for a long time and only just found such a great little girl. And it seems she's a university student, which is just what I want. How could I give up so easily?" In his opinion, although Lin Ruoyu was very beautiful, judging from her appearance, she is not a lady from a wealthy family, so how could she refuse him? "Really, I don't need it. Someone is coming to pick me up." Lin Ruoyu's pretty face grew even colder. If it weren't for waiting for Xiao Yao here, she would have walked away. "Someone is picking you up? Ha, you're a real joker, beautiful lady. There's no public transportation here." Beep. Before the loudmouth man could finish his sentence, a horn sounded. The loudmouth man was taken aback and looked back to see a Maybach parked behind his BMW, which looked more than one level higher than his BMW. "Xiao Yao, you're here." Lin Ruoyu saw that the person in the car was Xiao Yao, and the coldness on her face disappeared. She smiled and waved to Xiao Yao. "Get in the car." Xiao Yao smiled. Lin Ruoyu nodded and trotted over, sitting in the passenger seat. "Damn! It's a Maybach. I'm so unlucky." The angry man cursed, thinking that the person who came to pick up Lin Ruoyu was a poor student. Even if he wasn't a student, he couldn't be much better. How could he have thought that the other person was driving a Maybach? Although he was very angry, knowing that he had lost face, the sassy man had no face to stay here, and immediately drove away. "Xiao Ruoyu, who was that guy?" Xiao Yao asked. "I don't know." Lin Ruoyu shook her head and pouted. "I've seen too many tricks like that from guys like that, I'm not going to fall for it." "Ha, that's a good girl." Xiao Yao smiled. "Cut, you don't have to say that." Lin Ruoyu raised her mouth and snorted. "She is one of the most beautiful girls in Zhanghai University. Everyone says she is good, right?" However, what surprised Lin Ruoyu was that she didn't feel anything when others praised her like that. It was when Xiao Yao said it that she felt a little bit of joy in her heart. "Xiao Yao, where did you get this car?" Lin Ruoyu asked in confusion. Didn't Xiao Yao just come out of the mountains? How did he get such a nice car in just one day? "Of course it's mine. Didn't I tell you before? I make money very quickly, tens of millions of dollars a minute. What's so difficult about buying a car?" Xiao Yao said nonsense seriously. At this time, he couldn't say that this was a gift from Xingrou's wife. It's not a big deal to be called a deadbeat, but it's a big deal to be unable to get a girlfriend. "Cut it out, you're just blowing smoke." Lin Ruoyu snorted, but she didn't pursue the matter any further. Although she didn't believe it, after all, she had seen Xiao Yao's magical medical skills and martial arts on the train before, and it seemed that making money was really not difficult for him. "Xiao Ruoyu, where are you guys meeting?" Xiao Yao asked while driving. "It's just ahead, it's called the Night Rose KTV." Lin Ruoyu pointed to the front and said. Xiao Yao looked along and indeed saw a KTV called Night Rose. He nodded and drove the car to the parking lot and parked it. He walked into the KTV with Lin Ruoyu. "Ruoyu, you're here." As soon as they walked in, a girl about the same age as Lin Ruoyu came over to greet them with a smile. Although this girl's appearance was not as good as Lin Ruoyu's, she was still quite pretty because of her makeup. Wu Ting, you're here so early. Lin Ruoyu smiled gently and introduced, Xiao Yao, this is my good friend Wu Ting. Wu Ting, this is my boyfriend Xiao Yao. When she mentioned her boyfriend, Lin Ruoyu's face flushed slightly. After all, she had asked Xiao Yao to pretend to be her boyfriend on the spot, so it was somewhat unnatural. Ruoyu, you really have a boyfriend? Wu Ting was shocked to hear this. Before the party began, she had heard Lin Ruoyu mention that she already had a boyfriend. At the time, Wu Ting didn't believe it. But now it seems that it can't be avoided. Wu Ting looked at Xiao Yao in front of her and was slightly puzzled. According to Lin Ruoyu's conditions, it would be easy to find a boyfriend who was tall, rich and handsome, so why did she pick a boy who looks so ordinary? This is not surprising. Xiao Yao does look ordinary, with a shabby outfit and not particularly handsome. He is far from the kind of rich and handsome guy that Lin Ruoyu usually goes after at school. Xiao Yao, are you really our boyfriend? Wu Ting couldn't help but ask. Absolutely. Xiao Yao smiled lightly and added, do you think that anyone other than me is worthy of Ruoyu? As shameless as ever. Puff. Wu Ting was suddenly amused by Xiao Yao's words. This guy is really humorous. Okay, let's go in. Su Bin and the others are waiting. Wu Ting said, beckoning the two of them to a luxurious private room. Su Bin? Why is he here? Lin Ruoyu frowned slightly, as if she had no good impression of this Su Bin. He knows a few of our classmates, so he just said he wanted to come and have some fun. Everyone goes to the same school, so we had to agree. Wu Ting smiled slightly, obviously embarrassed. Xiao Yao saw the clues and asked, Xiao Ruoyu, who is this Su Bin? I said don't be angry, Su Bin is a suitor of mine. He comes from a wealthy family and once gave me flowers in front of many classmates. Lin Ruoyu replied. Oh, so you rejected him? Xiao Yao asked with a relaxed and indifferent expression on his face, but in his heart he was thinking, you must reject him, you must reject him. No. Lin Ruoyu could see Xiao Yao's thoughts, and couldn't help but smile and shake her head. Before Xiao Yao could react, Lin Ruoyu added, I ignored him. Xiao Yao let out a sigh of relief. Lin Ruoyu sighed helplessly. This guy is so difficult to get rid of. I can't get rid of him at all. I just didn't expect him to come today. Hey, it's good that you came. Xiao Yao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This guy Su Bin must be here for Lin Ruoyu, but now that Xiao Yao is here, he will definitely dispel Su Bin's thoughts. Chapter 12, Drinking and Karaoke. Xiao Yao and Lin Ruoyu, led by Wu Ting, came to a luxurious private room. As soon as he walked in, Xiao Yao felt several cold glances sweep over him. Before he could react, he saw a boy sitting in the middle of the room stand up and quickly walk towards Lin Ruoyu. Ruoyu, you're here. The boy was Su Bin, the one Lin Ruoyu had mentioned as being obsessed with her. He was wearing a designer suit and a watch worth over 100,000 yuan, so it was clear that he was a typical rich second generation. Such a rich second generation must have a lot of girls at school who like him, but Lin Bin's vision is also very high. He doesn't look down on those mediocre women at all, and he is only interested in pure school beauties like Lin Ruoyu. Lin Ruoyu nodded lightly, looked at the few people present, smiled, took Xiao Yao's arm, and introduced him to everyone. His name is Xiao Yao, and he is my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, the many boys present were suddenly stunned, and then they looked at Xiao Yao with anger, and their eyes became more and more cold. Lin Ruoyu is one of the most beautiful girls at Zhonghai University, and there are countless boys who like her, including the few present who are all one of her suitors. But they never thought that they had not made any progress at all, and Lin Ruoyu already had a boyfriend. Su Bin also frowned, looked at Xiao Yao, and was annoyed. She doesn't even like me, and she's brought a bumpkin here. Who is she embarrassing? Although he was not happy, in order to show his gentlemanly demeanor, Su Bin still looked at Xiao Yao with a smile. You are Ruoyu's boyfriend, may I ask your name? Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, right? My name is Su Bin, I am the son of the vice president of Yunhai Group. Su Bin continued, his tone full of arrogance. Oh, the son of the vice president, is that so great? Xiao Yao asked in return. Humph, he's better than some guys who think they can eat the swan's meat. A few of the boys on the side snorted in disdain. Is this guy really stupid or pretending to be? Su Bin is the son of the vice president of a big company, a real second-generation rich kid. You're a country bumpkin who wears street clothes, and you still want to compare yourself to Su Bin? Ha, Xiao Yao, I wonder where you work. Su Bin's mouth curled up in a cold smile. In his opinion, Xiao Yao probably didn't have a good job, and he could use this opportunity to strike a blow at Xiao Yao and make him see his place clearly. A goddess like Lin Ruoyu is not something a bumpkin like him can climb up to. I just moved to the city and I'm unemployed. Xiao Yao shrugged his shoulders and smiled lightly. Haha, I see. Since you are Ruoyu's boyfriend, how about I introduce you to a job? Su Bin thought for a moment and said, my dad's company is looking for a handyman. The salary is 5,000 yuan a month. I think you're a good fit. Why don't you give it a try? Su Bin, that's enough, isn't it? Before Xiao Yao could answer, Lin Ruoyu said coldly, Su Bin has been targeting him since he first came in the door, and she is very unhappy about it. Ha, I was just joking. Su Bin saw Lin Ruoyu was angry, and smiled sheepishly, saying, come on, let's drink. After saying that, he gave a wink to the boys standing next to him. The boys immediately understood, each holding a glass of wine and standing up. One of the boys named Wang Yu took the lead and walked out, laughing. Ha, Xiao Yao, since you are the boyfriend of our goddess Lin Ruoyu, you must be very special. Come, let's have a toast. Well, I don't drink. Xiao Yao shook his head and smiled. No alcohol? Wang Yu frowned and said in a slightly cold voice, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on us? That's not it, but I drove here. As the saying goes, you don't drink and drive, and you don't drive and drink. I still understand the rules. Xiao Yao replied. Ha, you even brought a bicycle? Wang Yu didn't even ask what kind of car Xiao Yao was driving, and directly assumed it was a bicycle, because Xiao Yao's outfit could only be a bicycle at best. It's fine, I drove here, I can take you home later. Su Bin smiled lightly, you've grown up so big, I guess you've never sat in an Audi before, let me show you a good time later? I've never sat in an Audi before. Xiao Yao nodded truthfully. When he went out on missions with the master chef, he always rode in a Rolls-Royce Phantom or a Ferrari, so when Xiao Yao chose a Maybach in Su Qingrou's underground garage, he said he wanted to be Loki, and that was true. Now there's no problem, right? Come on, drink up. After saying that, Wang Yu finished the beer in the glass in one gulp. Xiao Yao smiled helplessly. The other party had already said so much, and he really felt bad if he didn't drink a little. So Xiao Yao picked up a glass of wine and drank it all in one go. Ha, that's manly, that's refreshing. Wang Yu nodded with a big smile, waved his hand behind him, and immediately another guy came over with a glass in his hand. Xiao Yao suddenly realized that these guys were playing a game of War of the Wheel. Xiao Yao, don't drink anymore. They are targeting you. Lin Ruoyu whispered in Xiao Yao's ear. Su Bin saw this scene and a dark look flashed in his eyes. He secretly decided that he would make Xiao Yao lose face today, otherwise he would really be unable to catch up with Lin Ruoyu. Come on, Xiao Yao, congratulations on getting the school beauty. I toast you. After saying this, the boy also drank a mouthful. Xiao Yao nodded, picked up the glass and finished the beer, then looked directly at the few people behind him who were about to make a move, and said with a smile, don't be so fussy, you can all come together. Hearing this, the boys couldn't help but be stunned, and some of them smiled awkwardly. They realized that their little trick had been seen through by Xiao Yao. But since that was the case, there was no need for them to continue to hide. One of them took a bottle of beer and walked up to him. Well, Xiao Yao, that's very refreshing. As long as you can drink us down, we won't object to you and the school beauty. Xiao Yao shrugged, as if he was saying that your opposition would have no effect. But he didn't care about drinking a little, so he opened the bottles of beer in front of him and drank them like they were water. Are you kidding? He's not drunk after 1,000 cups, okay? In less than half an hour, Xiao Yao had already drunk more than 10 or 20 bottles of beer. The boys who were so proud just a moment ago were now all flushed and sleepy, and some of them couldn't help but rush to the bathroom to throw up. Only Xiao Yao was standing there, his face unchanging, as if the alcohol was no different from mineral water to him. Lin Ruoyu and Wu Ting were also stunned. This was the first time they had seen someone who could drink so much. Who is this guy? How can he drink so much? Su Bin was furious. He knew that drinking would have no effect on Xiao Yao, so he smiled and said, okay, we've had enough to drink. Let's sing some songs. Singing? Subin, I heard that you are famous for your love songs at our school. Are you really good at singing? Wu Ting was suddenly interested and asked quickly. That's just a compliment from my classmates. I just sing casually. Subin waved his hand, but his smugness was unmistakable. After saying this, he picked up the microphone next to him and played a very famous Cantonese song, I Like You. If it rains, this song is for you. Subin looked at Lin Ruoyu and said affectionately, then he sang along to the rhythm. I like you. Those eyes are so charming. Laughter is even more charming. I wish I could caress you. I have to say, Subin is really good at what he does. The entire song is sung in extremely standard Cantonese, and his voice is inherently magnetic and very pleasant to the ear. If a normal girl heard Subin sing this song to her, she would probably be moved to tears and immediately accept Subin's confession. Unfortunately, Lin Ruoyu is not such a person. Although Subin's singing was indeed very good, Lin Ruoyu didn't have any other thoughts except that it was very good. From time to time, she would look at Xiao Yao's expression, as if she was afraid that he would be unhappy. But Xiao Yao has always behaved very normally. It's not that he's pretending, but in his opinion, although Subin's singing is good, it's still far inferior to him. Wow, he really is the prince of love songs. If this song were sung to me, it would be so wonderful. Wu Ting looked like a flower-crazy girl. She knew that Subin was singing to Lin Ruoyu, but she couldn't help but be moved. Soon, after the song was over, Subin put down the microphone, looked at Lin Ruoyu, and smiled. Ruoyu, what do you think? Well, it's very nice. Lin Ruoyu nodded lightly. Do you like it? Subin continued to ask. Lin Ruoyu was taken aback. How could she answer? If she said she liked it, wouldn't that be an indirect way of saying yes to Subin's confession? She didn't want to. To say that she didn't like it seemed a bit too direct. Just as Lin Ruoyu was at a loss, Xiao Yao walked out slowly, looked at Lin Ruoyu, and said in a deep voice, Ruoyu, I also have a song to give you. Why don't you listen to it? Ah, you can sing too? Lin Ruoyu was shocked. Didn't this guy just come from the mountains? What kind of songs can he sing? Ha, Xiao Yao, are you trying to sing a folk song to Ruoyu on this occasion? Subin sneered. He didn't believe that Xiao Yao would really sing some sentimental songs. Could it be that this guy is here to cause trouble? Xiao Yao ignored Subin's taunts and just smiled lightly, then ordered a classic English song called Yesteryan Emor, Yesterday Once More. An English song? Subin was stunned, and even more disdainful. He knew that this song was extremely classic, but he didn't believe that Xiao Yao could sing an English song. This guy, I guess he can't even recognize all 26 letters of the alphabet, and yet he wants to sing an English song. He's just asking for trouble. Chapter 13 Wei Nan. Xiao Ruoyu, this song is for you. I hope that our love will last forever, just like this song. Xiao Yao looked at Lin Ruoyu with affection in his eyes and said, I hope our love will last forever, just like this song. He then picked up the microphone and sang softly in perfect English to the rhythm of the music. When I was young, I liked listening to the radio. I waited for my favorite song to play. I would sing along to it alone. This made me happy. As Xiao Yao's voice rose and fell, the atmosphere in the private room also became quiet. Even the boys who had been making a racket before were now immersed in Xiao Yao's singing. They never imagined that Xiao Yao's voice had such a magical power, as if it could really make people enter the world depicted in the song with the voice and experience the heart-stirring love. This guy, how could he? Subin's face was particularly ugly at this time. He had thought that Xiao Yao was pretending to be cool by choosing this English song, but now he realized that although Xiao Yao was indeed pretending to be cool, he was indeed very good at it. Even he didn't dare to say that he could sing this song so well and so movingly. Oh, Rain, you're such a bad boyfriend, you almost made her cry. Wu Ting wiped her tears and said, I suddenly feel a little envious of Lin Ruoyu. When she first met Xiao Yao, she thought that Lin Ruoyu had chosen the wrong person, but only now, after hearing Xiao Yao sing, did she understand why Xiao Yao was able to move Lin Ruoyu. This singing voice is so much better than Subin's. All the wonderful memories came flooding back to me. Some really made me cry, just like before. It was like yesterday all over again. The song ended. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Pop. The audience burst into applause. At first, Wang Yu and the other boys who had been against Xiao Yao couldn't help but clap their hands. They had all had a first love, and Xiao Yao's singing had just awakened their memories of that beautiful love and touched their hearts. Xiao Ruoyu, how was my singing? Xiao Yao put down the microphone and asked. It was beautiful. Lin Ruoyu nodded sincerely, completely different from her perfunctory response to Su Bin just now. It was as if she had seen a beautiful love coming towards her. Hey, of course, I'm coming to you, right? Xiao Yao said shamelessly, walked quickly to Lin Ruoyu's side, put his arm around her slender waist, and kissed her bright red lips. A feeling of electric shock spread through the two. Everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect Xiao Yao to be so bold as to kiss her without any warning. This is a kiss. But Lin Ruoyu did not reject him, nor did she struggle. Because at this time, Lin Ruoyu was also stunned, staring at Xiao Yao with wide, beautiful eyes, not knowing what to do. Xiao Yao was pleased with himself. He had not been able to kiss her on the train last time, so he was making up for it this time. Damn, Su Bin's face turned extremely ugly, his fists clenched, and he wanted to rush up and beat Xiao Yao up. He had never even held Lin Ruoyu's hand. This guy is good, he kissed her directly. This is going to make him angry to death. Damn it, I want to see who dares to take over my private room. A voice full of anger came from the door, which suddenly opened. A shirt-wearing, gold-chained, roughly 30-year-old man barged in, glanced at the people present, and snorted with disdain. It turns out to be a bunch of little brats. You guys really have a lot of guts, even daring to occupy my private room. Are you tired of living? Who are you? After all, the people present were only college students who had not seen much of the dark side of society, so when they saw such a fierce guy rush in, they were all a bit timid. Su Bin was also stunned, but when he saw the face of the burly man, he was suddenly overjoyed. He knew this person, named Wei Nan, and he was a big shot. And Su Bin's father's company just happens to have some cooperation with him. So Su Bin planned to go over and ask Wei Nan to leave, and in doing so, everyone present would probably admire him even more, and Lin Ruoyu would be no exception. Who do you think I am? Go out and ask around, brother Nan. Wei Nan sneered. Wang Yu and the others looked even more miserable. They could not afford to offend such a big shot. Brother Nan, we are all friends, don't be angry. Su Bin hurried over and said with a smile. Who are you? Wei Nan asked unceremoniously. Su Bin was embarrassed. After all, he was the son of the vice president of Yunhai Group. How could you not know me? My name is Su Bin. My father is the vice president of Yunhai Group, and I often do business with him. Although he was unhappy, Su Bin did not dare to show it, and said with a smile. Well, if you have something to say it. If you don't, get out of the way. Wei Nan nodded lightly, as if he wasn't concerned about Su Bin's identity. With Wei Nan's power, even the chairman of Yunhai Group would not dare to be presumptuous here. Wei Nan really didn't take the son of a vice president seriously. They are all my classmates. Please, brother Nan, be lenient and let. You think too highly of yourself, it's not your turn to talk back to me. Wei Nan lost his patience and pushed Su Bin away. Su Bin's small body could not withstand Wei Nan's strength, and he was pushed to the ground, falling on his back. Wow, this girl is really pretty. Wei Nan was about to lose his temper when he saw Lin Ruoyu next to Xiao Yao, and his eyes lit up. He had seen many beautiful women, but this was the first time he had seen such a pure girl. Wei Nan's eyes were filled with flames, and he smiled lewdly. Haha, little girl, don't be afraid, I'm very gentle. His appearance and tone of voice really made people feel sick. How about this, let this little girl accompany me to another private room to sing a few songs, and I won't pursue this matter today. What do you think? Wei Nan glanced at the few people present and asked. Everyone knows what he really means when he says he wants to sing. Feeling the chill in his eyes, Wang Yu and the others dared not look up, for fear of attracting the fire. Su Bin hesitated for a moment, stood up, walked over to Lin Ruoyu, and said, Ruoyu, for everyone's sake, you should go with brother Nan to sing a few songs. Lin Ruoyu was stunned, and anger appeared on her pretty face. She never thought that Su Bin would be so shameless as to ask her to accompany Wei Nan. Buddy, you seem to have made a mistake. Xiao Ruoyu is my girlfriend, and you don't seem to be qualified to say such things. Xiao Yao patted Lin Ruoyu's shoulder, signifying that she should not be angry, and then said to Su Bin. It's easy to say that when you're standing there. Do you have any ideas? Su Bin snorted. This guy may be good at drinking and singing, but he can't be good at fighting, right? Wei Nan is a famous warrior. He can defeat a dozen grown men single-handedly, and he is extremely domineering. Xiao Yao doesn't look as strong as Su Bin, and no one would think he was a match for Wei Nan. Kid, is this chick your girlfriend? Wei Nan looked at Xiao Yao and asked with a playful tone. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded truthfully. You don't have a problem with her singing a few songs with me, do you? Wei Nan smiled menacingly. If this were a normal person, I'm afraid they would be too scared to sing at this point. After all, the other party is a big shot. But to Xiao Yao, these people were like ants, to be crushed or stepped on at will. All the people present were watching Xiao Yao, wanting to know what his answer would be. Lin Ruoyu was no exception. She kept her beautiful eyes on Xiao Yao, but there was not the slightest trace of worry on her face. Because she knew that Xiao Yao would protect her. Just like on the train. Who do you think you are? Xiao Yao spoke up. As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. Damn it! Xiao Yao was never satisfied with just one shocking remark. Wan Yu and the others were shocked to the extreme. Faced with such a ruthless person as Wei Nan, they couldn't even hide, but Xiao Yao, on the other hand, actually said to him, Who do you think you are? Is this a direct declaration of war? This idiot is in big trouble. Su Bin cursed in his heart. It was finally starting to look like things were going to turn around, but Xiao Yao's outburst had ruined everything. Kid, you're really cocky. Wei Nan's face suddenly flushed with anger. I see that you really are a young bull that's not afraid of tigers. Who is the ox and who is the tiger? Have you figured it out? Xiao Yao asked in return. Fuck you, you're looking for death. Upon hearing this, Wei Nan was instantly enraged and wanted to slap Xiao Yao. This slap was fast, accurate and fierce. If it had hit Xiao Yao's face, he would have probably vomited blood. Pop. A crisp sound. Xiao Yao's lightning-fast hand grabbed Wei Nan's hand, and with the other hand he picked up a beer bottle on the table and smashed it directly on Wei Nan's head. The bottle shattered. Ah! Wei Nan screamed and reached out to touch his head, where hot blood was flowing. How dare you hit me? You're dead. Wei Nan also knew that Xiao Yao was not easy to deal with, so he angrily shouted, quickly ran to the side, took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Han Gu, I've been beaten up, come over and help me. Obviously, this guy is calling for help. Xiao Yao, you've really messed up this time. Su Bin was furious, but secretly pleased. Xiao Yao had beaten Wei Nan, and was sure to get into big trouble, which was exactly what he wanted. Xiao Yao glanced at him indifferently and said, You'll end up the same as him. Su Bin was furious, but he dared not speak again. He thought to himself, I'll see how arrogant you are later. Which son of a bitch dares to make trouble in my territory? At this moment, the door opened and a burly man in a suit walked in with a group of thugs. They were aggressive and it was clear that they were not there to make friends. Chapter 14, Taking on a New Brother. Han, you're here. When Wei Nan saw the man in the suit coming, he immediately showed a look of joy on his face, covering his head and quickly running over, saying, Han Gu, it's these brats who actually dared to run wild in your territory. They must be taught a lesson. After that, he cast a disdainful look at Xiao Yao. Aren't you very arrogant? Now that Han is here, see if you can still be so arrogant. Han Yong is the owner of this KTV and also owns several nightclubs. He is already worth over 100 million yuan. Most importantly, Han Yong's status is not bad, so even when Wei Nan sees him, he also appears respectful. Han Yong glanced at everyone present. When his eyes fell on Xiao Yao, he suddenly shuddered, as if he had seen something incredible. Han, what's wrong with you? Wei Nan noticed the change in Han Yong and asked in confusion. Han Yong didn't pay any attention to him at all and walked straight towards Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao thought he was going to attack him, so he clenched his fists and was ready to knock him out with a single punch if he came over. Brother! Han Yong said in a trembling voice. What? A savior? Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Han Yong in shock. What's going on? Han Yong is a tyrant in this area. Not many people don't know him, and they all treat him with respect. But Han Yong actually called Xiao Yao a young benefactor, which was really puzzling. Are you calling me? Xiao Yao pointed at himself, also a little confused. Yes, you forgot. 3 years ago, in Europe, in Country F, you saved my life. Han Yong said excitedly. I'll think about it. Xiao Yao thought back carefully, and it seemed that there was indeed such a thing. 3 years ago, he followed the master chef to Europe on a mission. At that time, he happened to encounter a riot in that country. A group of terrorists took many hostages, most of whom were Chinese tourists in F. Xiao Yao rescued the hostages during the mission, but he didn't look closely at them, so he didn't know that Han Yong was one of them. Benefactor, after all these years, I have finally found you. If it weren't for you, where would I be today? Han Yong was in tears, and he was extremely grateful to Xiao Yao. If Xiao Yao hadn't saved him, he would have been a pile of bones by now. Oh, I just happened to save him too. Xiao Yao scratched his head and smiled. Han Yong's face was speechless, and he pulled at the corners of his mouth, thinking that a benefactor is a benefactor. At that time, he had single-handedly taken down dozens of terrorists with guns in a few moves, and that was just a coincidence. If he got serious, I don't know what would happen. Han, do you know this kid? Wei Nan was watching in disbelief and couldn't help but ask. Shut up. Show some respect for my benefactor. Han Yong immediately shouted at him, then looked at Xiao Yao with a smile on his face. Benefactor, my name is Han Yong. I don't know what your name is. Xiao Yao. Well, then I will call you Xiao Gu in the future. Please don't mind me, Xiao Gu. Han Yong said with a serious face. This scared the little brothers he brought with him. Han Yong was like a god in their eyes, and he actually recognized a teenager under 20 as his big brother in front of so many people. What is going on? Brother Xiao, what's going on? Han Yong asked. Oh, nothing, my girlfriend and I were here singing, and this guy suddenly came out and wanted my girlfriend to keep him company, so I beat him up. Xiao Yao said casually. What? Han Yong was furious, glared at Wei Nan, and without saying a word, slapped him in the face. Wei Nan was sent flying, knocking out several of his front teeth. Wei Nan was stunned, and his heart was crying without tears. Didn't he call Han Gu? How could Han Gu beat him instead? Why don't you come over and apologize to Xiao Gu? Han Yong shouted angrily. Wei Nan was stunned, but at this time, where would he dare to argue back? He quickly ran over, crawling and rolling. Xiao, I was wrong. I offended you with my blind eyes. I hope you will forgive me and let me go. Xiao Yao looked at him for a moment, said nothing, and waved his hand. Anyone who understood this knew that Xiao Yao had never taken Wei Nan seriously. Wei Nan was greatly relieved. Brother Xiao, if you have any other requests, I will definitely do them. Han Yong said with a serious face. He had finally found a chance to repay Xiao Yao, so of course he didn't want to let him go so easily. It's fine. Just give him a lesson. Xiao Yao waved his hand casually. Okay, we've had enough fun for today. We're leaving. Brother Xiao, wait. Han Yong quickly stopped Xiao Yao, took out a golden card from his pocket, and handed it to Xiao Yao with both hands. Xiao Yao, this is a membership card for several karaoke bars and nightclubs under my banner. With this card, all consumption is free. Xiao Yao, come to my place more often in the future. Oh, then I'll take it. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up at the mention of free drinks. This kind of deal is too good to pass up. After receiving the membership card, Xiao Yao took Lin Ruoyu's small, delicate hand and left. Han, how do we deal with this guy? After Xiao Yao and the others left, a group of younger men hurried over and asked. Han Yang glanced at Wei Nan, who was lying on the ground, and a trace of malice flashed in his eyes. He dared to offend even my brother Xiao, so beat him up and throw him out. Yes. A group of younger men nodded. Han Yang stopped talking and looked at the figure of Xiao Yao and the others as they walked away. His thoughts seemed to go back 3 years. Xiao Yao, alone, with a Mitsubishi military knife, managed to kill more than 10 armed terrorists in just 1 minute and rescue a group of hostages. Han Yang was also there at the time, and it was the first time he had seen such a fierce Chinese person. After that life-and-death experience, he had been looking for Xiao Yao, but unfortunately, 3 years had passed and he had not found a trace of him. He never thought that Xiao Yao would show up on his own initiative. I'll follow Xiao Gu and I'm sure I'll make a name for myself in Zhonghai. Han Yong laughed. Xiao Yao, Lin Ruoyu, Su Bin and the others left the karaoke bar and went to the parking lot. Su Bin and the others looked at Xiao Yao's face and all of them looked very ugly. They all looked down on Xiao Yao before and thought that he was just a bumpkin from the mountains who was not worthy of Lin Ruoyu. But the development of events later exceeded everyone's expectations. No one expected that Xiao Yao actually knew Han Yong, and it seemed that Han Yong had great respect for Xiao Yao. I don't believe it. I'm not even a little bit comparable to him. Su Bin cursed in his heart, and suddenly thought of something. A smile flashed across his face, and he quickly rushed up to stop Xiao Yao and Lin Ruoyu. He said to Lin Ruoyu, "Ruoyu, it's so late, and I don't think you can get a taxi now. I'll take you home." "No need, Xiao Yao drove here, he can just take me back." Lin Ruoyu shook his head. Xiao Yao didn't say anything. He immediately saw Su Bin's ulterior motive. He was trying to make himself look bad. But it doesn't matter, Xiao Yao doesn't care about these things, so let him perform his clumsy show again. He drove here? Su Bin was stunned, wondering what kind of car this little peasant could drive. He glanced around and saw a bicycle parked not far away. He smiled and said, "Is that the car?" Ha ha. The others also looked over, and when they saw that Su Bin was talking about a bicycle, they couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ruoyu also realized that Su Bin was targeting Xiao Yao, and her pretty face turned slightly cold. She was about to burst out, but then she saw Xiao Yao take out a car key and press it lightly, and the lights on the Maybach in the distance lit up. Su Bin and the others were stunned, and their eyes widened in surprise. Damn it! This guy is driving a Maybach. How is this possible? No matter who looked at Xiao Yao, they probably couldn't connect his appearance with driving a Maybach. Xiao Yao just likes the feeling that people can't be judged by appearances. See you next time, everyone. I'm going to spend some time with Ruoyu. Bye. Xiao Yao waved to Su Bin and the others, took Lin Ruoyu's hand, and got into the car. Shit. How could this happen? Su Bin felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. He is the son of the vice president of a listed company, but he has been defeated by a small farmer again and again in one day. This is going to kill him. Xiao Yao, what did you just say? Sitting in the car, Lin Ruoyu's pretty face turned slightly red. What did I say? Xiao Yao asked in return. You said you wanted to go back to our world together. You're shameless. Who wants to be in your world together? Lin Ruoyu snorted. You don't want to? It seems that I was being too sentimental. Xiao Yao pretended to be disappointed, shook his head, and said, Forget it, it seems that I was just being sentimental. That's right, you're a university beauty queen, and there are so many guys chasing after you that you can't even count them. How could you possibly like me? Okay, stop talking. Lin Ruoyu quickly reached out her hand and covered Xiao Yao's mouth, lowering her head and saying, I'm not saying that. It's just that my parents are home. Shit. Xiao Yao suddenly realized that Lin Ruoyu was not against his proposal, but that there was someone at home. But this made Xiao Yao very satisfied. He had only casually mentioned it, and he didn't expect Lin Ruoyu to be so easily swayed. The future looks very promising. It's okay, there's still a long way to go, and there's nothing wrong with us having a world of two in the future. Xiao Yao laughed. Lin Ruoyu let out a sigh of relief. She was worried that Xiao Yao would be upset. But Xiao Yao, how did you meet Han Yong just now? Lin Ruoyu asked in confusion. Didn't Xiao Yao just come out of the mountains yesterday? How could he have met someone like Han Yong? Oh, I saved him once abroad. Xiao Yao replied indifferently, as if such a thing was insignificant to him. You've been abroad? Lin Ruoyu was even more surprised. She had never been abroad in her entire life. Of course, I'm a genuine returnee, right? Xiao Yao said seriously, I've probably been to more countries than most people. After all, I spent 3 whole years traveling with the master chef, and I can say that I've seen almost the whole world. Cut, shameless. Lin Ruoyu snorted and stopped talking, as if she was feeling a little tired. She leaned back in her seat, closed her eyes, and slowly fell asleep. Lin Ruoyu is usually a very vigilant person. If she were in someone else's car, she would never sleep so easily. But for some reason, she was not the least bit wary of Xiao Yao. With him by her side, she felt extremely secure. Xiaoyao glanced at Lin Ruoyu's side face, which was as flawless as a piece of jade, so beautiful that it was breathtaking, making people want to kiss it. Of course, Xiaoyao was driving at the time and could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Chapter 15, New Home. Driving Lin Ruoyu to the front door, Xiaoyao looked over and saw that Lin Ruoyu was still sleeping, and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Hey, here's my chance. Xiaoyao chuckled, leaned in close to Lin Ruoyu, and was about to kiss her beautiful side face, but at that moment, the latter pouted, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and said, "Are we there yet?" As soon as the words fell, Lin Ruoyu opened her eyes and saw Xiaoyao approaching her. She was so scared that she almost screamed, "What are you doing?" "Ah, I didn't do anything. I just wanted to wake you up." Xiaoyao quickly covered up. "You think I'm stupid? You obviously want to." "What? I don't want to talk to you, you scoundrel." Lin Ruoyu snorted, opened the car door and got out. After walking a few steps, she turned around and looked at Xiaoyao, beckoning him to come over. Oh. Xiaoyao quickly got out of the car and came to Lin Ruoyu. "What's wrong?" Lin Ruoyu didn't say anything, bit her lower lip, seemed to have made up her mind, suddenly stood on tiptoe, and her red lips were pressed against Xiaoyao's lips, then she ran away quickly. "It really smells good." Xiaoyao licked his lips, smiled, and then turned around and drove away. Su Qingrou's villa is in the Shiyuan Peninsula Villa District, which is a famous wealthy district in Shanghai City. It can be said that every inch of land is worth a fortune. It is impossible to buy a villa in Shiyuan Peninsula without tens of millions of assets. Xiaoyao drove around several times with the navigation system, and finally arrived outside the Shiyuan Peninsula Villa District. He was about to enter, but was stopped by the security guard. "Stop the car." A security guard looked at Xiaoyao warily. "No outsiders are allowed in the community." "How do you know I'm an outsider?" Xiaoyao asked in return. "I can tell you're not from here just by looking at your car," the security guard said with a sneer. "Look at my car?" Xiaoyao was stunned and looked at the parking lot in the community. It was full of top luxury cars that cost tens of millions of dollars. His Maybach really looked a bit shabby in comparison. With no choice, Xiaoyao had to take out his cell phone and call Su Qingru. "Qingru, your villa area is too strictly managed. The security guard wouldn't let me in. You handle it yourself." Su Qingrou's cold voice came, and then she hung up. "Damn it, this chick is doing this on purpose." Xiaoyao was stunned. This is the rhythm of keeping him out. "You little bitch, wait until I get in there and see how I'll fix you," Xiaoyao said with a vicious grin. Su Qingru was sitting on the sofa in the villa, thinking to herself with a smug smile on her face, who let this guy come back in the middle of the night? He deserves to stay out all night, so that he will remember this for a long time. "Did you just say Suzong?" The security guard heard the words Qingru and his heart trembled. "Yes, Su Qingru, my wife." Xiaoyao nodded. "No way." The security guard looked at Xiaoyao with some suspicion. This guy looks like a complete loser except for the car he drives. How could he be the husband of the boss? What's more, he has been working here as a security guard for so many years, and he has never heard of when Mr. Su got married. This guy must be lying. If you really are Mr. Su's husband, why would she let you stay outside? The security guard said doubtfully. This is the fun between husband and wife, and a single dog like you definitely doesn't understand. Xiaoyao said angrily, waved his hand, and quickly let me in. No, I can't let you in without proof that you live in the community, the security guard said with righteous indignation. Damn, what a beautiful woman. Is she a big star? Xiaoyao suddenly looked behind the security guard and showed a surprised expression. The security guard was stunned, somewhat doubting Xiaoyao's words, but seeing his expression, it didn't seem fake, so he looked back. He didn't see a single ghost. Bye. Xiaoyao's voice came, and the security guard said, no good, and quickly turned around to see Xiaoyao already driving into the community, not forgetting to wave to him. After parking the car in the community's designated parking lot, Xiaoyao walked over to the villa where Su Qingru lived, took out the key and opened the door. When he saw Su Qingru sitting on the sofa watching TV with a satisfied look on her face, he was furious. Well, this little girl locked him out and wouldn't let him in, but she was comfortably watching TV at home. She didn't take her future husband seriously. Qingru, what do you mean? Xiao Yao immediately rushed over and asked angrily. Su Qingru looked at him in surprise. How did you get in? Is this important? It's you who locked my fiancé out. If I wasn't smart, I would have been out in the cold. Xiao Yao said angrily. Serves you right. Su Qingru snorted, her voice cold. Add another clause to the contract. If you dare to come back in the middle of the night again, don't come back. You. This is Xiao Xiao, right? I've been waiting for you. Before Xiao Yao could finish his sentence, he saw a woman in her 50s, dressed in simple clothes, with a pleasant face, walking over and looking at Xiao Yao with a smile. Auntie, who are you? Xiao Yao asked. I am the nanny of the young lady's family. You can just call me Auntie. Young. Auntie Yang's face was constantly smiling, and she looked very happy. I have watched Miss grow up since she was little. She has always lived alone, which is very lonely. Now she has finally brought back a fiancé. I am really happy for Miss. Auntie Yang, what are you talking about? He is not my fiancé. Su Qingru blushed slightly and said with some embarrassment. Qingrou's wife is right. We will get married soon, and then we will be a family. Xiao Yao obviously misunderstood what Su Qingru meant, and smiled excitedly. Su Qingru glared at Xiao Yao angrily, lifted her delicate and fair little foot and kicked Xiao Yao. If you dare to say anything else, I'll glue your mouth shut. My dear wife, I can't wait to get your kiss. Xiao Yao said shamelessly. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Su Qingru knew she couldn't win an argument with Xiao Yao, because the guy had a really thick skin, so she simply didn't want to stay here anymore and stormed back to her room. Seeing this, Auntie Yang smiled. Xiao Xiao, ever since you came, the young lady has become much more lively. This family is finally starting to look like a family. Auntie Yang, what is Qingru like at home? Xiao Yao asked curiously. At this point, Auntie Yang sighed with a slightly bitter look on her face and said, although Miss seems to have a bad temper and is cold to others, she is very kind at heart. I have watched this child grow up since she was little and know that she has suffered a lot. When Miss was very young, Madam passed away due to illness. It was Master who raised Miss all by himself. Master was busy with his business and neglected Miss, which is why Miss has such a cold personality now. After hearing what Aunt Yang said, Xiao Yao was also moved. Although he had no parents since childhood, at least his two masters treated him like a son, but Qingru had no mother and her father rarely took care of her. This is really a girl who makes one feel sad. But now it's fine, Xiao Xiao, you're here, and the young lady should change. Auntie Yang smiled. She had lived most of her life and was very good at judging people. She knew that although Xiao Yao looked ordinary on the surface, he was much more ordinary than the rich young men who usually pursued Su Qingru. But she knew that the kind of man that Su Qingru would be interested in would never be so simple. Don't worry, Auntie Yang. With me here, Qingrou's wife will definitely be very happy. Xiao Yao promised solemnly. I'm relieved to hear that. Auntie Yang nodded repeatedly, her heart full of gratitude. For so many years, she has been taking care of Su Qingru, and has long regarded Su Qingru as her own daughter. Now that Su Qingru has found someone she loves, she is of course very happy. Oh, right, Auntie Yang, where am I going to live? Xiao Yao is very self-aware and knows that he can't just move in and sleep with Su Qingru. If he did, he would probably be kicked out the next day. I've already cleaned up your room this afternoon. I'll take you there. Auntie Yang smiled and nodded, and led Xiao Yao to a room across from Su Qingru. The room was large and cleanly decorated, which was perfect for Xiao Yao. Xiao Xiao, if you need anything, just call me. I'll be going out first. After saying that, Auntie Yang left the room. Xiao Yao lay on the bed, looking out the window, muttering to himself, wondering when he would be able to share a bed with Qingrou's wife. If Su Qingru heard this, she would definitely be furious. It's already good enough that you're living here, but you want to sleep with her? Dream on. Xiao Yao slept until dawn. To be honest, in the past few years, he has been following the master chef on missions in various places, and he really hasn't slept well a few times. It is even rarer to be able to sleep until the morning like this. Bang bang. The sound of knocking came from outside. Come in. Xiao Yao said sleepily. Su Qingru walked into the room and saw Xiao Yao still lying in bed, snoring loudly. She couldn't help but look slightly angry, with her hands on her hips. Are you a pig? How can you sleep so much? Qingru, you're here? Hearing the beautiful voice of Su Qingru, Xiaoyao woke up a little and smiled. Qingru, why don't we sleep together? Sleep your sister. Su Qingru grabbed the pillow next to her and threw it in Xiaoyao's face. Hurry up and come out to eat. If you can't finish it in 3 minutes, don't eat it. After that, Su Qingru turned around and left the room in a hurry. Hey, Qingru's wife is really used to being a CEO. Xiaoyao sighed helplessly, thinking that it must be miserable for the employees of the Jinqiu group to have such a CEO. Although he was very helpless, he still had to listen to his wife. Xiaoyao quickly got up, put on his clothes, and ran out. Chapter 16, Big Cousin. Breakfast was simple, a glass of milk and 2 pieces of toast. For someone like Xiaoyao who never eats breakfast, it was quite a hearty meal. It's delicious. Xiaoyao came to the table, picked up a piece of toast and said, Auntie Yang, your cooking is really good. Xiao, as long as you like it, I was worried that you would not like my cooking. Auntie Yang was also very happy to receive Xiaoyao's sincere praise. How could that be? You make it so delicious. Xiaoyao looked at Su Qingru and said with a serious tone, Qingru, you should learn from Auntie Yang. As a woman, cooking is something you should be your responsibility. Does eating not fill your mouth? Before Xiaoyao could finish his sentence, Su Qingru glared at him viciously. Why does this guy talk so much nonsense? Besides, she wasn't unwilling to learn. Su Qingru had tried to learn how to cook before, but due to the miserable situation and her busy work schedule, she gave up after a short while. When Xiaoyao suddenly brought this up, Su Qingru was of course very unhappy. She wanted to stuff all the toast in Xiaoyao's mouth and see if he could still talk. Xiaoyao saw Su Qingru getting angry and knew that he had said something wrong, so he stopped talking and started eating his bread. Oh, what are you doing so early in the morning? Fighting will only hurt the relationship. Auntie Yang saw that the atmosphere was suddenly a bit strange and quickly tried to calm things down. I don't have time to argue with him. Su Qingru snorted, finished the milk in her cup, and said, I'm done. After that, Su Qingru went back to her room to change into her pajamas and put on her uniform for work. Auntie Yang, I'm leaving. Su Qingru said to Auntie Yang, and looked at Xiaoyao, you, come with me to the company. What am I going to the company for? Xiaoyao looked confused. He still wanted to go back and take a nap. Why bother? Just come with me. Su Qingru said lightly, and walked out first. Although Xiaoyao had many doubts, he had to follow his wife's orders and quickly followed her out. You drive. Su Qingru walked straight up to the Maybach that she had given Xiaoyao yesterday, gave him an order, and then sat in the back seat. This girl really doesn't take me, her fiancé, seriously anymore. Xiaoyao felt even more helpless. He felt like he was not a fiancé at all, but a hired driver. And I don't even get paid. Hurry up. Su Qingru saw Xiaoyao standing outside in a daze and urged him. Yes, I will follow the orders of the president. Xiaoyao quickly nodded, opened the car door and got in, then drove off. While Xiaoyao was concentrating on driving, he didn't see Su Qingru sitting in the back seat. A smile appeared on her lips, like a fleeting moment of beauty, but it was stunning. When they arrived at the company, Xiaoyao followed Su Qingru into the Jinqiu building. Good day, President. Many employees in the lobby hurriedly greeted Su Qingru. Su Qingru nodded lightly and didn't say anything, walking straight into the lobby. Good morning, everyone. Xiaoyao, however, greeted everyone one by one, with a smile on his face. When they saw this, many of the employees in the building were stunned. They only then realized that there was a man behind the president, a stranger who was dressed in ordinary clothes and obviously not an employee of the Splendid Group. Who is this person? I don't know, but it seems like he has a close relationship with the president. Could it be that the president has? What are you thinking? With the president's discerning eye, how could he possibly be interested in that guy? I guess he's just a relative from the countryside. A wave of rumors spread throughout the company. The 2 security guards at the door heard the conversation and looked at them with disdain, thinking that these people really had no eyes. Xiao Guo is a relative from the countryside? He's the CEO's fiancé, isn't he? In less than 2 days, Xiao Guo has already become so close to the CEO. It's really progressing at a rapid pace. One security guard said with emotion. The other guard nodded repeatedly and said with a laugh, "As long as we stick with Xiao Gu, our future will be limitless, haha." When he arrived at the CEO's office, Xiaoyao sat down on the sofa without any courtesy, crossed his legs, and asked, "Qingru, my dear wife, why did you ask me to come to the company?" Su Qingru looked at Xiaoyao, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. If someone had dared to be so presumptuous in her office, she would have had them thrown out without a second thought. But she knew that it was useless to chase someone like Xiaoyao out, because he would just come back in. "What are your plans for the future?" Su Qingru asked. "What are your plans for the future?" As soon as she mentioned this, Xiaoyao became interested. After drinking a cup of tea, he started talking enthusiastically. "I have many plans for the future. In the future, I plan to make billions of dollars, then spend time with Qingru to strengthen our relationship, and when I go back next time, I hope to have 2 grandmasters and a big fat grandson." Su Qingru's face was full of black lines. She was asking Xiaoyao about his future plans, not about what he dreamed about last night. And make a few tens of billions? This guy really thinks money just falls from the sky. The most hateful thing is that this guy actually wants to have children with her. Go ahead and dream. Do you have a job now? Su Qingru was too lazy to get into a long discussion with him on that topic, so she asked directly. No. Xiaoyao shook his head honestly and smiled, "But I have you, my wife, you are so rich, why do I need to work?" Su Qingru was even more angry when she heard this. This guy is here to eat and drink for free. No, even if I have money and you are my fiancé, I will never support someone who only knows how to eat and drink for free. You must find a job. Su Qingru shook her head and said in a cold voice. Then what kind of job should I look for? Xiaoyao didn't refuse either. He also felt that it was quite boring to be idle all day. If he could find a good job with beautiful female employees around him, that would be even better. How about this? You can start working in the marketing department of Jinsho Group. I don't expect you to make any great achievements, as long as you don't cause me any trouble. Su Qingru thought about it and said, Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Xiaoyao nodded with joy, and suddenly thought that the Jinsho Group was full of beautiful female employees. This is exactly what he wants. In the future, don't call me wife in the company. Su Qingru said coldly. Then what should I call you? Qingru? Xioro? Or Qingru baby? Xiaoyao asked. Call me President Su. Su Qingru has always been a person who acts decisively and resolutely. Once she had decided on this matter, she immediately made a phone call. Zhou Yan, come to my office. What, Zhou Yan? Hearing this familiar name, Xiaoyao couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that it was such a coincidence? But it just so happened that things really did turn out that way. Soon after, the office door was pushed open and a tall, beautiful woman walked in, wearing an OL uniform that outlined her seductive curves. It was Zhou Yan, whom Xiaoyao had saved before. What is it, Ms. Su? Zhou Yan had not noticed that Xiaoyao was sitting on the sofa and asked. Is there any vacancy in the marketing department? Su Qingru asked. There is one more. Zhou Yan nodded, slightly puzzled in her heart. How could someone like Su Qingru care about these things? Then help me arrange someone to work there. Su Qingru looked at Xiaoyao. She is Zhou Yan, the manager of the marketing department. You will follow her from now on. Understand? Zhou Yan was stunned and looked over. When she saw Xiaoyao on the sofa, she couldn't help but let out a cry. Is it you? It's me. Have you missed me? Xiaoyao waved his hand and smiled. Do you know each other? Su Qingru looked at the two of them with some confusion. It didn't look like they didn't know each other. Oh, we met briefly before. Zhou Yan quickly said, after all, she couldn't say that she and this guy had slept together in a hotel. Yes, this sister is so beautiful, I remember. Xiaoyao also said. Su Qingru glared at Xiaoyao fiercely. This guy is too unreliable. He is at least her fiancé, and she is still here. This guy is praising other women for their beauty in front of her. She knew that men were all bad. Mr. Su, who is he? Zhou Yan asked in confusion. Mr. Su always keeps irrelevant people out of her office, but how did this guy get in? He is my cousin. Su Qingru said casually. Damn, my fiancé has become a cousin in seconds. Xiao Yao was speechless and cursed in his heart. This change is too fast. Cousin? Zhou Yan looked at Xiao Yao with a puzzled look. How could this guy, who looked like he was 18 or 19, be General Manager Su's cousin? Okay, Xiao Yao, you come with me. Zhou Yan also knew that this was Su's family business and that it was not appropriate to ask too many questions. She smiled and left the office with Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, tell me honestly, who exactly are you to Mr. Su? Walking out of the office, Zhou Yan stopped and asked. Your boss's cousin. Xiao Yao replied with a smile. Come on, you told me at the hotel that you were Mr. Su's fiancé. Zhou Yan said with a look of disbelief. Well, Sister Zhou Yan, to tell you the truth, I am Mr. Su's husband. Xiao Yao knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he had to answer honestly. I don't believe you anymore. Zhou Yan snorted, husband of General Manager Su? This guy can really brag. I'm stunned. Nowadays, it's not good to tell lies, but no one believes the truth either. Xiao Yao patted his forehead in distress and waved helplessly. Forget it, Zhou Yan, you'd better take me to the marketing department quickly. I'm ready to contribute to the Jinsho group. You're not adding any bricks or mortar, I'm just thankful that you're not ruining my marketing department. Zhou Yan smiled and said, stepping in her silver high heels and turning to leave. Am I that kind of person? Xiao Yao helplessly sniffed and quickly followed. Chapter 17, I want to report. The marketing department, as one of the most important departments in a company, naturally has no shortage of beautiful women. Plus, the marketing department often needs to send people to the table to talk business, so there can't be a shortage of beautiful female employees. The most important thing is that this is the marketing department of the Jinsho Group. Jinsho Group is already the place where the most beautiful female employees in the entire Shanghai city gather, and the marketing department of Jinsho Group is simply a paradise for men. So when Xiao Yao came to the marketing department and saw these long-legged girls walking around, he was so happy that he almost shouted out. Wow, my wife is so nice to me, she even arranged for me to work in the marketing department. My life is going to be great. Xiao Yao was full of gratitude for Su Qingru. Zhou Yan saw Xiao Yao's rogue expression and snorted in annoyance, thinking to herself that this guy really didn't have good intentions in coming to the marketing department. Everyone, put down your work for a moment, I'd like to introduce a new colleague to you. Although she was unhappy, Zhou Yan couldn't show it at this time, so she patted her hands and said. The atmosphere in the marketing department suddenly quieted down. Many of the beautiful women stopped what they were doing and looked over to Zhou Yan. When they saw Xiao Yao next to Zhou Yan, they were all slightly surprised and then started talking about it. Wow, it's been a long time since a man came to our marketing department. This is the first time ever. Isn't that right? He's still a young guy. He's not very handsome, but he's quite handsome. He's my type. This little fresh meat is mine, and you're not allowed to take it. Hearing the comments of these beautiful girls, Xiao Yao smiled, thinking that it seems that he is also a hot commodity here. Among all these people, the only one who was not happy was Wang Han. Wang Han was the only male employee in the entire marketing department. He had a great time back then, but now there is suddenly another man here. Isn't this a competition for resources? I must teach this guy a lesson. Wang Han thought to himself, he must find a way to make this guy back down. Introduce yourself. Zhou Yan said to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao nodded and looked at the many beautiful women present, completely ignoring the existence of Wang Han. Hello, beautiful sisters, my name is Xiao Yao. I will be an employee of the marketing department in the future. Don't worry, I can't do anything else but make girls happy. If you have anything unhappy, come and talk to me. After hearing Xiao Yao's introduction, Zhou Yan's head was filled with black lines, and she suddenly regretted agreeing to let Xiao Yao work in the marketing department. Does this guy look like he's interested in working? This is clearly a good way to pick up girls under the guise of work, isn't it? And even if he is flirting, he shouldn't be so obvious about it, and actually say it out loud. Puff, Xiao Yao, you are too cute. Sure enough, the beautiful women present were very taken with this, all laughing and smiling. Xiao Yao, that's your seat. Go to work. Zhou Yan really didn't want to be in the same place as this guy, so after saying that, she quickly returned to her office. She needed to be alone. Xiao Yao came to his seat and sat down. He saw Wang Han in the seat next to him and noticed that there was a man there. He laughed and said, "Hey, buddy, what's your name? What do you care?" Wang Han was in a bad mood at the time and impatiently replied. Xiao Yao was stunned and smiled helplessly. He also knew why the other person was so angry. After all, the marketing department was full of beautiful women, and he was the only man there before. In this situation, even Xiao Yao is not happy. Xiao Yao is not the kind of person who would stick his hot face to a cold ass. Since the other party was not happy with him, he had no need to say much to Wang Han. He turned to look at a woman in a light blue suit who looked quite pretty. Xiao Yao smiled and asked, "Sister Lu Yan, what kind of work does our marketing department need to do?" "Hey, how do you know my name is Lu Yan?" the woman asked in surprise. "Well, it's written on your chest." Xiao Yao pointed to Lu Yan's plump chest. Lu Yan looked down and immediately understood that it was her name tag on her chest that had written her name. "Xiao Yao, you are so annoying." Lu Yan looked at Xiao Yao shyly and explained, "Our marketing department needs to do work such as formulating sales plans, investigating consumer psychology, and improving marketing information. However, you are new and you are not very good at these things. But it's okay, you just have to learn slowly." Xiao Yao nodded and said, "Well, I don't have anything to do now, so I'll just play games." Saying this, Xiao Yao opened a web page and downloaded a game called League of Legends, which was very popular recently. I have to say, big companies are different. The internet speed is also super fast. It took less than half an hour to download the game. Xiao Yao quickly registered an account and started playing with relish. Lu Yan glanced at Xiao Yao's computer and was slightly surprised. "You also like to play this game? Sister Lu Yan, do you play it too?" Xiao Yao asked. "My boyfriend loves to play it. He said it's some kind of diamond. I really don't know what's so fun about these games." Lu Yan shook her head and pouted. "Ah, Lu Yan, you have a boyfriend." Xiao Yao was suddenly discouraged. The first beautiful woman he met in the marketing department already had a boyfriend. "Puff, what, Xiao Yao, do you still want to chase after your sister?" Lu Yan laughed and asked with a flirtatious glance. "Hey, I did have that thought, but since you have a boyfriend, I'll let it go. After all, I'm a good young man in society, and I don't do things like that." Xiao Yao shook his head. Xiao Yao spent the afternoon playing games and chatting with Lu Yan. They laughed and talked, and it was a pleasant time. I really don't know where Manager Joe found this guy. Other than being a smooth talker, he's useless. Wang Han saw Xiao Yao and Lu Yan chatting so happily, and his heart was filled with jealousy. He patted the table and said coldly, "Xiao Yao, you are new here, so you should have the awareness of a newcomer. During working hours, you should talk less and work more. Do you understand?" "Oh, okay." Xiao Yao waved to Lu Yan and said apologetically, "Lu Yan, it seems that we can't chat anymore. Let's just work hard." Lu Yan nodded slightly, looked at Wang Han with her beautiful eyes, and pouted, as if she was disgusted with this guy's small-mindedness. Wang Han saw this look in Lu Yan's eyes, and he was even more angry, but he was too embarrassed to get angry with a woman, so he had to vent his anger on Xiao Yao. "Xiao Yao, go get me a glass of water." "Okay." Xiao Yao nodded and got up to walk out. "Xiao Yao, you don't have to listen to him so much. He can't do anything to you." Lu Yan shook her head at Xiao Yao. She and Xiao Yao get along very well, but she can't stand Wang Han targeting Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao shook his head with a smile. "Sister Lu Yan, it's fine. We're all colleagues. It's just a small favor." After that, Xiao Yao went outside the office and brought back a glass of water, which he handed to Wang Han. "Brother Wang, here's your water." Wang Han took the glass of water and nodded, secretly pleased with himself. "So what if you can talk? You still have to lower your attitude to me." "Ah, it's hot." Wang Han screamed in pain as soon as he took a sip of water, and the water in the cup spilled directly onto his clothes, making him look even more disheveled. "Did you pour me hot water?" Wang Han pointed angrily at Xiao Yao. "Brother Wang, you didn't say to pour cold water." Xiao Yao looked innocent. Puff. Lu Yan and several female employees couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. No wonder Xiao Yao was so willing to pour water for Wang Han. It turned out that he was deliberately playing with him. This guy, he really has a deep mind. "You did it on purpose, didn't you? You're a newcomer, but you're so arrogant. Do you still want to work in the marketing department? Wang Han was furious. He had worked at Jinsho Group for 2 years, and today he was actually tricked by a rookie who had just arrived. If he didn't teach Xiao Yao a lesson, how could he continue to work in the marketing department? You seem to have made a mistake. You are just an ordinary employee in the marketing department and you are not qualified to fire me. Xiao Yao kindly reminded him. You. Wang Han was stunned, unable to speak as if he had been choked by a bun. Because Xiao Yao was right, he was just an ordinary employee and had no right to fire Xiao Yao. Even if I am just an ordinary employee, I have worked at Jinsho Group for so long. I have done my fair share of work, and I don't believe I can't get you fired. After saying this, Wang Han planned to go to Zhou Yan's office and ask him to fire Xiao Yao, or at least ask him to leave the marketing department. Zhou Yan, you're here. Xiao Yao suddenly shouted. Wang Han was stunned. Seeing Zhou Yan come out of the office, he hurried over and said, Manager, I want to report Xiao Yao. What are you reporting him for? Zhou Yan asked calmly. During work hours, he not only didn't work hard, but also played games and chatted with his employees, which violated the company's rules. I suggest that he be fired immediately. Wang Han looked at Xiao Yao with a smug look and thought to himself, You little brat, you're too young to fight me. Lu Yan and the other female employees looked at Xiao Yao nervously. They had finally got a cute new guy in the marketing department, and they didn't want him to get fired so quickly. But they are only ordinary employees after all, and everything depends on Zhou Yan. Okay, I know. You can go back to work now. Zhou Yan said in a calm voice, as if she didn't take Wang Han's suggestion seriously. Wang Han was still not giving up. Manager, I suggest that Xiao Yao be fired immediately. He is the person the president arranged to come here. Zhou Yan was really impatient and said coldly. As soon as she said that, the marketing department exploded, and everyone looked at Xiao Yao in amazement. Wang Han was also stunned for a moment. He never imagined that Xiao Yao was actually assigned to the marketing department by the president. How is this possible? How could a person like the president, who is usually so busy, arrange someone's work personally? Unless Xiao Yao has a very strong background. Thinking about this, Wang Han couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, and he had an urge to slap himself in the face. Chapter 18, The Li Family of Zhonghai. No, it can't be. Wang Han was a little skeptical. He looked at Xiao Yao and thought that this guy didn't look like he had any connection with the president. Do you want to ask the president yourself? Zhou Yan said in a cold tone. No, that's not necessary. Wang Han's face changed suddenly, and he waved his hand repeatedly. For an employee of his level, asking the president about such things is tantamount to resigning. He didn't want to leave Jinsho Group like that. Then you just work hard and don't worry about anything else. Zhou Yan said, and waved to Xiao Yao. Zhou Yan, is there anything the matter? Xiao Yao walked over and asked. Do you have time? Hey, I have plenty of time. Xiao Yao nodded like a fool. Zhou Yan glanced at the guy helplessly and said, Come with me to have dinner. After that, Zhou Yan walked out with her high heels. Dear beautiful ladies, we'll talk again next time. Xiao Yao greeted the many beautiful female employees here and quickly followed them. Lu Yan and the others were all shocked. In their impression, manager Zhou Yan was always very cold and rarely communicated with them except for work-related matters. And Xiao Yao had only been at the company for less than a day, and manager Zhou Yan had actually taken the initiative to invite him out to dinner. This was too unreasonable. Damn it! What is this guy's background? Wang Han became more and more angry. Why should every woman be on Xiao Yao's side? This is not fair. After leaving the Jinsho building, Xiao Yao quickly followed Zhou Yan and smiled, Take my car. You have a car? Zhou Yan looked at Xiao Yao in surprise. This guy saved her 2 days ago, and she even let him treat her to a meal. He doesn't look like someone who has a car. Could it be a bicycle? Of course I have a car. I'll drive it over right now. After saying that, Xiao Yao quickly ran to the parking lot and drove out his Maybach. Zhou Yan was really surprised to see that the car Xiao Yao was talking about was a Maybach. As the department manager of the Jinsho Group, her annual salary was only a few 100,000 yuan, and she could not afford to buy a car worth millions of yuan. But Xiao Yao had only just started working at the Splendid Group, so how could he afford to drive such a car? Could it be that this guy is the son of a rich family who has nothing better to do than to come out and play? Zhou Yan thought to herself. Zhou Yan, get in the car. Xiaoyao shouted at Zhou Yan, who was a little dazed. Oh. Zhou Yan finally reacted and got into the passenger seat. As the car started to move, Zhou Yan couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyao, this car is given to me by Qingru. Xiaoyao answered without hesitation. Did Mr. Su give it to you? Zhou Yan was even more surprised. This guy is too arrogant. Mr. Su gave Xiaoyao a job, and Zhou Yan was already a little surprised. He actually gave Xiaoyao such a good car. Is this the legendary maintenance? There's no way. I'm Qingrou's boss's cousin, so it's only right that my cousin should show her respect. Xiaoyao laughed, not having the slightest intention of being a kept man. Okay, you win. Zhou Yan helplessly patted her smooth forehead. She really didn't understand the things that happened in these big families. Zhou Yan, where are we going to eat? Xiaoyao asked. There is a hot pot restaurant up ahead. Let's go there. Zhou Yan replied. Okay. After a while, Xiaoyao found the hot pot restaurant that Zhou Yan had mentioned, pulled over, and the two of them walked straight in. It has to be said that hot pot is something that more people like to eat when it is hot. There were many customers in the hot pot restaurant, and it was extremely lively. Let's sit there. Xiaoyao glanced around and saw an empty table by the window. He took Zhou Yan over and sat down. After ordering the dishes, Zhou Yan's gaze kept on lingering on Xiaoyao, as if she wanted to discover what secrets Xiaoyao had. Zhou Yan, you're looking at me like that, and I'm embarrassed. Xiaoyao was so embarrassed by Zhou Yan's stare that he said something embarrassed. Zhou Yan was speechless, thinking to herself, how can someone with such a thick skin be embarrassed? Xiaoyao, do you remember what happened in the hotel last time? Zhou Yan suddenly asked. Xiaoyao nodded and asked with a look of vigilance, Zhou Yan, didn't I say that I didn't do anything to you? If you really don't believe me and insist on thinking I'm that kind of person, I'll admit it. Just tell me what you want to do to me so I can be prepared. You wish. Zhou Yan snorted in annoyance. This guy is really typical of someone who takes advantage of a situation and then acts like a goody-goody. I know you didn't do anything to me. Zhou Yan nodded and asked, do I look good? You look good, better than a movie star. Xiaoyao nodded repeatedly, answering honestly, and it didn't seem like he was lying at all. Since you think I'm pretty, I'm wondering, I'm a beautiful woman sleeping next to you all night, and you didn't do anything to me, and you ran so fast the next morning. What do you mean? Zhou Yan was angry when she heard this. She was at least the most beautiful person in the Jinxiu group, except for President Su. This guy must be blind or something, because he didn't even take her seriously. Zhou Yan, do I look like the kind of person who would take advantage of someone in need? Xiaoyao's face became very serious, and he said sternly, the master chef told me that if you want to get a person, you have to get her heart first. I would never do such a vulgar thing. I can't tell that you are a gentleman. Zhou Yan looked at Xiaoyao in surprise. He thought this guy was a rascal, but he didn't expect him to be a cultured rascal. Xiao Yan, what a coincidence, running into you here. While the two were talking, a tall man in a sharp suit and with a handsome face walked over. When he saw Zhou Yan, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Well, it's a bit of a coincidence. When Zhou Yan saw the man, a coldness flashed across her face, and she replied in a faint tone. Xiao Yan, this shop is owned by my friend. If you don't mind, I can arrange a private room for you, and we can chat. The handsome man didn't seem to notice Zhou Yan's cold attitude towards him, and he still smiled and said, No, thank you. Mr. Li. Zhou Yan didn't even look at him and shook her head directly. Xiao Yan. Zhou Yan, who is this guy? How can he call you Xiao Yan? Xiaoyao couldn't stand it anymore and asked unhappily. He always called her Zhou Yan, but this guy called her Xiao Yan. He didn't treat her as an outsider. Zhou Yan leaned close to Xiaoyao's ear and whispered, his name is Li Kuan. He sent those people before. If you hadn't appeared just then, I wouldn't know what to do. So it was this guy. Xiaoyao nodded, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was worried that he couldn't find the culprit, but this guy took the initiative to show up. That's good, it saves a lot of trouble. Li Kuan didn't know what Zhou Yan had said to Xiaoyao, but when he saw Zhou Yan and Xiaoyao behaving so intimately, anger immediately appeared on his face. He is the son of the Li family in Shanghai City, a veritable big shot, and Zhou Yan is his intended woman. Now she is actually flirting with another man, how can he bear it? Xiao Yan, who is this? Although he was very angry, in order to show his own demeanor, Li Kuan still asked with a smile on his face. He is. I am Zhou Yan's boyfriend. I don't know who you are. Before Zhou Yan could answer, Xiaoyao spoke up. Zhou Yan was stunned and looked at Xiaoyao in surprise. She had originally wanted to say that Xiaoyao was his younger brother, but this guy had turned it into a boyfriend. This is not how you take advantage of someone. Of course, Zhou Yan also knew that Xiaoyao was helping her get rid of Li Kuan, so she didn't say much. Boyfriend? Li Kuan's face immediately turned gloomy. Right, is there a problem? Xiaoyao asked in return. Xiao Yan, is he really your boyfriend? Li Kuan looked at Zhou Yan and asked. Can't you tell? Zhou Yan was even more direct. She took Xiaoyao's arm with her jade hands and leaned her head on his shoulder, looking like a little bird. Good, very good. Li Kuan saw this scene and completely understood the relationship between the two. His fists involuntarily clenched, and the veins on his arms bulged. If it weren't for his own face, he would have been unable to restrain himself from attacking Xiaoyao. Hey, whoever you are, if you're not busy, don't bother us while we're eating. Xiaoyao said impatiently. Oomph, you little brat, do you know who I am? Li Kuan looked at Xiaoyao angrily. This guy looked just like a poor kid, and he dared to be arrogant in front of him. He was looking for death. Who are you? I am from the Li family of Shanghai. Upon hearing this, the guests who were chatting around him all suddenly fell silent, and cast a shocked look at Li Kuan. Obviously, Li Kuan's identity had a chilling effect on them. There are 4 major families in Shanghai, namely the Su family, the Han family, the Chu family and the Li family. The combined assets of these 4 families amount to at least hundreds of billions of dollars. Each family has its own achievements in various fields and is a well-deserved giant in Shanghai City. The Su family is the family where Su Qingru belongs to, and the Jinshou group is only part of the Su family's assets. Li Kuan, who was standing in front of them, was the son of the Li family. Although the Li family is the last of the 4 families, everyone knows that as long as you can be ranked among the 4 families, you are not someone that ordinary people can easily provoke. So when many of the guests in the store heard Li Kuan declare his identity, they all cast pitying glances at Xiaoyao. This guy has offended the son of the Li family. I'm afraid he won't have an easy time in the future. The Li family? Is that so great? While everyone was in a state of shock, Xiaoyao suddenly asked a question. Chapter 19, Not Having Enough Fun. Hearing Xiaoyao's words, all the guests were stunned, looking at Xiaoyao as if he were a fool. This guy doesn't even know the Shanghai Li family? He must have just come from the countryside. They were right in guessing that Xiaoyao had just come from the mountains and was unfamiliar with the situation in Shanghai. Kid, are you pretending to be stupid? Li Kuan gave Xiaoyao a cold glance, waved impatiently, and advised him to leave quickly. Xiao Yan is not a woman you can touch. Are you sick? Am I eating here bothering you? Xiaoyao was really getting impatient. How could this guy talk more nonsense than him? What did you say? You want to die. Li Kuan had never seen anyone dare to speak to him like that before, and he was furious. He reached out and grabbed Xiaoyao by the shoulder and tried to throw him out. Li Kuan had practiced taekwondo since childhood and was already a black belt in taekwondo. Xiaoyao looked relatively weak on the surface, so Li Kuan didn't take Xiaoyao seriously at all. But soon, Li Kuan realized that he was wrong. Because Li Kuan discovered that no matter how hard he tried, Xiaoyao's body was like a rock, not moving at all. Is this all the strength of a young master of a large family? Xiaoyao shook his head disdainfully, a chill flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly reached out with one hand, grabbed Li Kuan's arm, and with a seemingly light pull, Li Kuan fell to his knees, screaming in pain. Damn! This guy is awesome, he even dared to hit Li Kuan. When they saw this, someone exclaimed. Hey, he's in trouble. The others shook their heads and sighed. The young man had beaten Li Kuan, which was equivalent to offending the Li family. Hey, why do you have to do this when we first meet? Xiaoyao didn't realize that he was in danger, and he smiled and shook his head. You little brat, you dare to hit me. Li Kuan was stunned. It was the first time in his life that he had been beaten by someone he looked down on. What's more, he actually knelt on the ground. This is a great shame. You wait, I'll make you regret it too late. Li Koen knew he had lost face, so he quickly got up from the ground and stumbled out of the room. As soon as he got outside, Li Koen took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Brother Zhao. Mr. Li, you called me in such a hurry. What happened? A somewhat rough male voice came from the other side. I've been beaten up. Hurry up and bring a dozen of your men. I'm going to make him regret coming into this world. What, someone actually dared to beat up Mr. Li? He must be tired of living. Wait, I'll be right there with my men. Li Koen put away his phone and looked at Xiao Yao, who was eating in the hot pot restaurant. A hideous smile spread across his lips. You little brat, tonight, I'll show you what it means to be in pain and not want to live. In the hot pot restaurant, the dishes have already been served and Xiao Yao is eating them with relish. Zhou Yan, the hot pot here is pretty good. Why aren't you eating? Xiao Yao asked while eating. Zhou Yan looked at Xiao Yao speechlessly, thinking that this guy's heart was too big. He was still able to eat so happily after beating Li Koen, and he didn't show any signs of worry at all. Xiao Yao, let's leave quickly. That Li Koen is not a broad-minded person. You made him look like a fool in public, and he will definitely come back for revenge. Zhou Yan grabbed Xiao Yao's hand and said anxiously. Xiao Yao was suddenly caught by Zhou Yan, and he was slightly stunned. He immediately smiled and said, Zhou Yan, are you worried about me? I'm not worried about you. Zhou Yan was speechless. At this time, this guy still has the mood to joke. Zhou Yan, you don't need to be afraid. Even if Li Koen finds someone to take revenge, he's no match for me. Eat your heart out. There are so many dishes, you can't waste them. After saying that, Xiao Yao ate without a care in the world. Zhou Yan had an urge to give up on treatment. Forget it, maybe this guy really has the ability. If it doesn't work, I'll call Mr. Su for help. Zhou Yan also knew that she couldn't persuade Xiao Yao, so she simply picked up her chopsticks and started eating. At this time, the other people in the hot pot restaurant couldn't eat anymore. They all looked at Xiao Yao in surprise, not understanding what he was thinking. In theory, Xiao Yao should have run far away at this point, at least to temporarily avoid Li Koen's revenge. But this guy? Not only did he not run away, but he was having a great time eating. He didn't care about Li Koen at all. After half an hour, Xiao Yao finally finished eating all the food on the table, burped, and said to the boss, check please. Hello, the total is 338 yuan. Cash or credit card? The waiter came over and asked with a smile. Zhou Yan, did you bring the money? Xiao Yao looked at Zhou Yan and asked. Zhou Yan glared at him in annoyance, knowing that this guy was reluctant to pay the bill himself, but she didn't mind. After all, she had asked Xiao Yao to come for dinner. After paying the bill, Zhou Yan stood up and said, let's go. Xiao Yao nodded, but he was slightly puzzled. Looking at Li Koen's face, he didn't seem like the type to hold his temper. Why hadn't he found help to take revenge yet? As soon as they left the hot pot restaurant, Xiao Yao saw a van speeding up and stopping in front of them. The door opened and about 10 burly men jumped out of the van like they were making dumplings. Each of them was holding a steel pipe in their hands and they looked very threatening. Passers-by who saw this scene all changed their expressions and quickly ran away. Some of the braver ones hid in the shadows and watched quietly, their hearts pounding with excitement. This was the first time they had seen a street fight. Brother Zhao, you're here. Li Koen suddenly appeared from nowhere, walked up to the burly man at the front, pointed at Xiao Yao, and shouted angrily, it's this kid. The man known as Brother Zhao is named Zhao Xiong, and he is also a number one figure in Zhanghai City. He is a black and white man who has dozens of underlings. Zhao Xiong and the Li family also have some business dealings, and Li Koen is the son of the Li family, so Zhao Xiong knew about this and immediately brought people over to see which blind thing dared to provoke Li Koen. Zhao Xiong walked out and looked at Xiao Yao, coldly saying, kid, are you disrespecting Mr. Li? Xiao Yao, let's call the police. Zhou Yan had never seen such a scene before. Her pretty face was full of worry, and she took out her cell phone and was about to call the police. No need to call the police. Xiao Yao shook his head. Why? Because someone has already called the police. Xiao Yao pointed to the onlookers around him. There were already no fewer than 10 people who had taken out their phones to call the police. But, Sister Zhou Yan, the police station is still a long way from here, so by the time the police arrive, this matter should already be over. Xiao Yao smiled lightly. Ah, so what should we do? Zhou Yan was even more anxious. If she had known this, she would not have let Xiao Yao offend Li Kuan. Zhou Yan, I knew you were worried about me. Xiao Yao couldn't help but smile when he saw Zhou Yan's worried expression. Can you be serious? Zhou Yan really wanted to kick this guy, but it was already too late. Zhou Yan, don't worry, they're no different from scum in my eyes. I'll take care of them later and then I'll take you home. Xiao Yao patted Zhou Yan's shoulder and said with a smile. Before she could react, he walked over to Zhao Xiong and the others. Are you Li Kuan's servants? Xiao Yao asked. Pa. What servant? I'm the helper that Master Li hired. Zhao Xiong immediately spat. Oh, that's more or less the same. Xiao Yao nodded and asked, what do you want to do? Kid, you're really cocky. You beat up Master Li and you still dare to be so arrogant here. You really want to die. Zhao Xiong snorted and said, well, since I'm in a good mood today, you can kneel down and apologize to Master Li, and then let Master Li play with the girl next to you for a few days, and I'll let you off the hook. No, I can't let the woman I'm with just give it to someone else. No, absolutely not. Xiao Yao shook his head without hesitation. The master chef had taught him that women are to be loved and that he must never let others take the sweet taste away from him. Zhou Yan was slightly moved when she heard Xiao Yao say this. This guy is not that annoying. So you're saying you're not going to take the toast but you will take the penalty? Zhao Xiong's face grew colder and colder, and he clenched his fists. Don't drink and drive, and don't drive and drink. Xiao Yao shook his head and laughed. Damn it! You're playing with me, guys. Beat him up. Zhao Xiong shouted angrily, and more than 10 of his henchmen behind him rushed out, wielding steel pipes, their faces hideous and ferocious. They start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Xiao Yao showed a look of panic, and it looked like he was scared. Li Kuan sneered, didn't you just act like a fool? After getting beaten up, how can you still be so arrogant? One of the brothers rushed to Xiao Yao's front, without saying a word, and swung the steel pipe at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao rolled sideways, went directly behind the little brother, punched him, and knocked him to the ground. 2 more thugs rushed over, swinging their steel pipes. Xiao Yao didn't hesitate, using both feet to leap into the air and kick them in the body, sending them flying. Let me borrow your steel pipe. Xiao Yao flashed, appearing in front of a younger brother. Before the other party could react, Xiao Yao snatched the steel pipe from him. Bang! Xiao Yao swung the steel pipe and smashed it on the body of the younger brother. The latter immediately screamed in pain and fainted from the pain. I'm going, this thing is quite useful. Xiao Yao was excited. He had fought so many times, but this was the first time he had used a steel pipe. It was like a child seeing a beloved toy, excited beyond words. Bang bang bang! Xiao Yao was getting more and more excited as he fought. The younger brothers had just approached Xiao Yao, and before they could even lift the steel pipe in their hands, they felt a sharp pain in their arms. The steel pipe fell to the ground, and before they could react, Xiao Yao's fists were raining down on them. In a short time, more than 10 of the younger men were all lying on the ground, each covering their wounds and screaming in pain. Hey, is there no one left? Xiao Yao wanted to continue to show off his prowess, but suddenly realized that all these people were lying on the ground. He sighed helplessly, hey, how can they be so easily beaten? I haven't had enough fun yet. The other people present, seeing the shocking scene, all cast a shocked look at Xiao Yao, thinking to themselves, is this guy still human? In less than 5 minutes, more than 10 burly men with steel pipes were all knocked to the ground by him. The most important thing is that this guy still didn't think he had had enough fun. This guy doesn't leave anyone alive. Chapter 20, Beautiful Policewoman. Who the hell are you? Zhao Xiong was also a little flustered when he saw this. He had been in the Shanghai gang for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone so ruthless, taking down a dozen of his men in just 2 or 3 minutes. What he couldn't understand was that this person looked like a young man in his late teens or early 20s. Me? Xiao Yao smiled and took the small, white hand of Zhou Yan, looking at Li Kuan defiantly. I'm Zhou Yan's boyfriend. Zhou Yan's pretty face turned red, and she glared at Xiao Yao, thinking to herself that this guy never takes things seriously, and he's still in the mood to joke around at a time like this. However, Xiao Yao's performance just now also surprised Zhou Yan. At first, she was a little worried that Xiao Yao was not a match for these people. Now Zhou Yan realized that she had been worrying for nothing. You bastard! Li Kuan was furious when he heard Xiao Yao's words. This was an unbridled insult to him. Mr. Li, don't worry, I'll teach this arrogant brat a lesson for you. Zhao Xiong patted him on the shoulder, his cold gaze fixed on Xiao Yao, and he walked over to him. Kid, you're quite capable, but you're out of luck when you run into me, Zhao Xiong. After saying that, Zhao Xiong rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Without saying a word, he punched Xiao Yao directly in the head with a fist the size of a sandbag. Zhou Yan, wait for me. Xiao Yao said calmly, looking at Zhao Xiong. The latter's movements seemed to slow down in his eyes, and he immediately dodged. Zhao Xiong frowned when his fist missed its target, and without any hesitation, he kicked Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao smiled coldly, and with a single elbow strike, he hit Zhao Xiong's leg hard, causing him to drop his right leg in pain and his face to twist slightly. You're looking for death. After suffering repeatedly at the hands of Xiao Yao, Zhao Xiong was finally completely angered. He angrily cursed and then tried to punch Xiao Yao, but the latter suddenly turned around and came to his side. Before he could react, Xiao Yao swept out with a whip kick. Bang! Zhao Xiong was kicked directly by Xiao Yao and flew out, falling to the ground, and a mouthful of blood was spit out directly without charge. Damn it, I'll waste you! Zhao Xiong shouted angrily and stood up to continue fighting. Stop! Don't move! At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice rang out, and a policewoman rushed over, followed by two policemen. Everyone present was shocked to see the policewoman, and Xiao Yao was no exception, his eyes widening. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful policewoman. The policewoman's face was extremely beautiful, with not a single flaw to be found. She had a tall figure, long, slender, white legs, and a waist that was too delicate to hold. The most attractive part of her was the round, perky peaks on her chest, which were so obvious that they made people feel like they were about to have nosebleeds. Plus, the policewoman was wearing her uniform at this time, which added a few more points of temptation. Die! Zhao Xiong seemed to have not heard a word the policewoman said, and he shouted angrily, raising his right hand and hitting Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao would never give him such an opportunity. He stepped on Zhao Xiong's calf, and the sound of bones cracking immediately rang out. Ah! Zhao Xiong felt a heart-wrenching pain throughout his body, and he couldn't help but scream out in pain. In the end, he fainted from the pain and fell to the ground unconscious. Brother Zhao! Li Kuan's face changed, and he hurriedly shouted, his heart filled with surprise. Zhao Xiong is a very famous figure in Zhanghai City. He is very powerful, and it is not an exaggeration to describe him as being able to defeat 10 people with one. However, today he was defeated by Xiao Yao, which was really unexpected. What happened? The policewoman walked over, her eyebrows furrowed, and asked in a cold voice. Li Kuan's eyes darkened, and he immediately ran to the policewoman and said, Officer, that man was fighting in the street and disrupting public order. You should quickly take him to the police station and lock him up for a year or so. I don't need you to tell me what to do. The policewoman looked at Li Kuan coldly. Li Kuan was stunned. He was the young master of the Li family, and had never been looked down on by a woman like this before. He was furious. Do you know who I am? Li Kuan, the young master of the Li family? The policewoman asked in return. Do you know who you are talking to? Aren't you afraid of losing your job? Li Kuan was puzzled. Since the policewoman knew his identity, she should have behaved respectfully. I don't know if you'll lose your job, but I know that if you dare to say another word, I will arrest you for disturbing official business. The policewoman's voice became even colder, and she was clearly getting impatient. You! Li Kuan was even more angry, but he knew he couldn't lose his temper at this time. He snorted, glared at Xiao Yao, and left. Did you hurt these people? The policewoman walked straight up to Xiao Yao and asked. What's your name, police sister? Xiao Yao's face was full of smiles, and his heart was filled with excitement. He thought to himself that his luck was really good. He had only just arrived in Shanghai a few days ago, and he had already met so many beautiful women, and now he had met a beautiful policewoman. Wow, you're in luck. The two male police officers on either side saw Xiao Yao actually ask the female police officer her name, and they both looked at each other with a bitter smile, secretly thinking that the kid was finished. The policewoman's name was Su Bingyi, and her personality was just as cold as her name. She was a tyrant in their police station. The reason she is called the Overlord Flower is because Su Bingyi is indeed very beautiful and is a well-deserved police flower, but because of her hot temper, not many people dare to provoke her, so they secretly call her the Overlord Flower. Once before, a prisoner said something flirty in front of Su Bingyi, and she beat him up so badly that he became a pig's head. And now, this kid actually dared to flirt with this flower of a tyrant. What is he looking for? Death? What did you say? As expected, Su Bingyi heard Xiaoyao's words with a flirty tone, and a trace of anger immediately appeared on her flawless face. She used a grappling hand to grab Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, of course, would not stand there and let her catch him. He immediately moved his body to the side and easily dodged it. He then grabbed Su Bingyi's hand and took the opportunity to touch it. Wow, this police sister's hands are so fragrant and smooth. Xiaoyao secretly praised in his heart, and suggested to Su Bingyi with a smile, "Police sister, you'd better not be a police officer, it's more suitable to be a hand model." Zhou Yan, who was standing next to her, was speechless when she heard this. She thought to herself, this guy is really different from ordinary people. He actually dared to molest a police officer in front of so many people. He really has a lot of guts. You, let go of me. Su Bingyi was even more angry. This guy actually dared to molest her. Is he looking for death? Then tell me your name first, and I'll let you go. Xiaoyao slowly opened his mouth, leaving no room for negotiation. Su Bingyi was forced to answer truthfully. Oh, Bingyi, your name is so beautiful. Xiaoyao is also a man who keeps his word, and he let go of Su Bingyi's jade hands. As soon as he let go, Su Bingyi snorted and unexpectedly grabbed Xiaoyao's hands and handcuffed them to his hands. Oomph, aren't you very proud? Now I'll see what you can do. Su Bingyi looked at Xiaoyao coldly, not giving this guy a chance to show off. He really thought he was easy to bully. Bingyi, what are you doing? Xiaoyao looked at the handcuffs on his hands in a daze, and then seemed to think of something. He laughed and said, Bingyi, I didn't know you liked playing that kind of game. That kind of game? Su Bingyi was stunned for a moment, and soon understood what kind of game Xiaoyao was talking about. A blush appeared on her pretty face, and she glared at Xiaoyao viciously. You scoundrel, when we get to the police station later, I'll fix you good. Xiaoyao. Zhou Yan saw Xiaoyao being taken away by the police and quickly ran over to explain to Su Bingyi, the police, Xiaoyao only injured them to help me. Zhou Yan explained the situation, and Su Bingyi looked at Xiaoyao with a slightly surprised look. She didn't expect that this guy who looked like a rascal actually had such a beautiful woman on his side to speak for him. Don't worry, if things are really as you say, I will handle it impartially. Su Bingyi nodded and replied. But Zhou Yan, don't worry. You go back first. I'll be out soon. I'll call you then. Xiaoyao looked completely unconcerned. That's fine. Although Zhou Yan was still a little worried, she nodded with confidence when she saw Xiaoyao. This guy really can brag. When I get to the police station, I won't let you out. Su Bingyi snorted in her heart, although she was a bit resentful. But who let this guy just molest her? He deserved it. Take him away. Su Bingyi said coldly. Yes. The two male police officers immediately came over, one holding Xiaoyao's arm, and they left in a police car. Zhanghai City Public Security Bureau, Interrogation Room. Xiaoyao sat in a chair, looked around, then looked at Su Bingyi across from him. He smiled meaningfully. Bingyi, aren't we moving too fast? What do you mean? Su Bingyi frowned. We're the only two people here, and you're handcuffing me. Isn't it obvious? Xiaoyao laughed, showing a look of acceptance. Come on, destroy me as much as you want. Pop. Su Bingyi couldn't stand it anymore, slapped the table, and said coldly, Be quiet. Oh. Xiaoyao nodded and stopped talking. Name. The atmosphere finally quieted down, and Su Bingyi finally began the interrogation. After waiting for a long time and not hearing Xiaoyao's response, Su Bingyi looked up at him with cold eyes and asked him his name. Didn't you tell me to be quiet? Xiaoyao said with a face full of grievances. You Su Bingyi are about to be driven crazy by Xiaoyao. This guy is deliberately trying to anger her. Chapter 21, A Sharp Tongue but a Kind Heart. Be quiet when you should be quiet, and answer when you should be answering. Do you understand? Su Bingyi patiently explained. Bingyi, you should have said so earlier. Xiaoyao nodded with a smile. If you call me Bingy again, I'll rip your mouth off. Su Bingy was furious. When had she become so familiar with this guy? Then what should I call you? Xiao Yao asked. What do you care what I call you? I'm asking you your name. Xiao Yao. Gender? Female. What did you say? Su Bingy was stunned and subconsciously looked at Xiao Yao's lower abdomen. Is this guy lying? He's interested in women. Xiao Yao answered truthfully. His greatest interest is chatting with beautiful women. I asked you your gender. Oh, gender, I thought you were asking about my interests. Gender, male. Xiao Yao replied. Why did you hit him? Su Bingy suppressed her anger and asked again. Bingy, before answering this question, can I ask you a question? Xiao Yao smiled and revealed a deep expression. Su Bingy was also taken aback by his sudden depth, and subconsciously nodded. You ask. If you were on the street and some rascals tried to molest you, what would you do? Of course, I would kick their balls and then take them to the police station for a month or two. Su Bingy answered without hesitation, thinking to herself that the person who would dare to molest her had not yet been born. That's right. Xiao Yao stood up and slapped the table, as if he had found a kindred spirit. He said angrily, just now, those people were molesting my girlfriend in front of me. Under these circumstances, if I don't do something, am I still a man? Su Bingy was stunned. She realized that the situation had gotten out of her control. She was supposed to be interrogating Xiao Yao, but now it was Xiao Yao who was in control. Bingy, are you moved by my charisma? Xiao Yao laughed and returned to his previous roguelike self. Coco, you were too ruthless. You injured more than 10 people. Su Bingy said that when she arrived at the scene, all of the 10 men were lying on the ground, almost everyone with broken arms and legs. It was a tragic scene. Even if you were protecting your girlfriend, you didn't have to be so ruthless. Those guys had steel pipes. If I hadn't been ruthless, I would be lying on the ground right now. Could you bear to see a handsome young man like me get hurt? Xiao Yao made a pitiful face and asked. Su Bingy realized that she was really no match for Xiao Yao. This guy is really shameless. Suddenly, Su Bingy thought of a crucial place. The situation was indeed as Xiao Yao said. When she arrived at the scene, she did find a lot of steel pipes. But if that was the case, then how did Xiao Yao manage to injure more than 10 thugs armed with steel pipes with just one person? Is this guy Superman? Xiao Yao saw Su Bingy's confusion and smiled, explaining, Well, Bingy, I heard that the most powerful among the police are the criminal police, right? Yes, those criminal police are specially trained, and they can easily fight off a dozen or 20 ordinary criminals. But why are you asking? Su Bingy looked at Xiao Yao in confusion. Hey, because I'm even more powerful than a criminal police officer. Even those special forces are no match for me. Xiao Yao replied in a calm tone, as if stating a fact, without any exaggeration. You're just blowing it. Su Bingy snorted in disbelief, but her heart was slightly shaken. There were more than 10 burly men with steel pipes, and even if the police came, one person could never be a match for so many people, but Xiao Yao was able to knock them all down. Maybe this guy can really be compared to those special forces. Right, Bingy, when can I get out of here? I'm waiting for my wife to warm my bed. Xiao Yao changed the subject. Although there was a police flower here, after all, this was the Public Security Bureau, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. You have a wife? Su Bingy was even more surprised. Who would be so blind as to marry this guy? Is it the woman who was with you before? No, Zhou Yan is my girlfriend. Xiao Yao shook his head honestly and replied, My wife is Su Qingru. Do you know her? Su Qingru, a familiar name. Su Bingy thought for a moment, and her delicate cheeks suddenly filled with surprise. You mean, Su Qingru, the president of the Jinxiu Group? Yes, my wife is quite famous. So many people know her. Xiao Yao nodded and muttered a sentence. I find you a particularly good liar. If Su Qingru is your wife, why don't you say that Han Xuemon is your wife? Su Bingy snorted, and she would never believe that a goddess like Su Qingru would be the wife of this scoundrel. Who is Han Xuemon? Xiao Yao caught the key point and asked. You don't even know Han Xuemon? Su Bingy looked at Xiao Yao in surprise, as if looking at a frog at the bottom of a well. She thought to herself that this guy was too ignorant, or had he just come from the countryside? Han Xueman is the hottest star in China right now. She is so beautiful, and she is a goddess on the same level as Su Qingru. Why didn't you say she was your wife? Wow, it's exciting to think about marrying a big star as your wife. Xiao Yao showed an expression of excitement and longing. Okay, you should stop daydreaming here. Su Bingyi waved her hand and said, even if the situation is really like you said, you hit them because they started it first, but you can't leave now. Ah, why is that? Xiao Yao asked in confusion. Of course, you can go out, but you must have a guarantor. Su Bingyi said. What is a guarantor for? Xiao Yao was even more confused. When he was on a mission abroad with the master chef, he was once imprisoned, but he didn't do anything. He just slept in the prison for a little while, and the prison warden respectfully invited him out. Xiao Yao really didn't know what a guarantor was for. A guarantor is a relative or someone who can prove your innocence and take you away from the police station. Su Bingyi explained briefly. Oh, does my fiancé count? Xiao Yao asked. Didn't you just say you had a wife? How did you suddenly become an engaged woman? Su Bingyi had already decided that Xiao Yao was a liar, otherwise he wouldn't have changed his mind so quickly. My wife still doesn't recognize this identity, but it doesn't matter. She's my fiancé anyway, and she'll be my wife soon. Xiao Yao smiled. Okay, then you call your fiancé to come over. Su Bingyi nodded. My phone is in my pocket. Can you get it for me? Oh, never mind, I'll get it myself. After saying this, Xiao Yao clenched his hands and snapped them apart. With a crack. The handcuffs broke apart. Ah, that's much more comfortable. Xiao Yao rubbed his hands together and smiled. Su Bingyi was stunned, staring at Xiao Yao with a blank expression. These handcuffs are made of manganese steel, and can only be opened with a gun, except for the key. How did this guy break them with just one snap? Is he still human? Xiao Yao was already used to Su Bingyi's surprise, so he ignored it and directly took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Qingru wife? What do you want? Su Qingru's voice was still cold and indifferent. Hey, Qingru wife, where are you now? Xiao Yao asked with a smile. At the company, I'll be home soon. Oh, can you come to the police station first? Xiao Yao asked. Public Security Bureau? Su Qingru frowned slightly, her voice even colder. What are you doing at the Public Security Bureau? Well, it's like this. I accidentally injured a few shameless rascals in order to save a beauty. In order to get out of this hell as soon as possible, Xiao Yao also gave up and told Su Qingru what happened tonight. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and then Su Qingru's cold voice came through, serves you right. You can stay at the police station yourself. After the voice fell, Su Qingru hung up the phone. Hey, Qingru wife, I'm not taking you like this. Xiao Yao was stunned. After all, he was Su Qingru's fiancé, and this chick actually didn't help him when he was in trouble. She kept calling her wife, but the other party didn't even come to bail you out. Su Bingyi snorted. If she had believed that Su Qingru was this guy's wife, then now she completely didn't believe it. This guy must be lying. Otherwise, how could his fiancé not come to save him? Forget it, this little girl really annoys me. When I go back, I'll definitely divorce her. Xiao Yao was so angry that he sat down on the chair and said angrily. On the other side, Su Qingru sat in the office of the Jinqiu group, and her thoughts were difficult to calm down. Although it is not a glorious thing for Xiao Yao to be arrested by the police, he is still her fiancé, and he was injured to save Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan is an employee of the Jinqiu group and they have a good personal relationship. If I don't go to bail him out in this situation, it seems like I'm being a bit too harsh. This damn guy, he got into trouble eating out with another woman, and I have to go save him. What a hassle. Su Qingru said impatiently, and finally got up, tidied up a little, and said to Zhou Xiaoqiu, arrange a car for me. I'm going to the Public Security Bureau. Ah, President, what are you doing at the police station? Zhou Xiaoqiu was stunned. At this time, shouldn't the president be working hard at the company? What is he doing at a place like the police station? To bail that bastard out. Su Qingru said with clenched teeth. Chapter 22 Black Spider. Public Security Bureau, Interrogation Room. Xiao Yao was sullenly slumped in his chair. He was unhappy at Su Qingrou's cold attitude towards him. After all, he was her fiancé, and even if she was usually a little cold to him, it was too inhumane not to help him out at this critical moment. Hey, can you say something? Su Bingyi looked at Xiao Yao helplessly. Since this guy made the phone call, he hasn't said a word. The atmosphere in the interrogation room was already very quiet, and now there's not a sound. Hearing Su Bingyi's words, Xiao Yao seemed to have thought of something, slapped the table and sat up, looking at Su Bingyi and said seriously, Bingyi, why don't you be my wife? Poof. Su Bingyi was stunned. This guy really never stops surprising people. Why? If you become my wife, you can let me out. Xiao Yao said seriously. Su Bingyi looked at Xiao Yao like a rare flower. This guy's brain circuit is really big. Although it is true that, as Xiao Yao said, if she becomes Xiao Yao's wife, she can guarantee his release. But she is too full to be the wife of this scoundrel. Bingyi, don't you want to? Xiao Yao asked, seeing Bingyi hesitate. Nonsense, I am a beautiful and heroic woman, I can find any man I want, why would I want to be your wife? Su Bingyi bluntly refused. Xiao Yao, however, said with a serious face, but those men are not as good as me. You're good at bragging. Su Bingyi said unkindly. Sister Bing, someone is here to bail Xiao Yao out. At this moment, a male police officer ran in and said. Someone wants to bail him out? Who is it? Su Bingyi asked in confusion. At this point, the male police officer revealed a look of infatuation. It was a beautiful woman, who seemed to be called Su Qingru. Swish. Hearing this name, Xiao Yao stood up suddenly, with a smile on his face. Hee, I knew that Qingrou's wife wouldn't let me spend the night in the police station. Women, they have sharp tongues but soft hearts. Su Bingyi was stunned at this moment. She had always thought that Xiao Yao was joking, but she never imagined that the guy's wife was really Su Qingru. No, it must be a coincidence. Su Bingyi thought to herself, there must be someone else named Su Qingru in Shanghai, and she didn't believe that Xiao Yao's wife was really the president of the Jinsho group. But soon, she realized that she was wrong. As she left the interrogation room, Su Bingyi looked up and saw a woman standing in the distance, a woman as beautiful as a fairy, wearing a simple business suit that could not hide her beauty in the slightest. Standing there, she was like a secluded lotus that was independent of the world, making people feel ashamed of themselves. This woman is naturally the president of the Jinsho group, the goddess of the business world who was famous in Shanghai, Su Qingru. Even though Su Bingyi is a famous police officer in the Public Security Bureau, she is still a little inferior compared to Su Qingru. Qingrou's wife, I knew you wouldn't leave me alone in the police station. Xiao Yao saw Su Qingru and quickly ran over, embracing Su Qingru with his arms wide open. Before Su Qingru could react, she was already in Xiao Yao's arms. Her pretty face, which was originally full of coldness, suddenly flushed with shame. She glared at Xiao Yao viciously and quickly let go of me. Oh, okay. Xiao Yao nodded and indeed let go of her hands. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su of the Jinsho group? Su Bingyi asked. It's me. Su Qingru nodded lightly and said, he is my fiancé. If there's nothing else, I'll take him back. Oh, good. Su Bingyi nodded. Since the other party had already made their identity clear, she had no reason to continue detaining Xiao Yao. What are you waiting for? Su Qingru walked a few steps and saw that Xiao Yao was still standing in the same place, so she urged him. Oh, let's go. Xiao Yao had originally planned to ask Su Bingyi for her contact information. He didn't want to give up such a pretty policewoman, but when he thought of Qingrou's wife still being there, he had to hold back for the time being and followed Su Qingru out of the police station. After leaving the police station, Su Qingru directly threw the car keys to Xiao Yao and drove herself. After that, Su Qingru sat directly in the back seat, her eyes slightly closed, as if she was a little tired. Xiao Yao nodded and looked over. In front of him, a black Mercedes-Benz was parked. Hey, my wife is quite low-key. She doesn't ride in the many luxury cars in the garage, but actually drives a Mercedes. Xiao Yao chuckled, took the keys, got into the car, and drove off. Kinru, how was work today? Are you tired, Qingru? Qingru, I'll give you a massage when we get home. After calling out several times, Su Qingru did not respond, so Xiao Yao wisely shut his mouth. It seemed that Su Qingru was really a little angry. No, I have to think of a way to ease the relationship. Xiao Yao thought to himself, it's not good for a couple to have a cold war. Soon, the car arrived at the villa area in the mountains. Xiao Yao said, Xingru, we're home. Get out of the car. Su Qingru slowly opened her tired eyes at this time, got out of the car, and walked towards the villa. Whoosh! As soon as the door opened, Su Qingru saw a flying knife flying towards her, cutting through the air and revealing its cold edge. Be careful, Qingru. Xiao Yao was quick on his feet and pushed Su Qingru away, and the flying knife was directly inserted into the door, showing how sharp the flying knife was. Huh, it failed? A voice in English with surprise sounded. Then, the two saw a blonde foreign man appear on the second floor of the villa. The foreign man was tall and muscular, wearing camouflage clothing. He had a small flying knife at his waist, just like his sharp claws, flashing with a cold luster. Who are you? Su Qingru recovered from her panic and asked coldly, secretly surprised. The security system in the villa is very complete, and ordinary people can't get in at all. How did this person get in? What she found most unimaginable was that this foreign man was clearly standing on the second floor, so far away, and yet he was able to accurately throw a small flying knife. If Xiao Yao had not been there, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that I know your name is Su Qingru and you are the president of Jinsho Group. The foreign man gave a faint smile. This foreigner is naturally handsome, and if he smiles like this, I'm afraid that ordinary little girls will fall in love with him. Su Qingru is obviously not such a girl, and she is not in the mood for this kind of situation. What do you want from me? Su Qingru frowned and asked. Someone is offering $10 million to take your life. I've accepted the mission. A cold light flashed in the foreign man's eyes. Su Qingru's face turned slightly pale. She never thought that she would encounter such a thing. Xiao Yao saw that Su Qingru's face was not looking good, and he knew that the latter was a little scared. Although Su Qingru was the president of the Jinsho Group and could rule the roost in the business world, in the face of such a thing, she was no different from a little girl. Qingru, my dear, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can touch you. Xiao Yao smiled, and it didn't seem like he was saying sweet nothings, but rather stating facts. Su Qingru looked at Xiao Yao, her heart trembled slightly, and she nodded involuntarily. For some reason, at this moment, she had placed all her hopes on Xiao Yao. Can this man really protect her? Hey, do you know what crime you have committed? Xiao Yao looked at the foreign man on the second floor, his tone a little cold. Ha, are you trying to scare a child? The foreign man sneered. I'd better make it clear to you. You've already committed a capital offense by attacking my wife. That depends on whether you have the ability to punish me. The foreign man snorted, drew a knife from his waist, and threw it at Xiao Yao again. The flying knife was extremely fast, and most people would not be able to dodge it. Xiao Yao, however, remained calm and easily dodged the flying knife with a casual flick of his wrist. I'll play with you. Xiao Yao smiled, accelerated, and quickly climbed to the second floor, slapping the foreign man with a palm. The foreign man didn't seem to believe that Xiao Yao was his match, and punched out with a fist as well. Bang! When the fist and palm collided, the foreign man felt a powerful burst of energy coming at him, and his face suddenly changed. He thought to himself, this is bad, and quickly backed away, jumping out of the window and leaving the villa. Can he escape? Xiao Yao sneered and quickly caught up. The foreign man's movements were very fast, as if he were a ghost flashing quickly in the dark night, and Xiao Yao was also in hot pursuit, and the distance was getting closer and closer to him. Humph, you're not afraid of death. The foreign man knew that if he kept running like that, he would be caught by Xiao Yao sooner or later, so he stopped, turned around, and with a wave of his hand, two flying daggers pierced the night and stabbed Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao quickly dodged, cleverly avoiding the attack of the two flying knives. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're not the only one who can play with knives. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Yao suddenly had a Mitsubishi military knife in his hand. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and his body leapt forward like a tiger. Before the foreign man had any chance to react, Xiao Yao stabbed the foreign man in the leg. Ah! The piercing scream echoed through the night. The foreign man stumbled to the ground, blood gushing from his leg. He quickly covered the wound with his hand and looked at Xiao Yao with murderous intent. Damn you, how dare you do this to me? Do you know who I am? Xiao Yao glanced at the foreign man's arm, which was tattooed with a black spider that looked extremely terrifying. He smiled faintly. Are you a black spider man? The foreign man was shocked to hear this, and seemed to forget the pain. Chapter 23, The Name of Yama. Who are you? How do you know about the black spider? The foreign man was extremely surprised. The Black Spider mercenary group was very famous in the underground world abroad, but logically speaking, not many people should know about it. But how did this young man in his late teens know? You have a black spider tattooed on your arm, which is the exclusive mark of the black spider. Xiao Yao explained. The foreign man glanced at the tattoo of the black spider on his arm and asked, "How do you know I didn't just get it tattooed on there?" Although the Black Spider is only a second-rate mercenary group, there shouldn't be many people who dare to impersonate the Black Spider. Xiao Yao smiled lightly. What did you say? Hearing that Xiao Yao had actually humiliated the Black Spider, the foreign man was furious and wanted to stand up and attack Xiao Yao, but Xiao Yao stepped on his leg. The foreign man suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain and couldn't help but scream again. Before getting angry, you should first figure out your own situation. Xiao Yao glanced at him indifferently. Sir, since you know that I am a member of the Black Spider, you should also know what will happen if you try to do anything to me. The foreign man snorted, knowing that he could not escape, and began to threaten. I know, once caught, I will be tortured to death with the most poisonous Brazilian wandering spider in the world. Xiao Yao casually said something, and then shook his head, saying with emotion, that woman, Mancel, is really ruthless. She can think of such a trick. How do you know the name of our boss? The foreign man was even more surprised. Who is this guy? How does he know so much about them? I not only know her name, I almost slept with her. Xiao Yao snorted in annoyance. He had to say that Mancel was indeed very good-looking and deserved to be a foreign beauty queen, but that woman was ruthless and skilled in using poison. Xiao Yao would not seek trouble. Sir, do you dare to tell me your name? The foreign man was even more curious. Xiao Yao was really impatient with his questions, and said, Death, have you heard of it? Boom! When he heard the word Reaper, the foreign man's head exploded, as if he had been struck by lightning. His face instantly filled with horror. Are you the Reaper? The foreign man was surprised and his heart was filled with disbelief. Of course he knew about the Grim Reaper, who was extremely famous abroad. Not to mention the Black Spiders, even some first-class mercenary groups dared not provoke the Grim Reaper. The reason is simple. Once the leader of a first-class mercenary group fell in love with the wife of the Grim Reaper and planned to take her back. When the Grim Reaper found out about it, he took his men and killed them. In just one day, the entire first-class mercenary group was wiped out and was removed from the list. This battle directly shocked the entire underworld. After this battle, all the mercenary groups knew about the existence of the Grim Reaper and never dared to provoke him again. But as far as he knew, the Grim Reaper had already had a wife, so how could it be this 18 or 19-year-old boy? This shouldn't be. Well, you're thinking too much. I'm not the Grim Reaper. Xiao Yao smiled and shook his head. Foreign men have a suicidal impulse. If it's not the Grim Reaper, why did you say his name? You're going to scare him to death. I am Yen Luo. Xiao Yao added in a suitable manner. Yen Luo. The foreign man showed a look of utter surprise again. Yen Luo's reputation in the underground world abroad was second only to that of the Grim Reaper, because this Yen Luo was the Grim Reaper's only apprentice. The foreign man was about to cry. Please, brother, can you finish all at once? He can't take the shock. Who asked you to kill Su Qingru? Xiao Yao's face turned cold. Su Qingru was his fiancée. Someone actually wanted to kill her. Sorry, Lord Yen Luo, you know our rules. We don't ask questions when we get paid to do a job. The foreign man gritted his teeth and replied. Xiao Yao nodded, but he wasn't angry. When he was abroad, he had worked with a master chef for a while and had also been a mercenary for a while, so he knew the rules very well. Fine, you go back and tell Mancher that I am protecting this woman. If she dares to cause any more trouble, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Xiao Yao turned and left, and his figure disappeared into the night in an instant. The foreign man watched Xiao Yao walk away, muttering to himself, Death's wrath is 10 miles of blood, and the fire of Yama destroys thousands of people. Back at the villa, Xiao Yao saw Su Qingru sitting on the sofa, her hands holding a pillow, and she quickly stood up when she saw Xiao Yao return. Don't be afraid, Qingru, it's already been taken care of. Xiao Yao smiled. I'm not scared at all, Su Qingru said stubbornly, but in her heart she was relieved. Just now, Xiaoyao went to track down the foreigner, and she stayed at home, afraid that something else would happen, and she was always trembling with fear. Now that she saw Xiaoyao come back, the stone in her heart finally fell. Not scared? Xiaoyao glanced at Su Qingru, who was still trembling a little at this time, and walked over and said with a smile, Qingru, don't worry, as long as I'm by your side, you'll be safe. How do I know you're not just saying that? Su Qingru snorted. She knew from a young age that you can't believe everything a man says. Qingru wife, do you know why I am engaged to you? Xiaoyao did not answer, but asked a question in return. Was it because your master saved my father's life that we got engaged? Su Qingru was a little confused. Could there be another reason? This is only one of the reasons. The most important reason is that only I can protect you. Xiaoyao laughed. Su Qingru gave Xiaoyao a look. This guy is starting to talk nonsense again. When they got engaged, they were both only a few years old. Who was protecting who? Right, where is Auntie Yang? Xiaoyao asked. She just got back and went to rest. I didn't tell her about this. Su Qingru knew what Xiaoyao wanted to ask and replied. Xiaoyao nodded, and it was best not to let Aunt Yang know about this. After all, she was an old lady, and worrying too much was not good for her health. Okay, Qingru, I'm going back to bed too. Xiaoyao stretched and planned to take a hot bath and get a good night's sleep. Wait. After walking a few steps, Xiaoyao was stopped by Su Qingru, who turned around and asked, Qingru, is there anything else? Su Qingru looked at Xiaoyao, a blush appeared on her pretty face, she bit her teeth tightly and whispered, can you sleep with me tonight? What did you say? Xiaoyao really didn't hear clearly. Su Qingru's voice was too low, so he had to ask again. Su Qingru thought that Xiaoyao was doing it on purpose, glared at him fiercely, and then said loudly, I said, can you sleep with me tonight? Bang! Yang Shu, who had just come out of the room to get some water, heard this and the glass fell to the ground. She stared at Su Qingru with wide eyes and her face was full of disbelief. Su Qingru had been brought up by her since she was a child, so Auntie Yang naturally knew Su Qingru very well. She knew that she was a very cold and arrogant person. On ordinary days, she wouldn't even speak to the opposite sex, let alone have intimate contact with them. This was also the reason why Jinxiu Group had the most female employees in the entire Shanghai city. But now, Su Qingru actually took the initiative to say that Xiaoyao should sleep with him, which was beyond imagination. Xiaoyao was also stunned, and it took him a while to react. He said excitedly, Qingru, my wife, have you finally figured it out? Great, no problem, I'll move into your room right now. Stop, that's not what I meant. Su Qingru realized that she had said the wrong thing, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she looked at Yang Shu, who was also very surprised, and said, Yang Shu, you go back to your room first. I have something to say to Xiaoyao. Oh, fine, I won't bother you young people. Auntie Yang nodded with a smile, threw a knowing look at the two of them, and then went back to her room with a smile that wouldn't stop. Qingru's wife, I heard that the first time you do that kind of thing, you need to go out and buy. Shut up. Before Xiaoyao could finish, Su Qingru gave him a fierce glare. I told you to sleep in my room, not to sleep with me. What does that mean? Xiaoyao asked in confusion. Su Qingru, was a little embarrassed. Xiaoyao saw her like this and immediately understood that Qingru's wife was still a little scared of what had just happened, so she asked him to sleep in her room so that she could feel more at ease. Qingru wife, you should have said so earlier. Xiaoyao laughed. You only have that kind of dirty mind. Su Qingru snorted in annoyance and turned to walk to her room. She took a shower and came over. Okay. Xiaoyao nodded and quickly went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. He put on a bathrobe and rushed to Su Qingru's room. As soon as he entered the room, Xiaoyao was stunned. He thought that a woman like Su Qingru should have a simple and clear room. But what he never expected was that Su Qingru's room was just like a princess's room. The walls were painted pink, and a soft bed was covered with all kinds of dolls. Where did it look like the place of a business goddess who ruled the world? This is simply a room for a little girl. Qingru's wife, I didn't realize you still had such a childlike heart. Xiaoyao suppressed a smile and said. Shut your mouth and go to sleep. Su Qingru's face turned red. She had never let a man into her room before, and she regretted it as soon as she said it. But in order to get a good night's sleep, Su Chingru had to insist on staying up all night. Chapter 24, Who do you want me to fire? Well, Chingru, where am I going to sleep? Xiao Yao looked around. There was only one bed in the room. Does he want him to sleep on the bed too? Obviously, Xiao Yao thought too much. Of course you sleep on the floor. Su Chingru said indifferently. What? Sleep on the floor? Xiao Yao was stunned and said unhappily, Chingru wife, it's not easy for us to sleep in the same room, and you want me to sleep on the floor. I think it's very appropriate. Su Chingru nodded without hesitation, glanced at Xiao Yao, and said coldly, besides, we are not a married couple, at most we are an engaged couple. Unmarried couples can't play like this. The ground is so hard, how can I sleep? Xiao Yao was very dissatisfied. He also wanted to sleep with Su Chingru to improve their relationship. How could he sleep on the ground? If you don't want to, just go out. Out, out. Xiao Yao is so hot-tempered, he's not going to serve him anymore. If you go out, you will not be allowed to call me your wife, you will not be allowed to enter the house, and you will not be allowed to come to work at the company. Xiao Yao had not yet come to remember to open the door, and Su Chingru's cold voice rang out again. Xiao Yao's face suddenly changed, his footsteps stopped, and he turned and looked at Xiao Yao angrily. Little girl, are you threatening me? What can you do? Su Chingru raised her chin and said defiantly. You're really something. Xiao Yao was instantly discouraged. For the sake of the long-term plan, he had better temporarily endure it. Xiao Yao secretly vowed in his heart that when he found the opportunity in the future, he would definitely teach Su Chingru a good lesson, so that she would know what it meant to be a qualified fiancé. Su Chingru saw Xiao Yao compromise, and a subtle smile of joy rose from the corner of her mouth. The moonlight shone on her flawless and pretty face, making her even more breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Yao was stunned when he saw Su Chingru at this moment. He was simply amazed and said to himself, although my wife Chingru has a bad temper, she is really beautiful. He had seen countless beautiful women in his missions around the world, but the most beautiful one was Su Chingru in front of him. I really found a treasure. Xiao Yao smiled to himself. What are you thinking? Su Chingru frowned and asked when she saw Xiao Yao's lecherous smile. I'm thinking of you, my dear wife. Xiao Yao answered honestly, looking shameless. You're too lazy to talk to you, so go to sleep quickly. I have to go to work tomorrow. Su Chingru knew she couldn't argue with Xiao Yao, because this guy's face was really too thick. She simply lay in bed and closed her beautiful eyes. Chingru wife, even if you let me sleep on the ground, you have to give me a pillow. Xiao Yao said with a dumbfounded look on his face. Su Chingru picked up a plush bear and threw it at Xiao Yao, and said to herself, make do with it. Don't bother me. I'm going to sleep. Xiao Yao looked at the teddy bear in his hand and smiled helplessly. After saying that, Xiao Yao lay on the ground, put the teddy bear behind his head, and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Su Chingru slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and a face with a lewd smile suddenly appeared in her eyes. Who else could it be if not Xiao Yao? Ah! You scared me to death, Xiao Yao. Su Chingru shouted, picked up a pillow and threw it at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao easily took the pillow and smiled, Chingru, don't you have to go to work? It's time to get up. None of your business. Su Chingru grunted in annoyance. She realized that she shouldn't have agreed to let Xiao Yao live here in the first place. Sooner or later, she would be driven crazy by this scoundrel. Of course, Su Chingru also knew that even if she refused at that time, it would probably not have any effect. For some reason, Xiao Yao, that bastard, was like a golden son-in-law in her father's eyes, and she guessed that her father would have liked to throw her directly into Xiao Yao's bed. Why aren't you going out? Su Chingru saw Xiao Yao sitting on the edge of the bed, and he didn't have any intention of going out. I'm waiting for you, Xiao Yao said with a smile. You better get out of here. I'm going to change. Su Chingru said. It's fine, Chingru, you can change, I won't look. With that, Xiao Yao raised his hands to cover his eyes. Of course, leaving a slit. Su Chingru was speechless, and she wanted to strangle the bastard. Who was he trying to fool with this little trick? I'm telling you, if you don't go out, I'll. What will you do? I'll divorce you. Su Chingru shouted. When Xiao Yao heard this, he was not as anxious as Su Qingru had imagined. Instead, he calmly spread his hands and said, "Qingru, we haven't even gotten a marriage certificate yet, so how can we get divorced?" Su Qingru only then realized that, yes, they had not yet married, so it seems that this trick did not work. "Are you really not going out?" Su Qingru revealed a sly smile. Qingru wife, what are you going to do?" Xiao Yao had a bad feeling in his heart. Su Qingru smiled sweetly, walked slowly to Xiao Yao, and suddenly snorted, lifting her right knee and slamming it into Xiao Yao's stomach. "Ah! You're murdering your husband!" Xiao Yao screamed in pain and quickly covered his crotch and ran out. "Humph, you deserve it." Su Qingru patted her hands and smirked. After breakfast, Xiao Yao drove to the Jinxiu building with Su Qingru. Xiao Yao looked at Su Qingru from time to time in the rearview mirror, still feeling a little scared. He thought to himself that his wife was really terrible, hitting him in that area whenever she disagreed with him. If he hadn't blocked her in time, he would have spent the rest of his life in loneliness and misery. "What are you looking at?" Su Qingru noticed that Xiao Yao's eyes were constantly looking at her, and asked coldly. "No, I'm not looking at anything." Xiao Yao shook his head repeatedly. He didn't want to experience that kind of heart-wrenching pain again. When they arrived at the Jinxiu building, the two of them walked into the company one after the other, and the two security guards who were guarding the door quickly greeted them. "Well, work hard, you have a bright future." As Xiao Yao walked past the two men, he didn't forget to put on a big boss's appearance and patted the two men on the shoulder. "Thank you, Xiao Gu." The two men quickly saluted. Su Qingru frowned slightly when she saw Xiao Yao's manner as the company's boss, but she didn't say anything. After all, she knew that it was useless to say anything to this guy. Su Qingru went to her office, while Xiao Yao went to the marketing department, sat down at his desk, turned on his computer, and then planned to play a few games of League of Legends. Wang Han saw Xiao Yao and his face suddenly flashed with anger. This guy made him lose face yesterday, and he hated Xiao Yao to the bone. "Oomph, let's see how you can be proud later." Wang Han snorted. The reason why he was able to work in a company like Jinxiu Group, where beautiful women gathered, was not only because he was a bit capable, but also because his cousin Wang Li also worked in the company, and she was the deputy manager of another department, a high-ranking position. It was not difficult to get him into the Jinxiu Group. After Wang Han suffered a loss at the hands of Xiao Yao yesterday, he told Wang Li about it when he got home, and asked her to come to the company today to help her get rid of Xiao Yao. It should be about time. "Oh, you people in the marketing department are getting more and more lazy. Do you really think the company is your home?" At this time, a somewhat sharp female voice came over. The marketing department employee looked over and saw a woman in a red dress with heavy makeup and a strong perfume coming over. "Who is she, Lu Yan?" Xiao Yao asked. Lu Yan glanced at the woman in the red dress and showed a look of disgust on her face. She whispered in Xiao Yao's ear, "Her name is Wang Li, the deputy manager of the next department, and she is also Wang Han's cousin. She often comes to find fault with us for no reason. She is the woman I hate the most in the company." Xiao Yao nodded, and it turned out that this woman was here to cause trouble. Wang Li walked around the marketing department and walked over to Xiao Yao. She glanced at Xiao Yao's computer desktop and immediately sneered. Where did this rookie come from? He was still playing games during work hours. Hee, the quality of our employees at Jinxiu Group is really getting worse and worse. Hey, big sister, do you know how to write the word quality? Xiao Yao retorted. What did you say? Big sister? Wang Li was stunned. She was only in her 30s, and even if she was a little older than the younger employees of the Splendid Group, she could hardly be considered a big sister. But Xiao Yao was right. He was only 19 years old, the youngest employee at the Jinxiu Group, and calling Wang Li big sister was an honor. Humph, you little brat, do you know where you are? Wang Li snorted. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded without hesitation and pointed to the 3 characters at the door. This is the marketing department, so who is this sister? You, good, you dare to talk to me like this, don't you want this job? Wang Li was more and more angry. She had worked at Jinxiu Group for so long. Company, it can't be a shell company, can it? Xiao Yao asked with some suspicion. Well, I have that suspicion too. Without hesitation, Zhou Yan nodded and looked at Xiao Yao, revealing a smile on her face. That's why I asked you to come with me. If anything happens, I'll be relieved to have you with me. Zhou Yan, you've changed. Xiao Yao sighed. What have I changed? Zhou Yan asked. You've become less innocent than before. I'm not a teenage girl, so of course I'm not that innocent. Zhou Yan gave Xiao Yao a look and said, besides, if something happens to me, won't you feel guilty? Of course, you are my girlfriend, so of course I have to protect you. Xiao Yao said with a serious face. Who is your girlfriend? Don't be shameless. Zhou Yan's face turned red, she pouted, looked out the window and stopped talking. Xiao Yao laughed, embarrassed. Half an hour later, Xiao Yao drove to the outskirts of the city. Looking around, he saw nothing but a vast empty expanse, with only a few dilapidated office buildings standing in the distance. One of the office buildings had a rusty plaque hanging on it, with the 4 characters Xinmao Company written on it. It seems that this is really a shell company. Xiao Yao chuckled, and it's also a shell company that is about to go bankrupt. We're here. Xiao Yao parked the car by the side of the road and got out with Zhou Yan, walking together towards the dilapidated office building. When they entered the lobby, it was very empty, and there was not a single ghost in sight. Xiao Yao looked around for a long time before seeing a woman in a uniform sitting in the corner of the far end, blowing on a fan and eating sunflower seeds. She didn't look like she was working at all. Why is it like this here? Zhou Yan was a little nervous. She always felt that this place was a bit shady and uncomfortable. Zhou Yan, don't be nervous, I'm here. Xiao Yao chuckled, took Zhou Yan's small hand, and walked straight to the woman in uniform, smiling and asking, Pretty sister, I'm looking for your company's boss. Chapter 26 Let's Talk. The woman in uniform was pleased to hear the word sister, looked up, glanced at Xiao Yao and Zhou Yan, and asked, Do you have an appointment? No. Xiao Yao shook his head honestly. Then it won't work. Our boss is very busy. The woman in uniform shook her head. Busy? Xiao Yao was taken aback, looked around, and smiled, Sister, don't joke around. What can he be busy with? You were about to refute her, but then you suddenly realized that Xiao Yao was right, so you had to shake your head and say that you couldn't do it without an appointment. I am the manager of the marketing department of the Jinqiu Group. Your company, Xinmo, still owes us 10 million yuan in back payments. I am here to collect the money. Zhou Yan stepped forward and said. Collecting money? The woman in uniform was slightly startled and looked at the two of them in surprise. She then stood up and walked inside, telling them to wait. After a while, the woman in uniform returned to the lobby and said to Zhou Yan, The boss said you can go in, but only you can go in. Why? Zhou Yan asked warily. What is the reason? There is no reason. If you don't want to, then please leave. The woman in uniform shook her head. Zhou Yan looked at Xiao Yao hesitantly. The latter knew what Zhou Yan was worried about and nodded with a smile. Sister Zhou Yan, don't worry, go in. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, Zhou Yan's heart had a little bit of confidence, nodded, and followed the uniformed woman inside. Xiao Yao lay on the chair, crossed his legs and looked at the scenery outside. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I hope you won't mess around, otherwise, there is no need for your company to exist. In an office in the office building, a large fan was whirring, and a group of strong men were playing cards together. In their arms, they were each holding a heavily made-up woman, and it looked very chaotic. This is not at all the appearance of a company, it is completely an underground casino. Boss, the person is here. The woman in uniform walked into the office and said. On hearing this, one of the men who was playing cards stopped what he was doing, lit a cigarette, and looked at Zhou Yan. This person is the boss of Xinmao Company, Li Mao. When Li Mao saw Zhou Yan's cheeks, he couldn't help but be startled. He had just heard from his employees that Jinqiu Group had sent a man and a woman to collect the final payment, so he asked his employees to bring the woman. But Li Mao never imagined that this woman was so beautiful, much better than the mediocre women around him. Zhou Yan saw the scene in the office and frowned slightly. She really didn't want to stay here for long, so she got straight to the point. Mr. Li, is that you? You owe our Jinqiu Group 10 million yuan in payment, and the deadline has now passed. If you don't pay, we will sue you for breach of contract. Ha, this lady is exaggerating. It's only 10 million. Although I'm not a rich man, I can still afford to pay this amount. Li Mao laughed loudly and waved his hand, and a strong man immediately took a chair and placed it behind Zhou Yan. Miss, please sit down. Li Mao smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Zhou Yan shook her head and said, "No, please give me an answer as soon as possible. I still have things to do." "Miss, there is no need to rush. Let's talk slowly." Li Mao asked with a smile, "I don't know your name, miss?" "Zhou Yan." "Okay, Miss Zhou, we are all sensible people, so let's not beat around the bush." Li Mao's mouth curled into a sullen smile. "I do have the 10 million yuan in the final payment, but if Miss Zhou wants it, she has to agree to one condition first." "What condition?" Zhou Yan frowned and had a bad feeling in her heart. "It's very simple. You just have to spend a few days with me. Of course, if we can develop a relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, that would be even better." Li Mao said frankly. "Ah, Mr. Li, I can't tell, you're so easily tempted. This chick is really hot, no wonder Mr. Li is willing to spend a fortune on her." "Oh, Mr. Li, how can our sisters compare to her?" Hearing Li Mao's words, the office was abuzz with discussion, especially the women who were heavily made up. They all stood up and surrounded Li Mao, as if they wanted to take him for themselves. "Ha, Miss Zhou, you can see that I, Li, don't lack money. If you follow me, you will live a much happier life than you do now." Li Mao kept running his hands over these women, while his eyes swept over Zhou Yan's delicate body, his heart burning with passion. "Mr. Li, please respect yourself." Zhou Yan's face grew colder and colder, and she was a little nervous. If she had known that this would be the case, she would have asked Xiaoyao to stay by her side no matter what. Only in this way could she feel at ease. "Ha, self-respect? Miss Zhou, are you looking down on me?" Li Mao sneered and asked. "I don't mean to look down on you, but I hope you don't mess around. This is a society ruled by law, so you'd better think about the consequences." Zhou Yan said. "Ha, Miss Zhou, threats are useless to me." After saying this, Li Mao pushed aside the flirtatious women around him and walked straight towards Zhou Yan. "What do you want?" Zhou Yan hurriedly backed away, trying to open the door and leave, but found that the door had already been locked. "Miss Zhou, in my place, I am the law, and you can only obey." Li Mao smiled coldly and reached out to grab Zhou Yan. Boom! At this moment, the wooden door collapsed with a loud bang, and a cloud of dust filled the air. Everyone in the office immediately stood up and looked out, only to see an 18 or 19-year-old boy appear outside and kick open the door. "I say, you're all grown men, and you're embarrassing a beautiful woman like this." Xiaoyao walked into the office, glanced at everyone present, and shook his head in disdain. Xiaoyao. When Zhou Yan saw Xiaoyao, she felt as if she had seen her own savior. She quickly ran to Xiaoyao and took his arm, and her nervous heart also settled down at that moment. She believed that with Xiaoyao by her side, everything would be fine. "Zhou Yan, don't be afraid, I'm here, aren't I?" Xiaoyao patted Zhou Yan's shoulder and smiled. But if you know him, you'll know that at this moment, Xiaoyao is on the verge of an explosion. "Kid, who are you?" Li Mao looked at Xiaoyao and asked coldly. He didn't immediately get angry because he had just seen Xiaoyao kick open the door, so he could see that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person, so it was better to find out who he was first. "Is this important?" Xiaoyao asked in return. "Humph, you don't have to say anything, but I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise, I'll let you come in today and leave today," Li Mao threatened. As he said this, the several strong men around him all cast cold glances at Xiaoyao, each picking up a weapon such as a bench or a wooden stick. As soon as Li Mao gave the order, they would attack Xiaoyao en masse. "I also advise you to pay the remaining 10 million now and take your men and get out of here. Maybe I'll let you off the hook." Xiaoyao smiled faintly, showing no fear. "Good boy, it's been a long time since I've seen someone so arrogant. Brothers, attack." Li Mao was completely enraged by Xiaoyao, and with a wave of his hand, he shouted angrily. "Damn it, beat this kid to death." The 4 or 5 burly men all shouted, raising their sticks and rushing towards Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao protected Zhou Yan behind him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the sturdy man who had rushed forward first, wielding a wooden pipe. The latter swung the wooden stick violently and smashed it on Xiaoyao's head. Xiaoyao stood still, and people thought he was scared silly. The next moment, Xiaoyao raised his right hand and caught the heavy wooden stick like he was catching cotton. He smiled at the corner of his mouth, swung the wooden stick hard, and hit the strong man directly, knocking him out and onto the ground, spitting blood. When the other strong men saw Xiaoyao's ruthless attack, they all changed their expressions, looked at each other, nodded, and rushed towards Xiao Yao together. Why come here to get yourself into trouble? Xiao Yao sighed helplessly, and his momentum immediately became fierce. He rushed out quickly, moving like a flash of lightning through the several burly men. I'll waste you. One of the strong men shouted, carrying a wooden stool in his hand and throwing it at Xiao Yao. Pop! Xiao Yao punched out, hitting the wooden stool, which immediately made a hole in it. Before the strong man could react, Xiao Yao grabbed the wooden stool and placed it directly on the strong man's head. The latter screamed in pain and fell to the ground, rolling around. Xiao Yao looked at the remaining two strong men, his mouth slightly raised. Without saying a word, he took a quick step forward and put his hands on their shoulders. Does it hurt? Xiao Yao asked. The two men were stunned for a moment, looking at Xiao Yao like he was crazy. After that, the two men tried to break free. Crack! Ah! Ah! At this time, Xiao Yao suddenly pressed down with all his might, and the two men immediately felt as if their shoulders had shattered. The sound of bones cracking rang out, and they had no resistance at all. They collapsed directly on the ground, moaning in pain. Now you're in pain, right? Xiao Yao smiled and patted his hands, his eyes fixed on Li Mao, who was already trembling with fear, and the several flirtatious women inside. Aren't you leaving yet? Xiao Yao asked. Thank you, little brother, we're leaving. The flirtatious women were like they had been granted a pardon, and quickly said a few words of thanks, and quickly ran outside the office. Li Mao also wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. Don't go, let's talk. Xiao Yao stopped him with a light smile. Little brother, I apologize for any offense I may have caused. Li Mao knew he couldn't escape, so he stopped and quickly apologized with a smile. Chapter 27. I have a boyfriend now. Do you think I'm the kind of person who holds grudges? Xiao Yao huffed in annoyance. Little brother, you can tell that you have a big heart and won't let a little conflict get to you. Li Mao quickly followed Xiao Yao down the stairs. I won't bother you about what happened just now. Hurry up and transfer the remaining 10 million to the account of the Jinsho Group, otherwise, your fate will be much worse than theirs. Xiao Yao smiled lightly. Li Mao's heart suddenly trembled, and he subconsciously glanced at the strong men lying on the ground in pain. He quickly nodded and promised, yes, I'll transfer the money using my mobile phone. After that, Li Mao went to the wooden table next to him, looked in the cabinet for a while, and took something out of it. You little brat, go to hell. Li Mao's eyes flashed with coldness, and a fruit knife with a cold gleam appeared in his hand, which he thrust at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, be careful. Zhou Yan's face changed at once when she saw this. She never thought that Li Mao would be so bold as to kill with a knife. Why is he so disobedient? Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly, showing no sign of nervousness or worry. When Li Mao approached him, Xiao Yao suddenly flashed, appearing in front of Li Mao in an instant. Li Mao had not yet reacted, and Xiao Yao had already taken the fruit knife from him, pointing it at his neck. If he had moved 1 centimeter closer, he would have been dead. Little brother. No, big brother, spare my life, spare my life. Li Mao immediately cowered at this moment, fearing that if Xiao Yao did not hold it firmly, he would be dead. I said, who are you trying to scare with a fruit knife? You weren't even there when I was playing with it. Xiao Yao snorted in annoyance, flicked his 2 fingers lightly, and the fruit knife snapped in 2. Sigh. Everyone gasped in surprise. The strong men who were lying on the ground and moaning in pain were also stunned for a moment, as if they had forgotten the pain in their bodies and looked straight at the fruit knife in Xiao Yao's hand, which had been broken into 2 pieces. This is impossible, right? This was the first time they had seen such a shocking scene. Could a person break a fruit knife with just 2 fingers? Xiao Yao ignored the shocked crowd and snapped his fingers, causing the 2 pieces of the fruit knife to fly out and impale the wall. Mr. Li, if you don't pay up, your thing will probably end up like this. Xiao Yao patted Li Mao on the shoulder and gave a smile that was innocent and pure. But to Li Mao, this smile was even more terrifying than the devil. I'll transfer the money right now. Li Mao no longer dared to make any small movements. He nodded nervously, took out his cell phone from his pocket with trembling hands, and hurriedly transferred 10 million yuan to the account of the Jinsho Group. He respectfully handed the cell phone to Xiao Yao, saying, Brother, the money has been transferred. Please take a look. Xiao Yao glanced at it and, after confirming that it was correct, returned it to Li Mao. He nodded and said, if you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have hurt the relationship. Okay, see you next time. After saying this, Xiaoyao waved to Zhou Yan, who was also surprised, and the two of them left together. Li Mao watched Xiaoyao's figure as he walked away, and thought to himself, what's next? I hope I never see him again. Xiaoyao's behavior today really overturned Li Mao's imagination. He didn't want to encounter this disaster again. Mr. Li, are we just going to let them go? A burly man asked with some reluctance. Pop. Li Mao slapped the man in the face and shouted, if you're so fucking capable, go find him. I wouldn't dare provoke this gentleman, unless I was tired of living. Are you kidding? Can someone who can easily break a steel fruit knife in two be someone he can afford to provoke? Leaving the office building, Xiaoyao drove to the company. Zhou Yan sat in the passenger seat, not looking at the front, but staring at Xiaoyao, with a look of surprise on her delicate and pretty face. Zhou Yan, you're staring at me so much that I can't drive properly. Xiaoyao, although he has a thick skin, was still a little embarrassed to be stared at by Zhou Yan like this. Oh, I won't look at you. Zhou Yan's pretty face turned red and she quickly looked away. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yan could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Xiaoyao, where did you come from? Of course, I came from my mother's womb. Xiaoyao replied, looking at Zhou Yan with some surprise, wondering if Zhou Yan had just been stimulated by something and started talking nonsense. I'm not asking you that. I mean, where did you come from, Zhenghai? Zhou Yan was speechless. Could this guy be more serious? Oh, I just came from the mountains. Xiaoyao answered honestly. The mountains? Zhou Yan was stunned, but remembered the first time she met Xiaoyao. The guy did look like he had just come from the countryside. So what did you do before? Zhou Yan continued to ask. Killing people. Xiaoyao still answered honestly. Xiaoyao, I'm asking you seriously, can you stop joking? Of course, Zhou Yan didn't believe Xiaoyao's words. This guy doesn't look like a murderer at all. I'm telling the truth. Sister Zhou Yan, don't you believe me? Xiaoyao asked in return. Zhou Yan simply stopped talking. She had originally thought that Xiaoyao had been a soldier, otherwise he wouldn't have been so powerful. He had previously knocked down more than 10 thugs armed with steel pipes outside the hot pot restaurant with his bare hands, and this time he easily snapped a steel fruit knife in half. This is obviously not something that an ordinary person can do. But Xiaoyao didn't want to tell her the truth, so she had to stop asking. What Zhou Yan didn't know was that Xiaoyao was telling the truth. He had previously followed the master chef on missions in various countries, and most of the time he spent killing people. For Xiaoyao, killing people was as easy as eating and drinking. Of course, most people wouldn't believe Xiaoyao's story. After all, this guy looks clean and pure on the surface, and with a little grooming, he could be a gigolo or something, which has nothing to do with killing. The car drove to the company, and Zhou Yan got out and said to Xiaoyao, I'm going to report this to the president. Are you going? I'm not going. Sister Zhou Yan, take care. Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled. If he really went with her, he was afraid that he would not get a good result after going back if Su Qingru saw something. Xiaoyao knew this very well. Okay, I'll leave now. See you next time. After that, Zhou Yan walked towards the building. She didn't ask Xiaoyao where he was going next, because in her opinion, it didn't matter whether he was at the company or not, because he wouldn't work properly anyway. Xiaoyao was about to leave when his cell phone in his pocket rang. Xiaoyao smiled when he saw that the caller ID was Xiao Ruoyu. He picked up the phone and said, Hello, Xiao Ruoyu, do you miss me again? Can you stop being so narcissistic? I'm not missing you. Lin Ruoyu snorted in a haughty manner. Oh, you didn't miss me? Then why did you call? Xiaoyao asked. Can't I call you if I don't miss you? Of course, of course. Xiaoyao nodded eagerly. Xiaoyao, are you free right now? Yes, why? Then can you come to Shanghai University now? Lin Ruoyu hesitated and stopped talking. Xiaoyao heard something wrong in Lin Ruoyu's tone and asked, Ruoyu, what's going on? A guy from my school is after me. He's cornering me right now and making me promise to be his girlfriend, or else he won't let me go. Damn it! Who has the guts to even try to steal my little Ruoyu? You wait, I'll be right there. Xiaoyao was furious. He hung up the phone, turned on the navigation system, and headed for Zhonghai University. Someone actually wants to steal his girlfriend. What is this, looking for death? Zhonghai University, the school entrance. As the most famous university in Zhonghai City, Zhonghai University is located in the extremely prosperous central area of Zhonghai. It is now evening, and it is the time when many college students go out to hang out. At this time, many people gathered at the university entrance. Lin Ruoyu was wearing a light yellow dress today, with a pair of simple white canvas shoes on her feet. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Although she was not wearing makeup, she had a unique and pure charm that was hard to take one's eyes off of. In front of Lin Ruoyu, there was a slightly handsome boy holding a bouquet of red roses and looking at Lin Ruoyu with affectionate eyes. This gesture is obviously a declaration of love. Ruoyu, I have liked you since the first day you entered the school. I hope you will agree to be my girlfriend. The boy's voice was gentle, and he was indeed very handsome. I'm afraid many girls would nod and agree at this time. Isn't this Jinwen, the rich kid from our school? He actually confessed to the school beauty Lin Ruoyu? Lin Ruoyu is so beautiful, it's normal for a rich second generation to confess to her. But I heard that Jinwen is a heartbreaker who often plays with girls' feelings and gets bored with them after a short time. There are at least 8 girls in our school who have fallen for him. What's the big deal? People with money are just as spoiled as they are rich. Jinwen listened to the comments of his classmates and the smile on his face became more intense. He thought that his chances of success were very high. The reason why he didn't confess to Lin Ruoyu before was because he knew that Su Bin was also one of Lin Ruoyu's suitors, but a few days ago he suddenly heard that Su Bin had been taught a lesson, and after that he never dared to approach Lin Ruoyu again. Jinwen suddenly felt that his chance had come, and he immediately began to take action. With his qualifications, it's not really that difficult to chase after a school beauty. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. To everyone's surprise, Lin Ruoyu did not think about it for a moment and shook her head without hesitation. Chapter 28, On the Same Boat. As soon as Lin Ruoyu spoke, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became dull. Everyone was extremely surprised, and they could also hear the sound of heartbreak all over the place. They never thought that Lin Ruoyu, the school flower of Zhonghai University, already had a boyfriend. If this news gets out, it will probably shake the entire Zhonghai University. They were curious to know who this guy was that countless male compatriots envied and hated. Jinwen's face turned red for a moment, but he quickly recovered and smiled, saying, Ruoyu, I know you're not ready yet. It's okay, I can give you some time, but please don't joke like this anymore. How do you know I was joking? Lin Ruoyu asked in return. If you really have a boyfriend, then fine, where is he now? Jinwen asked, convinced in his heart that this was a story made up by Lin Ruoyu to reject him. Lin Ruoyu definitely didn't have a boyfriend, otherwise how could there be no news at all? He's coming over right now. Lin Ruoyu replied with a calm face, but she was a little anxious in her heart, and she didn't know when Xiaoyao would be able to arrive. If this guy is late, she won't let him off the hook. Ha, Ruoyu, if that's the case, I can wait with you and see if your so-called boyfriend will show up? Jinwen smiled and nodded, then changed the subject. But, how about we make a promise? What do you mean? Lin Ruoyu frowned. If your boyfriend doesn't show up, then you can be my girlfriend. Jinwen said bluntly. Lin Ruoyu was about to explode when a car roared up. The crowd quickly dispersed, and a Maybach roared up, carrying a cloud of dust, and stopped in front of Jinwen like a flash of lightning. Jinwen coughed uncontrollably from the dust, and some of it made it difficult to open his eyes. Xiao Ruoyu, I'm not late, am I? Before the crowd could react, a young man who looked younger than the others got out of the car and came over to Lin Ruoyu, smiling and asking. If you had come a few minutes later, you would have been finished. Lin Ruoyu raised her fists in a gesture of defiance at Xiaoyao, and she finally let out a sigh of relief. If Xiaoyao hadn't come, she really didn't know what she would have done. Who are you? Stay away from Ruoyu. Jinwen was furious when he saw Xiaoyao and Lin Ruoyu laughing and chatting. Lin Ruoyu was the woman he had his eye on, and he couldn't let her be taken by someone else. Who am I? I'm Xiaoruo's boyfriend. Xiaoyao replied as if it was only natural. Boyfriend? At the mention of this, the crowd exploded, and everyone's faces were filled with shock. Lin Ruoyu's boyfriend, it turns out, is him. A murmur spread, And although the man was average looking and dressed very plainly, the car he drove looked quite nice. However, compared to the rich second generation like Jin Wen and Su Bin, Xiao Yao obviously has no competitiveness at all. So they were all very puzzled. Why would Lin Ruoyu give up the pursuit of Su Bin and Jin Wen and instead agree to be with this ordinary guy? Is the school flower's vision so different from ordinary people? When Lin Ruoyu heard Xiao Yao announce in public that he was her boyfriend, a blush appeared on her pretty face. She thought to herself that this guy was too overbearing, and she hadn't even agreed to it yet. However, under the circumstances, Lin Ruoyu of course could not refute Xiao Yao, and she was still hoping that Xiao Yao would help her out of the situation. You're Ruoyu's boyfriend? Haha, that's a good laugh. What makes you think you're good enough for Ruoyu? What makes you think you're better than me? Jin Wen was amused and said with disdain. I don't know if you are worthy of Ruoyu, but I know that you are not even as good as one of my hairs. Xiao Yao smiled lightly. Although his words sounded pretentious, his calm appearance made it hard to tell that he was pretending. What did you say? Jin Wen's face changed. It was the first time he had been looked down on like that, and he was furious. He swung his fist and smashed it at Xiao Yao. Hey, how can young people be so impulsive nowadays? Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly inside, completely forgetting that he was younger than these college students. Xiao Yao slowly raised his right hand and easily caught Jin Wen's fist, which contained anger. With a slight twist, Jin Wen suddenly felt a piercing pain coming from his hand, and he couldn't help but scream out, "Ah, it hurts. Let go of my hand." Jin Wen felt as if his hand was about to be crushed by Xiao Yao. If you let me go, then I'll lose face. What do you want? That's new. You stole my girlfriend and you're asking me what I want? Can I ask you to go away? After saying that, without waiting for Jin Wen to react, Xiao Yao directly threw him to the right, and Jin Wen was thrown off his feet and rolled on the ground for several laps before stopping. Damn, he actually let Jin Wen roll on the ground. I feel like my worldview has collapsed. Some college students exclaimed in amazement. Jin Wen is a famous rich second-generation heir in their school, with a net worth of over 100 million, and no one has ever dared to go against him. But today? Jin Wen was lectured by a kid who came out of nowhere, and he even rolled on the ground a few times. This was probably even more uncomfortable for him than killing him. Jin Wen stood up and trembled all over, his eyes full of resentment as he looked at Xiao Yao. Kid, you dared to do this to me? You're finished. Really? Come over and try. Xiao Yao smiled lightly and waved at Jin Wen. As soon as he heard this, Jin Wen immediately became timid. He had just experienced Xiao Yao's power, and he was completely no match for him. How dare he rush up? If you don't dare to come over, don't talk nonsense. I still have things to do, so I won't play with you. Xiao Yao waved his hand with disdain, and in the eyes of the envious and jealous crowd, he took Lin Ruoyu's delicate jade hand and got into the car and left. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Jin Wen saw Xiao Yao leave and immediately roared angrily. Xiao Yao didn't hear his threat at all. Of course, even if he had heard it, Xiao Yao wouldn't have cared. During the years he spent abroad, he faced opponents who were all true masters of the underworld, each with their hands stained with the blood of countless people. Even in such an environment, Xiao Yao survived and made the foreign underworld fear him. A mere college student, how could he possibly be in his eyes? Jin Wen shouted for a few moments until his throat was hoarse, then he stopped and saw the people around him looking at him like idiots, and angrily shouted, "What are you looking at? Get out of here!" These college students dare not provoke Jin Wen, a rich second generation, and quickly left. Damn it, if I don't make this kid regret it, I'm not Jin Wen. Jin Wen shouted angrily. Ha, Jin Wen, now you know why I gave up on pursuing Lin Ruoyu, right? At this moment, a light laugh came. Jin Wen frowned and turned around to see Su Bin walking towards him. He said in a grumpy tone, "Are you here to laugh at me?" "No, I'm in the same boat as you." Su Bin shook his head. "What do you mean?" "It was because of this guy that I had to give up pursuing Lin Ruoyu," Su Bin said, with a flash of anger in his eyes. Xiao Yao had made him lose face in front of Lin Ruoyu before, and he had already hated Xiao Yao to the bone. He was still angry when he thought about it. Is it because of him? Jin Wen was slightly surprised. No wonder Su Bin said they were in the same boat. It turns out that he was also messed up by Xiao Yao. So what are you going to do about it? Jin Wen asked. He must pay the price and understand that in Shanghai, he is not the only one from the countryside who can behave like a wild animal. Su Bin said angrily. Good, I agree. Jin Wen nodded repeatedly. He was also eager to teach Xiao Yao a lesson. Do you have any ideas? Jin Wen asked. Well, I do have a plan. Su Bin's mouth curled up in a dark smile. Xiao Yao is not an easy person to deal with, but we can start with Lin Ruoyu. Xiao Yao and Lin Ruoyu naturally didn't know that Su Bin and Jin Wen had already started plotting, and at this time they were driving around aimlessly. Ruoyu, I find it really troublesome to have such a beautiful girlfriend. I have to think about how to deal with these rivals every day. Xiao Yao glanced at the pure and moving Lin Ruoyu beside him and said with emotion. Fine, if you don't want to, there are plenty of others who do. Lin Ruoyu snorted, then thought of something, and glared at Xiao Yao, saying, No, when did I admit that you were my girlfriend? If I'm not your girlfriend, then I'll send you back. That dude looks like he's got a lot of power, and it's not a good idea to offend him. Xiao Yao said this and then turned around to go back. How dare you? Lin Ruoyu glared at Xiao Yao and said viciously, If you dare to send me back, you won't see me again. Hey, that's not possible. Xiao Ruo is so beautiful, how could I bear to let her go? Xiao Yao chuckled and asked, Ruo, where do you want to go? Just take a walk. Lin Ruoyu didn't have any requests, but she didn't want to go back to school so soon. Okay, I'll take you to the mall and buy you a nice dress. Xiao Yao nodded. You buy clothes for people? Lin Ruoyu looked at Xiao Yao in surprise. This guy dresses so ordinary, does he really have money to buy clothes? Xiao Yao saw Lin Ruoyu's confusion and patted his chest, saying, I'm just being low-key, okay? I can still afford to buy clothes for girls. Okay, then I won't be polite. Lin Ruoyu revealed a sly smile and looked out the window at the passing lights, and her mood became happier and happier. Chapter 29, Black Card. Xiao Yao drove Lin Ruoyu to the Yintai shopping mall in the city center, parked the car in the parking lot, and the two walked together to the mall. Xiao Yao, you brought me to such an expensive place? Lin Ruoyu looked at Xiao Yao and said hesitantly. It's expensive to spend money in places like this. It costs thousands of dollars to eat a meal or buy a piece of clothing. Ordinary people can't afford it. It's not expensive here. Although Xiao Yao had never been to this mall before, he had often visited expensive shopping malls abroad, and each time he had spent tens of thousands or even millions of dollars. So in Xiao Yao's opinion, there is really nothing to ask for when coming to such a place. By the way, Xiao Yao, you've been in Shanghai for a few days now. Have you found a job yet? Lin Ruoyu asked. I have found a job. I am now an employee of the marketing department of Splendid Group. Xiao Yao said proudly when he mentioned this. Wow, you've joined the Splendid Group? Lin Ruoyu's face showed a hint of surprise. She grew up in Shanghai and of course knew what kind of company the Splendid Group was. The Jinxiu Group ranks among the top 5 of all the large enterprises in Shanghai City. The most distinctive point is that since Su Qingru took up the position of president, the Jinxiu Group has rarely recruited male employees. Only exceptionally talented people have the opportunity to join the Jinxiu Group. So when Xiao Yao said that he was an employee of the Jinxiu Group, Lin Ruoyu was very surprised. So, Xiao Ruo, you don't have to worry about anything, just buy it. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said with a curious look, looking like a local tyrant. When they arrived at the clothing area on the 3rd floor, Xiao Yao and Lin Ruoyu started to stroll around. It has to be said that women are naturally passionate about buying clothes, no matter what kind of woman they are. Wow, these clothes are really beautiful. Lin Ruoyu looked at the dazzling array of clothes and skirts in front of her, and her face kept showing surprise. What made her hesitate was that the prices of these clothes were not very good, with the cheapest ones costing 5,000 or 6,000. Although Lin Ruoyu was the school beauty queen at Shanghai University, her family was not well off. Her parents were both working class, and together they only earned 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. Buying such expensive clothes was something she could not even dream of. Miss, are you here to choose clothes? At this time, a salesperson came over and asked. Yes, but it seems that Xiaorua is having a hard time choosing. Could you recommend something for us? Xiao Yao saw that Lin Ruoyu was hesitant, so he spoke directly. Okay. The salesperson politely nodded, and was very professional. Unlike those salespeople who look down on people, they immediately assume that a customer who is dressed in ordinary clothes is a poor person, and they don't have a good attitude. Miss, I think this skirt is perfect for you. The salesperson pointed to a white skirt in front of him and said, "This skirt is Gucci's new product this year." The pure white style gives a fresh and simple visual enjoyment. The neckline is inlaid with sparkling diamonds, and the high waist design is very elegant. Miss, you are so pretty, you will look great in it. After introducing the dress, the salesperson did not forget to add a compliment. She didn't mean it as a compliment, because Lin Ruoyu's looks were indeed pure and sweet, and they went very well with the white dress. This dress is really beautiful. Lin Ruoyu's eyes kept on the dress, biting her teeth, and asked, "How much is this dress?" "It's not expensive, it's 38,000 yuan. The salesperson smiled. "So expensive?" Lin Ruoyu was stunned. A skirt that costs 38,000 yuan is not expensive. I don't know how much it would cost to be considered expensive. Forget it, I'm not going to buy it. Lin Ruoyu shook her head, she couldn't afford such an expensive dress. Miss, this dress really suits you. Think about it again. The salesperson quickly persuaded her, the first reason being that she really wanted to improve her performance, and the second reason being that she really thought the dress suited Lin Ruoyu. But, Xiao Ruoyu, why don't you try it on? I'd really like to see you wear this dress. Lin Ruoyu was about to refuse, but then she heard Xiao Yao laughing and saying something. Lin Ruoyu looked at Xiao Yao and saw him nod his head. After hesitating for a long time, she finally nodded and went to the fitting room with the dress. Soon, Lin Ruoyu came out of the fitting room wearing the dress. Wow, she looks so beautiful. This was Xiao Yao's first reaction. Some of the guests passing by also stood in place, especially some male compatriots, with blank expressions on their faces, as if they had seen an angel. Lin Ruoyu was already very pure and obedient, and in this white skirt, she had a fairy-like feeling, as if she could only be admired from afar and not be touched. Xiao Yao, do I look good? Stared at by so many people, Lin Ruoyu became a little shy, looking at Xiao Yao with a rosy face and asking. It's beautiful, it's even more beautiful than a fairy. Xiao Yao nodded eagerly. Yes, miss, I just said that you would look beautiful in this dress, and now you believe me, don't you? The saleswoman was also very excited. She didn't expect Lin Ruoyu to look so beautiful in this dress. She is no worse than those big stars. Miss, do you want to wear this dress or change it and I'll wrap it up for you? The saleswoman asked. No, I'm not buying this dress. Lin Ruoyu waved her hand repeatedly. Although she liked the dress very much, the price was too expensive, so she had to give up. The salesperson looked at Xiao Yao with some regret. Xiao Ruoyu, take this skirt. After saying that, Xiao Yao was about to take out his wallet. Honey, that dress is so beautiful, I want to buy it. At this time, a heavily made-up woman in her 20s approached a bald man in his 40s. The woman saw the dress on Lin Ruoyu and her eyes lit up. She asked the bald man to buy it for her. Ha, no problem, little baby, it's just a skirt. I'll buy you whatever you want. The bald man patted his beer belly and kissed the woman on the cheek, then asked the salesperson directly how much the skirt was, and he would take it. I'm sorry, this skirt was first picked out by this gentleman. The salesperson said hesitantly. Ha, look at the way they look. Do they look like people who can afford this dress? The heavily made-up woman glanced at Xiao Yao and Lin Ruoyu and snorted in disdain. Any woman will be jealous of a woman who is prettier than she is. So when this heavily made-up woman saw that Lin Ruoyu looked much better without makeup, she was even more jealous. The salesperson was also a little confused, so he looked at Xiao Yao. You see, he's useless. With his shabby appearance, he can't even afford a 300 yuan dress, let alone a 30,000 yuan one. The bald man said impatiently. How do you know I can't afford it? Xiao Yao asked in return. Ha, kid, do you really need to guess? You can tell by looking at you. The bald man gave Xiao Yao a disdainful glance. Ha, I really don't know where you get your self-confidence from, baldy with a beer belly. Do you think you're better looking than me? Xiao Yao snorted. This guy is clearly a sex addict, and he's already lost all his hair in his 40s. I don't want to talk to a country bumpkin like you, lest I lower my own standards. The bald man glared at the salesperson. What are you waiting for? Wrap it up. What happened? At this time, a woman in her 40s, also wearing a uniform, walked over and asked the salesperson directly. Manager, this is how the salesperson explained the situation. I understand. After listening to the manager, the bald man immediately said to the salesperson, Sir, don't worry, we'll wrap up the dress for you right away. Hey, sister, didn't you hear her say that we saw the dress first? Xiao Yao said unhappily. I'm sorry, but this gentleman is a member of our shopping mall. The manager said coldly. So if you can't afford to pay, then this skirt should be given to this gentleman. How do you know I can't afford it? Xiao Yao asked again. These people are so condescending. Why do they say he can't afford it? Kid, if you can come up with 38,000 in cash, I'll lick your shoes. The bald man snorted in disdain. He didn't believe that Xiao Yao had that much money on him. Well, I like to hear that. Xiao Yao smiled and nodded, saying, but I don't have cash. Does a card count? After saying that, Xiao Yao casually took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to the salesperson, saying, swipe it. What is this? The salesperson looked at the black card in his hand and said with some confusion, I've never seen a bank card like this before. Ha, who are you trying to fool with a fake card? The bald man sneered. Let me see. The manager took the card and glanced at it. His face suddenly showed a shocked expression as if he had seen a ghost. His hands holding the black card trembled at that moment. Is this the Centurion Black Gold card? The manager looked at Xiao Yao and his voice trembled. You know what you're talking about. Xiao Yao nodded lightly. Sorry, distinguished guest, I was rude just now. I hope you won't be angry. The manager's attitude had changed completely. She smiled at Xiao Yao, as if he had really become a god. She had worked here for so many years and had a certain understanding of the types of bank cards, and she recognized at a glance that the card Xiao Yao was holding was the Centurion Black card issued by American Express. The Centurion Black card is known as the King of Cards, and only true aristocrats with a spending limit of tens of millions are eligible to own it. What? Centurion? How is that possible? The bald man obviously knew something about this as well, and immediately showed a look of disbelief. Xiao Yao looked like a migrant worker in his clothes, so how could he possibly have a Centurion Black Gold card? Sir, please show more respect to this distinguished guest. The manager said coldly that she dared not offend such a distinguished guest. After swiping the card, the manager respectfully returned the black card to Xiao Yao, hoping that the guest would visit again. Xiao Yao casually slipped the black card into his pocket and looked at the bald man, smiling faintly. Okay, now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. What promise? The bald man was stunned. Kneel down and lick my shoes. Chapter 30, The Nightingale Bar. Upon hearing this, all the customers in the mall looked at the bald man. They were curious as to whether this bald man, who looked very wealthy, would actually lick Xiao Yao's shoes. Are you joking? The bald man glared at Xiao Yao and said in a harsh voice. Do I look like I'm joking? Xiao Yao chuckled and looked at all the customers present, saying, You all heard him just now, didn't you? He said that if I can afford it, I can lick his shoes, right? Many customers nodded. As the saying goes, it's not a big deal to watch the fun. They can't wait to see that scene. Do you know who I am? The bald man saw that so many people were targeting him, and his face completely changed. He looked at Xiao Yao and said in a threatening tone. I don't care about that. What I care about now is whether you're going to lick it or not. Xiao Yao asked. Xiao Yao, isn't this going too far? Let's just forget about it. Lin Ruoyu pulled Xiao Yao's arm. Xiao Yao looked at Lin Ruoyu and said softly, This kind of person, if you don't teach him a lesson, he really thinks he's a big shot. After saying that, Xiao Yao looked at the bald man and asked, Aren't you going to start yet? I'll lick your sister. The bald man shouted angrily and turned and left. Do you think it's too easy to leave like this? Xiao Yao laughed lightly, took a step forward, and everyone felt a figure flash in front of them. Xiao Yao appeared in front of the bald man so lightly. Bang! Xiao Yao punched the bald man in the beer belly. Ah! The bald man screamed, stumbled back, and finally fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, his face contorted in agony. You dared to hit me? The bald man looked at Xiao Yao with anger, his expression as if he wanted to eat Xiao Yao. Next time I see you, it won't be just a punch. Xiao Yao smiled faintly and looked at Lin Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu, take your clothes and let's go. Lin Ruoyu nodded quickly. She didn't want to stay here either, and quickly followed Xiao Yao to leave. The customers around looked at the bald man sitting on the ground screaming in pain, and they all just responded with indifference. After all, they didn't have a good impression of people like this who looked down on others. Xiao Yao and Lin Ruoyu strolled around the mall for a while, then left together. Xiao Yao drove Lin Ruoyu to school. Xiao Ruoyu, are you happy today? Xiao Yao glanced at Lin Ruoyu's delicate profile and asked. Not bad. Lin Ruoyu nodded. In fact, she was very happy. Today, Xiao Yao not only helped her get rid of Jinwan, but also bought her such a beautiful dress. Any girl would be happy. But the reason why Lin Ruoyu didn't show it was that she didn't want this guy to get too inflated, lest he make any excessive demands again. Lin Ruoyu and Xiao Yao have known each other for a long time, and she is still clear about this guy's routine. Xiao Yao, can I ask you a question? Lin Ruoyu asked. I love you. Xiao Yao blurted out. What? Lin Ruoyu was stunned. What did he mean? She wasn't prepared for this at all. How did this guy confess his love? Oh, I thought you were asking if I loved you. Isn't that the usual line for city people? Xiao Yao smiled lightly. You're so conceited. Lin Ruoyu's pretty face flushed, and she gave Xiao Yao a look and asked, I want to ask you, why do you have that bank card? When the manager saw the card, his attitude immediately changed, as if he had seen some extremely distinguished guest. So Lin Ruoyu couldn't help but be a little curious. Oh, you mean this? That card was given to me by someone when I was abroad. I have several more. If you want, I can give it to you. As he said this, Xiao Yao was about to take out the Centurion black gold card from his pocket and give it to Lin Ruoyu. Lin Ruoyu quickly stopped him, waving his hand and saying, No, I wouldn't dare to take such a valuable thing. Besides, if I take it out, what if someone steals it? Then just take it back. Xiao Yao said in a normal tone. Lin Ruoyu looked at this guy with a blank expression. How come he is always fighting and robbing? Can't he be a little more peaceful? While Xiao Yao and Lin Ruoyu were chatting, Xiao Yao's cell phone in his pocket rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Han Yong, whom he had not seen in a long time. Hello, what's up? Xiao Yao picked up the phone and asked directly. Ha, Xiaoge, I'm sorry to bother you suddenly. Han Yong said with a smile, his tone very respectful. Although Xiao Yao was a bit annoyed that someone was calling him when he was having a good time chatting, he said, as the saying goes, you shouldn't hit a smiling face. In this case, Xiao Yao didn't say anything, and nodded and asked, What do you want me for? It's like this, I recently opened a new bar, it opens tonight, Xiaoge, do you want to come over and have some fun? Han Yang asked. A bar? Xiao Yao hadn't been to a bar in a long time. He used to go to these places a lot when he was abroad, but after returning to China, he was under the control of the master chef and had been meditating in the mountains. He really wanted to go and relax. Yes, if you can come, it will be a great honor. Han Yong's tone was full of anticipation. Okay, I'll come over later. Xiao Yao nodded and agreed. Hey, thanks, Xiaogu. I'll send you the address right away. Han Yong hung up the phone with a smile. Xiao Ruoyu, do you want to go to a bar with me? Xiao Yao asked. No, I have to go back to school. If I go back late, the dormitory won't be closed. Lin Ruoyu shook her head. So good? As soon as he heard that the dormitory was closing, Xiao Yao became excited. Hey, Ruoyu, if that's the case, we can go to a hotel room. Who would want to share a room? With you? You're so shameless. Lin Ruoyu glared at Xiao Yao. How could this guy think about such dirty things all day long? Ah, Xiao Ruo, you don't want to? Xiao Yao said with some disappointment. Lin Ruoyu saw Xiao Yao's expression and couldn't help but feel a little shaken. She whispered, It's not that I don't want to, it's just that we haven't known each other for long and I'm not ready yet. Oh, that's fine. I'll let you prepare some more. Xiao Yao was not a man with sperm on his brain, and he nodded with a smile. After sending Lin Ruoyu to the school gate, Xiao Yao suddenly moved closer to Lin Ruoyu and said, Come on, give me a kiss. No. Lin Ruoyu shook her head shyly. If you don't kiss me, I won't let you go. Xiao Yao looked cheeky. You're so mean. Lin Ruoyu glared at Xiao Yao, kissed him on the side of his face like a dragonfly, and got off the car with the new skirt that Xiao Yao bought for her. I'm leaving. Drive safely. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded and watched Lin Ruoyu enter the school before driving away. According to the address Han Yong sent, Xiao Yao came to a bar street, where there was a lively scene with bright lights and loud music. On this street, you can see drunk girls walking down the street everywhere, and some men with evil intentions take this opportunity to take them away, commonly known as picking up corpses. Xiao Yao watched this scene and shook his head slightly helplessly, and walked straight to the bar that Han Yong had mentioned. The bar is called Nightingale, which is a pretty good name. Xiao Gu, you're here. Han Yong was waiting at the bar's entrance. When he saw Xiao Yao approaching, he quickly led a few of his men to greet him. The brothers were stunned at the sight. They had heard Han say that he was going to the door to greet a VIP, and they all thought that it must be a very important person. After all, it was definitely not necessary for Han to greet him personally. But what they never expected was that the guest Han mentioned was actually a young man in his late teens or early 20s. This completely subverted their imagination. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and greet Xiao Gu. Han Yong shouted. Hello, Xiao Gu. The brothers shouted. Han Yong, I don't like this kind of formality. Don't do it again. Xiao Yao smiled and waved his hand. Take me in and let's take a look. Okay. Han Yong quickly nodded and made a gesture of invitation, leading Xiao Yao into the bar. The bar was luxuriously decorated and it was obvious that it had just opened. Like other bars, there were many men and women drinking and dancing inside, releasing their excess hormones. You have quite a few customers. Xiao Yao nodded with a smile. It's not bad for a newly opened bar to have so many customers. Ha, after all, I have been in the China Sea for so many years, I still have a little reputation. Han Yong smiled and led Xiao Yao to a booth, asking the waiter to bring some drinks. Xiao Yao took a sip of whiskey and looked at Han Yong, saying, Go ahead, tell me what you want me for. Don't say it's just to drink and look at the pretty girls. I don't believe that. Hearing this, Han Yong's hand holding the bottle of liquor trembled slightly, and he thought to himself that Xiao Gu was indeed Xiao Gu. He had been seen through without saying anything. Since that was the case, Han Yong simply stopped hiding and said straight out, Xiao Gu, do you plan to make a name for yourself in Zhenghai? Oh? Why do you say that? Xiao Yao was intrigued and asked. Xiao Gu, I have seen your abilities. I, Han Yong, can guarantee that there are not many people in Zhenghai who can surpass you. As long as you are willing, Zhenghai will have a large piece of land for you sooner or later. Han Yong's expression became serious, and he said, Brother Xiao, as long as you nod, I, Han Yong, can immediately hand over the position of boss to you. I will follow you from now on. His tone was very sincere, and there was no joking about it. If it were a normal person, they would probably immediately agree to it after hearing such tempting words. Xiao Yao shook his head and smiled. I've finally been able to live a peaceful life, and you want to drag me down so quickly? Chapter 31 Master Zhang. No, Xiao Gu, I didn't mean that. I just think that it would be a shame if you were to waste your talents like that. Han Yong hurriedly shook his head, afraid of angering Xiao Yao. Han Yong had been in Zhenghai for more than 10 years, and there were not many people he respected, but he felt awe and admiration for Xiao Yao from the bottom of his heart. Not because of anything else, but because a few years ago Xiao Yao saved his life abroad. He understands the saying that one should repay a favor with a spring of water. Especially when it comes to saving a life. Okay, let's not talk about this. I finally got a break, and I don't want to get back into the thick of things so soon. Xiao Yao smiled and shook his head, picked up the wine glass in his hand, and toasted. Okay, Xiao Gu. Han Yong saw that Xiao Yao didn't mean it, and although he felt a bit sorry, he couldn't persuade him to say anything else, so he clinked glasses with Xiao Yao. Han, Xiao, it's Master Zhang. At this time, a little brother came over and said. Master Zhang? Xiao Yao frowned when he heard this. He remembered that the man who wanted to harass Lin Ruoyu at the karaoke bar was one of his men. Brother Xiao, after you left last time, I had my men teach Wei Nan a lesson. It seems that this scum went back to report the news. Han Yong frowned slightly, and his expression became a bit solemn. Master Zhang is a well-known figure, and when someone like him comes, even Han Yong doesn't dare to look down on him. So that's it. The matter started with me. Let's go meet him. Xiao Yao finished drinking the wine in his glass and stood up to say, "Okay." Han Yong was overjoyed. With Xiao Yao here, he was not afraid of anyone. The two of them had just walked a few steps when they saw a black-clad man in his 40s walking over with a group of men in suits. This black-clad man didn't look as strong as the previous Wei Nan, but was somewhat thin. He was also holding a string of Buddhist beads, but his aura was much stronger than Wei Nan's. "Ah, Han, long time no see, how have you been?" Master Zhang smiled as he twirled the beads. "Master Zhang, I didn't know you were coming. What brings you to my bar?" Han Yang asked with a smile. "Look at what you're saying. We've been friends for more than 10 years. It's only natural that I come to congratulate you on the opening of your new bar." Master Zhang chuckled. "Then I would like to thank you, Mr. Zhang." Han Yang nodded. "Thank you is unnecessary. I came here mainly to ask you a few questions. I hope Han can give me an explanation." Zhang Yi changed the subject, and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a hint of coldness. "What is it?" "A while ago, my brother Wei Nan was beaten up by your men in a karaoke bar you opened. He was quite badly injured. You should know about this, right?" Master Zhang asked directly. "Yes." Han Yang nodded without any hesitation, adding that he had ordered the beating. "Ha!" Master Zhang frowned and asked to hear more. "Wei Nan caused trouble in my place and angered the guests. As the owner of the karaoke bar, I naturally had to give the guests an explanation." Han Yang said calmly. "Ha, that's a good reason." Master Zhang smiled coldly, his eyes like a blade, pointing directly at Han Yang. He stopped what he was doing, and a chilling aura emanated from him. He asked coldly, "So are you going to give me an explanation?" "Han, my people are not to be beaten up by just anyone." "Master Zhang, what kind of explanation do you want?" Han Yang felt the momentum of Master Zhang and frowned, asking. "Simple, you kill, you pay. You owe me money, so you should pay me back. But since we've been friends for so many years, I'll let you off with a warning." Master Zhang's mouth curled up slightly, and he glanced at the bar, smiling. "I'll take this bar." Upon hearing this, Han Yang's men all showed anger. This Zhan really has a big mouth. It takes at least tens of millions of dollars to open a bar like this in Shanghai, and he just wants to take it away because the person who beat him up. Isn't this extortion? Master Zhang, you are putting your brothers in a difficult position. Han Yang pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Oh, so you're saying you don't want to?" Master Zhang snorted. "If you don't want to, that's fine, but I've always valued righteousness. If that's the case, I'll have to avenge Wei Nan today." "What do you want?" Han Yang was also angered by Master Zhang, and said angrily. "This bar looks pretty good, but I wonder what it will look like after it's destroyed." Master Zhang smiled coldly. "You. Oh, old man, you really have a big mouth. You want to smash someone's bar at the drop of a hat. Do you have the strength?" Before Han Yang could speak, Xiao Yao's voice came out. "You bastard! How dare you insult Master Zhang?" A man in a suit behind Master Zhang immediately pointed his finger at Xiao Yao and shouted. "If you don't let go of your hand, I guarantee that your hand will be disabled immediately." Xiao Yao glanced at him indifferently, his tone devoid of any emotion. The man in the suit felt the chill in Xiao Yao's eyes and couldn't help but tremble. A sense of fear welled up in him, and he involuntarily let go of his hand. Because he felt that if he kept his hand raised like that, he might lose his hand in the next second. "Kid, I'm only in my early 40s, so what do you mean by calling me an old man?" Master Zhang looked at Xiao Yao and frowned and asked. "Ha, don't you call yourself Master Zhang? What else could I be if not an old man?" Xiao Yao asked in return. "You, haha, it's been a long time since I've seen such a courageous young man." Master Zhang laughed in anger and looked at Han Yang and asked, "Is this kid one of yours?" "Master Zhang, as a junior, I advise you not to anger Brother Xiao," Han Yang said in a cold tone. "Xiao Ge?" Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Han Yang actually called this kid Xiao Gu. It seems that this person has an extraordinary background. "Kid, who are you?" Master Zhang asked. "Do you know why Wei Nan was beaten?" Xiao Yao smiled lightly, revealing a row of white teeth, "Because he had offended me." You mean Wei Nan was beaten by you? Master Zhang's face suddenly turned cold. He was worried that he couldn't find the culprit, but he didn't expect him to jump out so quickly. He's not worthy? Xiao Yao snorted in disdain. If he had really done it himself, I'm afraid Wei Nan would have been long gone. Kid, you're very arrogant. Master Zhang frowned. It was the first time he had seen someone so arrogant in front of him. He didn't know whether to say that the other person was commendable for his courage or that he was a young bull not afraid of the tiger. Old man, I'm not interested in talking to you. Hurry up and take your men and leave. I still want to drink and look at the beautiful women. Xiao Yao waved his hand impatiently. These people are really in the way. Damn it! How dare you look down on us? You're looking for death. The two men in suits behind Master Zhang couldn't stand it anymore. They each picked up a beer bottle and rushed out, slamming it down hard on Xiao Yao's head. What's the hurry? Xiao Yao sighed helplessly, his eyes instantly becoming fierce. He took a step forward, his body moving like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of the two men. Xiao Yao suddenly reached out with both hands, grabbed the two men's wrists, and gently twisted them. The two men felt a sharp pain in their palms and uncontrollably dropped the beer bottles. Xiao Yao caught the two beer bottles and slapped them back, and with a clang, the beer bottles shattered on the two men's heads, and blood and beer flowed down together. Ah! Ah! The two men felt their heads about to explode, and they fell to the ground and rolled around. Hey, you asked for it. Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly and looked at Zhang Yi, smiling and saying, Sorry, your men are too weak. Kid, you really have a lot of guts. Do you want to be my enemy? Master Zhang's voice was full of anger. If you want to fight, why are you talking so much nonsense? Xiao Yao grumbled in annoyance. Why are these people so talkative? Very well, I haven't practiced for a long time either, so I'll take you on. Master Zhang's eyes darkened completely, his hands clenched into fists, and he exuded an intimidating aura. Xiao Ge, Master Zhang is a master, so be careful. If you can't handle it, I'll call my brothers to help you. Han Yong whispered a reminder. Ha, you really underestimate me. If I were really that weak, I wouldn't be so embarrassed to call you Xiao Gu. Xiao Yao chuckled, looked at Zhang, and beckoned to him. Old man, I always respect the elderly and love the young. You go first. You little brat, I'll see how cocky you are later. Master Zhang snorted, and in 3 steps he rushed out, arriving in front of Xiao Yao in the blink of an eye. He clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it hard at Xiao Yao's face. Xiao Yao dodged the punch easily by moving sideways. Old man, you're a bit slow. Xiao Yao chuckled. Oomph, you little runt, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Master Zhang smiled coldly, gathering all his strength in his right leg, and suddenly kicked Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao crouched down, grabbed Zhang's leg with his right hand, and suddenly lifted it up. Master Zhang immediately felt a tearing pain, and hurriedly took a few steps backwards, just in time to avoid falling to the ground. This kid has some skills. Master Zhang frowned, and the look of contempt in his eyes for Xiao Yao disappeared, and he began to look a little serious. Chapter 32. Are you making a movie? Hey, old man, are you done already? You're in pretty bad shape. Xiao Yao saw Zhang Yi stop and asked angrily. I don't need to use my hands to deal with you. You guys, get on him. Master Zhang pointed at the several men in suits behind him and shouted. Yes. Several people immediately nodded and rolled up their sleeves and rushed towards Xiao Yao. Some young people who were dancing and singing nearby stopped in their tracks, looked surprised, and were visibly excited. It was the first time they had seen such a spectacular scene, with 5 or 6 well-built men in suits attacking a young man in his late teens. It looked like they were going to beat the other guy up. But soon, they would realize that they were wrong. Xiao Yao smiled indifferently, rushed out, and came to the front of the men in suits like lightning. Without any hesitation, he raised his right fist and punched them. Bang! The punch landed directly on the lower abdomen of one of the men in suits, knocking him back and causing him to fall onto the table, which broke apart. Crack! 2 more men in suits rushed over, both raising their fists to attack Xiao Yao, but the latter was lightning fast, as if he were the 1,000-armed Guanyin. In the blink of an eye, he had slapped several palm prints on the faces of the 2 men, who were spitting blood uncontrollably. The remaining 2 men in suits were hesitant to move forward when they saw this. They never imagined that the other party was so powerful that they could not handle it at all. If they rush forward like this, they are just looking for a way to die. Just because you don't hit me doesn't mean I'll let you off. Xiao Yao's lips curled into a faint smile. While the two men were stunned, he had already come up to them. Xiao Yao held both men's heads in his hands and slapped them together. With a loud bang, their heads collided, and they immediately felt dizzy and passed out. Everyone at the scene was stunned. In about a minute, Xiao Yao had finished off all the strong men. This was something that no human could do. Xiao Gu is so powerful. Han Yong couldn't help but shout in excitement. Sure enough, he felt more and more that following Xiao Yao was an incredibly correct decision. Such a master is hard to find. Xiao Yao calmly clapped his hands, as if it was the most ordinary thing in the world to deal with these strong men. He looked at the stunned Zhang Yi on the other side and said, "Old man, it's your turn." "Who are you?" Master Zhang's voice trembled a little. This was the first time he had seen someone so arrogant and domineering. He had brought along the best of the best, and even special forces would not necessarily be their match, but they were beaten so badly by Xiao Yao, which was really beyond his expectations. "You don't deserve to know." Xiao Yao shook his head and walked slowly towards Master Zhang. A glimmer of gloom flashed in Zhang's eyes, and he suddenly pulled out a check pistol from his waist, opened the safety lock, pointed it at Xiao Yao, and said, "Stop. If you take another step, I'll shoot." When Master Zhang took out his pistol, everyone in the bar panicked and dared not continue watching the fun. They quickly ran outside, and some people did not forget to take out their phones and dial the police when they were running. "Isn't a handgun a controlled product in China?" Xiao Yao said in a puzzled tone. "Ha, our power is not something that a young kid like you can guess. What is the big deal with a pistol?" Master Zhang snorted, "Kid, now you're still going on about it? Do you want to kill me?" Xiao Yao asked back, his tone calm, and a faint smile curling the corner of his mouth. "So what?" Master Zhang smiled coldly. "Killing a person is nothing to someone like him who has tasted blood." "But can you kill me?" Xiao Yao smiled coldly, his eyes completely cold. A powerful momentum suddenly swept from him. He didn't like being threatened. The next moment, Xiao Yao's body suddenly rushed forward. "Damn it! You're forcing me!" Master Zhang's eyes turned red with rage, and he went crazy. "Xiao Gu, be careful!" Han Yong suddenly shouted. Swish! Xiao Yao's figure passed through like a ghost, appearing in front of Master Zhang in the blink of an eye, suddenly reaching out his hand, snatching the pistol from Zhang's hand and pointing it at his forehead. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Xiao Yao in disbelief, and when they thought back to the scene just now, it was as if they had just watched a Hollywood blockbuster, giving them a feeling of unreality. How could he be so fast? It was like a ghostly shadow. Is this a movie? How is this possible? Master Zhang was also stunned by the scene just now and muttered in disbelief. Shouldn't you be more concerned about your own life now? Xiao Yao asked in a slightly speechless tone. He had a gun pointed at his head, but the old man was still thinking about what had just happened. He's got a big heart. Only then did Master Zhang react, looking up subconsciously to see the cold muzzle of the gun pointed at his forehead. At this moment, his life was completely in Xiao Yao's hands. Xiao Yao only needed to lightly pull the trigger, and he would be dead. You'd better not do anything rash. China is a society ruled by law. If you kill me, you will also be punished by the law. Master Zhang said in a trembling voice, his tone full of fear, and his body trembling non-stop at this moment. Ha, why does it sound so awkward when it comes out of your mouth? You must have killed a lot of people. Xiao Yao sneered. What do you want to do? Master Zhang asked with courage. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Xiao Yao smiled faintly and said, I'll spare your life this time, but if there's a next time, you won't be necessary anymore. Stop. Put the gun down. At this moment, a cold female voice came. The eyes of everyone present turned to see a hot-bodied policewoman rush in and shout at Xiao Yao. Damn, it's her again? Xiao Yao saw that the person who came was Su Bingyi, who had previously dragged him to the Public Security Bureau. He sighed helplessly. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yao quickly put the pistol in Zhang's hands, ran to Su Bingyi in a panic, and held Su Bingyi's white and slender arm. Sister Police, you've finally come. That guy had a gun. I was really scared to death just now. Everyone fell to the ground. Especially Master Zhang, looking at Xiaoyao's eyes full of anger, thought to himself, how can this guy be so shameless? You were the one pointing the pistol at his head, and now you're the one accusing him of being the villain. What kind of person are you? Han Yang was also stunned. In his impression, Xiaoyao was the kind of person who could solve dozens of armed experts with a military knife. He had never thought of it, and he didn't dare to imagine that Xiaoyao actually had such a lively side. Do you think I'm blind? You were the one pointing a gun at someone's head. Su Bingyi glared at Xiaoyao angrily. Does this guy really think she's an idiot? How could that be? Bingyi, you're wrong. I'm a model citizen. How could I do such a thing? You're slandering me. Xiaoyao said angrily, as if he really meant it. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. We'll explain it all at the police station. Su Bingyi snorted, looked at Zhang Yi across the room, and said, Tell me, whose gun is this? Little girl, it's better that you don't know some things. Master Zhang resumed his previous arrogant attitude. To a person of his status, the police really don't count for much. Ha, you old bastard is quite arrogant. Come on, bring him to the police station. Su Bingyi is also a hot-tempered person. Without asking the other person's identity, she waved her hand and two policemen rushed forward to cuff Zhang and take him away. Master Zhang did not resist. After all, with his influence, even if he went to the police station, he would be released after a short time. You're lucky this time. As Master Zhang passed by Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao suddenly whispered something. Master Zhang suddenly shuddered, feeling a chill run through his body, and almost fell to his knees. What are you talking about? Su Bingyi asked. Nothing, I said Su Bing, you are really pretty. Xiaoyao revealed a smile of innocence. Humph, you scoundrel. Last time you were lucky, but this time I'll see how you can escape from my clutches. Su Bingyi snorted, grabbed Xiaoyao's arm, and quickly followed him to the police station. Stop. Let go of Brother Xiao. Han Yang shouted angrily, and the few men behind him also stepped forward, releasing a fierce momentum. As soon as Xiaoyao gave the order, he could immediately lead his men to rescue Xiaoyao. Han Yang, step back. It's a small matter. I can handle it myself. Xiaoyao waved his hand lightly, signaling them to step back. If Xiaoyao really wanted to escape, these police officers probably wouldn't even be able to find his shadow. He was just bored and it was quite pleasant to go to the police station for tea. Yes, Brother Xiao. Han Yang knew Xiaoyao's capabilities and no longer stopped him. Humph, follow me. Su Bingyi snorted and escorted Xiaoyao out of the bar. Bingyi, can you not hold me like this? It hurts. Xiaoyao complained as he walked. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Wounding someone with a gun, that's one crime, and you'll be in for it when you go back to the police station. Su Bingyi snorted, and her heart rejoiced at the thought of this guy's misfortune. He had been rude to her the last time, and now he was in her hands, so he was finished. Chapter 33, Robber. In the police car, Xiaoyao sat between two male police officers, with his hands firmly grasped by the two of them, while Su Bingyi sat in the front seat. Bingyi, are you really taking me to the police station? Xiaoyao looked at the two serious-looking police officers next to him and asked with a wry smile. Nonsense, this time I'm not only taking you to the police station, I'm also detaining you. Su Bingyi glared at Xiaoyao and snorted, also, don't call me Bingyi, do I know you that well? Hey, as the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. You've arrested me twice, so of course we're familiar. Xiaoyao said with a smirk, and maybe when you arrest me for the third time, you'll fall in love with me. Hearing this, the two calm-looking male police officers beside him couldn't help but get a little out of control, thinking that this kid's guts are really not average. He's probably the only one who dares to talk to a violent police officer like this. You dirty rascal, do you believe me? Bingyi, look outside. Su Bingyi was about to throw a punch when Xiaoyao suddenly said something. Come on, what kind of trick are you trying to play? Su Bingyi didn't believe a word Xiaoyao said. Gee, that guy was fast. He grabbed the money and ran. Xiaoyao said with a sigh. Su Bingyi frowned slightly, thinking that Xiaoyao's expression didn't seem fake. She turned her head and looked out the window, and saw a woman chasing a young man in his 20s wearing a hat. In the young man's hand was a lady's handbag. It was obvious that the guy had robbed someone's bag. Hey, the security in Shanghai doesn't seem to be very good either. Someone is actually robbing people on the street. The world is going downhill. Xiaoyao looked heartbroken. Stop the car. Although Su Bingyi was a little short-tempered, she still had a strong sense of justice. When she saw this happen, she immediately told the driver to stop the car and open the door to chase after the young man. When she got out of the car, she didn't forget to turn around and remind them to keep an eye on that bastard. Bingyi really cares about me. Xiaoyao looked touched, moved his body a little and said, "Okay, guys, let me get off." "No, the police officer just said that you must be watched." The two male police officers immediately showed a look of vigilance, and they listened to the words of the violent police officer. "Hey, I'm just looking out for Bingyi's best interests. What if something happens to her later? Can you take the responsibility?" As he said this, Xiaoyao jumped out of the car. "You haven't taken off your handcuffs yet?" The male police officer knew that he couldn't stop Xiaoyao, so he reminded him. "Oh, that's easy." Xiaoyao chuckled, and just like before in the interrogation room, he ripped the handcuffs off with a single tug, and quickly followed Su Bingyi. This was the second pair of handcuffs he had broken. The two male police officers, including the driver, were dumbfounded. Looking at the broken handcuffs on the ground, they felt their worldview crumble. It's not bad that this guy defeated more than 10 gangsters with steel pipes with his bare hands. He was able to break free from the handcuffs with his bare hands. Is he human? Stop right there. My bag. The woman in her 30s, who had just had her bag stolen, chased after him and shouted, but her physical strength was no match for the young man in his 20s. After running for a while, she couldn't run anymore and stopped to catch her breath, her face full of anxiety. Some passers-by saw this scene, but although they despised the young man's behavior, none of them were willing to help. They didn't care about the matter, and there was no need for them to get involved in the affairs of a stranger. "I'm a police officer, sister. Don't worry, I'll get your bag back for you." Su Bingyi ran up to the woman and said this, then continued to chase the young man who was running like a madman. "Stop." Of course, at this time, only a fool would really stop. The young man glanced behind him and saw a woman in a police uniform chasing him. His face changed and he ran even faster. To everyone's surprise, Su Bingyi not only did not get left behind, but the distance between her and the young man kept getting closer. If you think about it, it makes sense. Su Bingyi was able to become a police officer because she had received professional training and her physical fitness was far superior to that of the average person. Soon, Su Bingyi caught up with the young man, took out her pistol and shouted, "I'm a police officer. If you keep running, I'll shoot." Hearing this, the young man trembled and really stopped, turning to look at Su Bingyi. "Give me your bag and go to the police station for questioning, or I won't be polite." Su Bingyi said coldly. "No, don't shoot. I'll give you the bag." The young man said in a trembling voice, and walked towards Su Bingyi while saying this. Su Bingyi lowered her guard at this time and reached out to take the bag from the young man. At this moment, a trace of coldness flashed in the young man's eyes, and suddenly a small knife appeared in his right hand. His expression became ferocious, and he stabbed Su Bingyi in the stomach with a sharp knife. "Ah!" Some timid passers-by saw this scene and immediately screamed, quickly closing their eyes, afraid of seeing the next scene of blood splashing. Su Bingyi's face also became difficult to look at. The other party was extremely fast, and her mind went blank, so she forgot to dodge and subconsciously closed her eyes. The expected scene of blood splashing did not appear. In front of Su Bingyi, a man appeared out of nowhere. What surprised everyone the most was that the man used just 2 fingers to hold the knife that was stabbing at him. He could not move an inch. The young man's face suddenly became extremely ugly, looking at Xiaoyao with surprise, as if he had seen a ghost. At such a young age, he shouldn't be playing with knives. Xiaoyao sighed, and although he was clearly only 18 or 19 years old, he gave off a feeling of having lived a life full of vicissitudes. The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Xiaoyao snapped his 2 fingers, and the blade broke off directly, with a crisp sound, and fell to the ground. "Wow, am I dreaming?" Suddenly, a passerby exclaimed in amazement, unable to believe that the scene before his eyes was real. He pinched himself hard and felt a burst of pain, and only then realized that it was real. "Bingyi, what are you doing? Go get him." Xiaoyao glanced at Su Bingyi, who was also stunned, and reminded him. "Oh, okay. Su Bingyi finally reacted, went over and grabbed the young man, handcuffed his hands, and followed me to the police station. The young man nodded quickly, as if he had been stunned by the scene. For him, the police station seemed like a safer place. Xiao Yao, thank you so much this time. Su Bingyi said to Xiao Yao, very grateful. If it weren't for Xiao Yao's timely arrival, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bingyi, you're too polite. We're like family. Xiao Yao smiled and said, well, I've caught the guy for you, so I'll be going now. Well, wait a minute, you can't leave. Su Bingyi suddenly realized that this guy should be in the police car right now. How did he get out? And where are the handcuffs on his wrists? But soon, Su Bingyi was relieved. After all, Xiao Yao had already demonstrated his extraordinary ability to break free of handcuffs with his bare hands in the interrogation room. Why can't I go? Xiao Yao scratched his head and said in puzzlement. You still have to come with me to the police station. Su Bingyi said. Bingyi, this is not right. I just helped you catch a thief. Xiao Yao reminded her, how can this girl be so ungrateful? Correct me, I'm not a thief. The young man suddenly spoke up, his tone somewhat disdainful. What are you if you're not a thief? Xiao Yao asked. Su Bingyi also looked at the young man in confusion. Could it be that she had arrested the wrong person? That shouldn't be the case. I'm a robber. Thieves are too unskilled. Young people nowadays are quite playful. Xiao Yao chuckled and looked at Su Bingyi. Bingyi, I know you want to stay with me for a while, but I'm in a hurry to get home for dinner. Besides, your sister is waiting for you over there. See you next time. After saying that, Xiao Yao waved to Su Bingyi and disappeared into the night. Hey, you, Su Bingyi stamped her foot in anger. If it weren't for the fact that she had to take this guy back to the police station and return the bag to the lady, she would never have let Xiao Yao get away so easily. Just wait. Next time I catch you, you won't have it so easy. Su Bingyi snorted. Xiao Yao didn't go home right away, but instead took a taxi to the bar street. After all, his car was still parked there. Xiao Gui, you're back so soon? Han Yong, who was standing at the entrance of the bar, was surprised to see Xiao Yao coming. Well, didn't I say it would be done soon? Xiao Yao nodded and waved his hand, saying, well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going back first. Xiao Gui, take care. Han Yong nodded, and his admiration for Xiao Yao increased rapidly. Xiao Gui is worthy of the name Xiao Gu. He can even fix things with the police so quickly. He is truly a role model for me. Han Yong watched Xiao Yao drive away and said with emotion. Chapter 34, Delivering Food. Back at the villa, Xiao Yao opened the door and looked into the hall. There was only Auntie Yang, and no sign of Su Qingru. Xiao Yao, you're back, come and eat quickly. When she saw Xiao Yao come in, Auntie Yang quickly greeted him. Xiao Yao nodded and walked to the dining table, asking, Auntie Yang, where is Qingru? Miss, she just called to say she's working overtime today and won't be back for dinner. Saying this, Auntie Yang showed a look of concern. The young lady is also like this. She doesn't know how to take care of herself. Work is important, but she still has to eat. Otherwise, how can her body bear it? Does Qingru often not come home for dinner? Xiao Yao asked. Auntie Yang nodded. Xiao Yao, the Jinxiu group is such a big company, and the young lady is in charge of it. It's really hard on her. Xiao Yao nodded. Although Qingru is usually cold to people, she is very serious about her work and meticulous. This is her style. How about this, Auntie Yang, you pack up the food and I'll take it to Qingru. Xiao Yao said. This is not good? Auntie Yang was a little surprised. She didn't expect Xiao Yao to make such a request. After all, it was really a bit too much trouble. What's so bad about it? Qingru is my fiancé. Isn't it my duty as her fiancé to deliver her meals? Xiao Yao smiled lightly. Okay, I'll do it right away. Auntie Yang nodded with a smile and quickly got busy. She was increasingly satisfied with Xiao Yao. At first, she thought that Xiao Yao was a very nice person and would certainly have a bright future. What she didn't expect was that Xiao Yao was also so concerned about Qingru, and in this way, she could also feel more at ease. Xiao Yao sat at the dining table and quickly picked up a few mouthfuls of food. After Auntie Yang had packed the food into the lunchbox, Xiaoyao left the villa with the lunchbox and drove to the Jinxiu building. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and all the employees had already left work. Only Su Qingru was still sitting in her office in the entire Jinxiu building. Su Qingru was reading a document when suddenly there was a knock on the door. She was startled and her delicate body trembled slightly. She asked warily, "Who is it?" "Hey, who else is there?" "Of course it's your beloved husband." Xiaoyao opened the office door and walked in. When Su Qingru saw Xiaoyao, her heart was relieved, and she immediately asked coldly, "What are you doing in the middle of the night to scare people?" "I didn't scare you, how could I?" Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled, picked up the lunchbox in his hand and said, "Qingru, I'm here to bring you lunch." "How do you know I haven't eaten?" Su Qingru asked. Auntie Yang said, "Qingru, work is important, but your health is more important. You still need to eat." Xiaoyao said with a heavy heart. "What's it got to do with you?" Su Qingru snorted in annoyance and said, "Hurry up and take your stuff away. Don't bother me at work." "No, you must eat." Xiaoyao's attitude became tough. "Why should I listen to you?" Su Qingru said defiantly. "Because I'm your husband." "You're not my husband, you're at most my fiancé." Su Qingru shook her head and said without mercy. "What a fiancé says should still have some effect." Xiaoyao looked at Su Qingru and knew that she would never listen to him unless he used his trump card. He smiled and said, "Qingru, are you the only one in the office right now? What do you want to do?" Su Qingru heard Xiaoyao ask this question and had a bad feeling in her heart. She asked warily, "Hey, if you don't eat, I'll just have to take you right here and right now." Xiaoyao threatened. "How dare you?" Su Qingru said coldly, but she was a little unsure in her heart. This guy is no pushover. He might really do something out of the ordinary. "You're my fiancé, why wouldn't I dare?" Xiaoyao snorted, lifted his feet and walked closer to Su Qingru, smelling the faint fragrance exuding from Su Qingru's body, revealing a satisfied expression. "It really smells good." You rascal, don't come any closer, okay?" Qingru was really scared. She didn't want to lose her innocence so quickly, so she had to compromise. "Hey, that's a good wife." Xiaoyao smiled and nodded, took out the food, placed it on the table in front of Su Qingru, sat across from Su Qingru, looked at Su Qingru's beautiful face, and said, "Eat." "How can I eat when you're looking at me like that?" Su Qingru said in a bad mood. She was already angry just looking at this guy's face. "Oh, then I won't look at you, you eat." Xiaoyao nodded and closed his eyes. Su Qingru's forehead was covered in black lines, so she simply ignored this guy, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating like a little chicken pecking at rice. She secretly cursed in her heart, "You dead rascal, you stinking rascal, when I find the opportunity, I'll show you what I'm made of." After half an hour, Su Qingru finally finished eating. She said coldly, "Okay, I'm done." "Can you leave now?" "Of course not, I still have to take you home." Xiaoyao shook his head without hesitation, thinking to himself that his fiancée was so beautiful, how could he let her go home alone? "Then you just wait." Su Qingru didn't refuse this time. After all, after a day's work, she was already very tired. If Xiaoyao really left, she would have to drive herself later, which would be even more tiring. After working until after 11 o'clock, Su Qingru finally finished the work at hand, tidied up, stood up, and let's go. After waiting for a while without a response, Su Qingru looked at Xiaoyao and realized that the guy had fallen asleep on the sofa. "This guy, does he want to take me home or does he want me to take him home?" Su Qingru huffed in annoyance. She had worked so hard here, and this guy just fell asleep. What kind of fiancé is this? "If you don't go, I'll go." Su Qingru snorted and walked to the door. "Ha? Qingru, are you done working?" Xiaoyao woke up and quickly followed her, apologizing with a smile. "Qingru, don't be angry, I didn't mean it." "Qingru, I'll take your bag." "Qingru wife, wait for me." Xiaoyao shouted as he chased after her, but Su Qingru didn't even bother to respond to him, and she kept walking faster and faster. "Damn, why doesn't this chick give me a chance to explain?" Xiaoyao helplessly muttered, and thought to himself that he would have to find a way to quickly win Su Qingru's heart. Otherwise, his life in the future will be even more miserable. Chapter 35, A Bet. Xiaoyao drove Su Qingru home and the two of them walked into the villa together. Along the way, Su Qingru was really calm, and she didn't say a word to Xiaoyao, which made Xiaoyao a little bored. "Miss, Xiaoyao, you're back." Auntie Yang smiled as she saw the two of them walking back home one after the other. "Well, Auntie Yang, why aren't you asleep yet?" Su Qingru asked. "It's almost 12 o'clock now, and normally Auntie Yang would have gone to bed by now." "I was waiting for you." Auntie Yang smiled and glanced at Xiaoyao, saying, "Miss, you don't know how much Xiaoyao cares about you." "He? Care about me?" Su Qingru glanced at Xiaoyao with disbelief. This guy can fall asleep in the office when she is busy. Can this be called caring about her? Xiaoyao helplessly scratched his head, and kept complaining in his heart, "It was an accident, an accident." "Isn't that right?" As soon as Xiaoyao came back, he asked where you were. "I said you were working overtime at the company, and he immediately brought you lunch." "Miss, you really have a good husband." Auntie Yang has been speaking for Xiaoyao. "Auntie Yang, you're too kind." Xiaoyao was a little embarrassed by the praise. "Yes, Auntie Yang, don't praise him. He'll get a big head." Su Qingru didn't want Xiaoyao to take advantage of her either, and her anger towards him had subsided a lot. It's not so bad that he's willing to bring her food as soon as he gets back. "Okay, I'm going to bed." After saying that, Su Qingru walked to her room. "Xiaoyao, what's wrong with the lady?" Auntie Yang was a little confused. She thought Xiaoyao had gone to bring Su Qingru dinner on purpose, and that the two of them would become closer after he returned. But it seemed that Su Qingru was a little angry with Xiaoyao. "Well, Auntie Yang, it's like this." Xiaoyao told her about how he fell asleep in the office. Auntie Yang was a bit helpless when she heard this, and comforted Xiaoyao, saying, "Xiaoyao, don't take it too seriously. Miss is a softie with a sharp tongue. She won't really be angry." "I hope so." Xiaoyao nodded bitterly and could only hope so. After chatting with Aunt Yang for a while, Xiaoyao also returned to his room and fell asleep. The night passed. The next morning, Xiaoyao and Su Qingru had breakfast together and then headed to the company. As in the past, Su Qingru still didn't speak to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao also knew that Su Qingru's anger had not completely subsided, so he did not go looking for trouble himself. He would wait a few days and then find an opportunity to apologize to Su Qingru properly. Back at the company, Su Qingru went to her office, while Xiaoyao went to the marketing department. Xiaoyao glanced at the marketing department and saw that Wang Han was not at his desk. He looked at him with murderous eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Where is Wang Han, ladies?" "He seems to have received a business deal and is talking with a client about cooperation." Lu Yan replied. "Oh." Xiaoyao nodded and didn't care. Anyway, he didn't really understand business matters. He returned to his seat and sat down. Xiaoyao turned on his computer and, as before, began to play League of Legends. When Lu Yan and the other female employees saw this, they looked at each other helplessly and smiled. They thought to themselves, "This guy is really different." When others enter the marketing department, they are eager to spend all their time working and making achievements to increase their salaries. This guy is good, all he knows is playing computer games, he doesn't care about work at all. The most important thing is that this guy was introduced by the president. Even if he only knows how to play games, he won't be fired. It's really enviable. In fact, Xiaoyao can't be blamed. In his view, life is short, so you should waste your time on beautiful things. Work? What a waste of time. After lunch, Xiaoyao returned to the marketing department and saw Wang Han sitting in his seat, his face covered with a smug smile. "Lu Yan, what's wrong with him?" Xiaoyao asked, "Why is he laughing like crazy after just one day?" Lu Yan glanced at Wang Han and snorted, "He's just been inflated. This guy came back and told us that he had signed a 500,000 yuan contract with a client, and now he doesn't know how high he is." "I see." Xiaoyao nodded and continued playing his game. Wang Han saw that Xiaoyao knew his performance, but still acted like he didn't care, and his heart suddenly sneered, saying, "Xiaoyao, don't think that you're great just because you work at Jinxiu Group. In this place, you still have to rely on performance." "Brother Wang is right." Xiaoyao nodded repeatedly. It's good that you know. I signed a 500,000 yuan contract today. This kind of performance is something that you could never achieve even if you had a few years." Wang Han smiled coldly, his tone full of disdain. In his opinion, Xiaoyao was just a family friend who had parachuted in, and compared to someone with his strength, he was nothing. A 500,000 yuan order, is that impressive? Xiao Yao asked himself. When Wang Han heard this, he thought Xiao Yao was looking down on him, and he immediately said coldly, "Nonsense. Ask the other employees in the marketing department how many people can sign such a big order. It all depends on ability." "Is that true, Lu Yan?" Xiao Yao asked. Although Lu Yan didn't like Wang Han's smug look, she had to nod and say, "Under normal circumstances, our marketing department employees can only sign orders of less than 100,000 yuan, and the highest is 200,000 yuan. 500,000 yuan is already considered a large order." "Oomph, now you know how strong I am, right?" Wang Han smiled coldly, his expression showing his pride. "Congratulations to you, Wang, but how long will you continue to show off?" Xiao Yao asked with a smile. "I'm letting you know that I'm the best in the marketing department, and you, a newcomer, better show me some respect." After signing such a big order, Wang Han was even more confident and spoke to Xiao Yao with arrogance. "Oh, I'm so scared. What if I sign a bigger deal than yours?" Xiao Yao asked in return. "What did you say?" Wang Han suspected that he had heard it wrong and couldn't help laughing. "Ha, I've seen bragging before, but I've never seen you brag like this. Are you joking with me? Do you dare to bet?" Xiao Yao ignored Wang Han's ridicule and remained smiling. "I'll bet. I'm not afraid of you." Wang Han was overjoyed. This was his chance to get revenge. "Since you are an old employee, you can name the bet." Xiao Yao was still very generous. "Okay, if I win, you will leave the marketing department immediately." "Do you dare?" Wang Han asked loudly. Hearing this, Lu Yan and the other female employees looked at Xiao Yao with some concern, secretly thinking that Xiao Yao should not accept it. Wang Han was deliberately targeting him. "Okay." Xiao Yao nodded without any concern. After all, this Jinsho group was opened by his wife Qingru. Even if he really left the marketing department, it didn't matter if he went to another department to stay. What's more, Xiao Yao didn't think he would lose. "What if you lose?" Xiao Yao asked. "Are you kidding? How could I possibly lose?" "What if you lose?" "If I lose, I will leave the marketing department immediately," Wang Han said angrily. "Okay, although this is a bit cruel to you, I like it, deal." Xiao Yao nodded with a smile, and then looked at Lu Yan. "Sister Lu Yan, what are the main areas of our Jinsho group?" Lu Yan was almost shocked by Xiao Yao's question. What aspects of the company's business are involved? This is something that every employee must keep in mind, and this guy still doesn't know it. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, Wang Han was even more confident. A rookie who knows nothing and just plays games wants to win him? It's just a dream. Our Jinsho Group's business spans a wide range, involving the clothing industry, the service industry, the real estate industry, and the wine industry. But Xiao Yao, why are you asking this? Lu Yan was a little confused. How would this help Xiao Yao find clients? The wine industry suddenly lit up in Xiao Yao's eyes. He nodded and said, "I'll make a phone call." After saying that, Xiao Yao walked towards the lounge outside. Is this guy going to slip away because he knows he's going to lose? Wang Han muttered to himself, feeling even more smug. He was going to win this bet anyway, so there was no need to worry. Xiao Yao came to the lounge and made a phone call. "Hello, Xiao Guo, why are you free to call me today?" The person who answered the phone was Han Yong, who said in a somewhat excited tone that this was the first time Xiao Yao had called him, and he was simply flattered. "I need your help," Xiao Yao said. "Brother Xiao, you say, even if you ask me to go through the mountains of swords and the sea of fire, I will not refuse." Han Yong suddenly looked serious and said to himself, secretly delighted, that Brother Xiao had taken the initiative to ask him for help, and he had to seize this great opportunity. "Han Yong, your main businesses are bars and karaoke bars, right?" Xiao Yao asked directly. "Yes, Xiao Guo, where do you want to go?" "I'll show you the way. I'm not going to play. I want to ask you if you can come up with 1,000,000 yuan to buy a batch of red wine from Jinsho Group, as a way to help me complete my performance." "Brother Xiao, is that all?" Han Yong was a little surprised. He thought it was something big that he needed to do, but it was just a small matter. Han Yong has been in the Shanghai Group for more than 10 years and his net worth is already over 100 million yuan. A mere 1 million yuan is nothing to him. But what puzzled him was why Xiaogu was asking him to help with such a small favor. What's the problem? Is there a problem? Xiao Yao asked. No, there's no problem at all. I'll help you right away. Han Yong quickly promised. Thank you very much. Xiao Yao said a word of thanks and hung up the phone. Chapter 36, Please leave. How dare you come back? I thought you were scared and were going to run away. Wang Han was slightly surprised to see Xiao Yao come back, and his tone was slightly disdainful. This is nothing that should be difficult for me. Xiao Yao shook his head and smiled. Everyone can brag. I don't believe you can really sign a 500,000 yuan contract. Wang Han sneered. Since Xiao Yao came to the marketing department, he has been playing games every day. How could he possibly know any big clients? I really can't sign a 500,000 yuan contract. Xiao Yao nodded without arguing. Wang Han, upon hearing this, was about to make a sarcastic remark about Xiao Yao, but then he heard the latter add that the order was too small after all, at least it should be worth 1 million. This is really ridiculous. Xiao Yao, who do you think you are? How can you sign a $1 million order? Wang Han laughed disdainfully. This guy is too arrogant. The other employees in the marketing department were also somewhat skeptical. A 1 million yuan order was something that they, as junior employees, could not even dream of. Xiao Yao had only been in the marketing department for a few days. How could he possibly do it? I'm better looking than you. Xiao Yao smiled faintly, stopped talking, and continued playing the game in his seat. You can be arrogant, but when you lose, you'll be kicked out. I don't think you have the qualifications to be so arrogant in front of me. Wang Han smiled coldly. Xiao Yao. At this time, Zhou Yan ran out of the office quickly, her pretty face full of surprise. Zhou Yan, what's wrong? Xiao Yao asked. Xiao Yao, do you know Han Yong? Zhou Yan asked with excitement. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded subconsciously, also a little surprised. He found you so quickly? Yes, Han Yong just transferred 1 million yuan to pay for the wine, saying that he was following your orders. Zhou Yan nodded, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Yao. She found that she could not see through Xiao Yao anymore and any faster. Zhou Yan knew what kind of power Han Yong had in Shanghai. He was connected to both the black and white worlds, had huge assets, and ordinary people simply didn't dare to provoke him. But it is really incredible that such a powerful figure actually listened to Xiao Yao's order to come and buy red wine. Manager Zhou, what are you saying? Are you joking? Wang Han asked in disbelief. How is this possible? It's only been a short time, and Xiao Yao has already signed a $1 million order. This doesn't make sense. Do I look like I'm joking? Zhou Yan said seriously. She didn't know about the bet between Xiao Yao and Wang Han, and thought that Wang Han was targeting Xiao Yao. The others were also stunned. They were just worried that Xiao Yao would leave the marketing department, but in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yao had already completed the 1 million order, which was simply amazing. Wang Han, you've lost so badly this time. Okay, you can all get back to work. Xiao Yao, you did a good job this time. Zhou Yan praised Xiao Yao and then returned to her office. Xiao Yao looked at Wang Han, who was looking glum, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, winning and losing is a common occurrence in the military. You don't need to care too much. This time I underestimated you. You just wait, I'll definitely surpass you. Wang Han glared at Xiao Yao angrily and said angrily. I understand. I'll wait for you to surpass me. Xiao Yao nodded with a smile, then quickly changed the subject. However, the first thing you need to do now is to fulfill the bet we made just now. You. Hearing this, Wang Han's face suddenly became extremely exciting. He regretted it in his heart. If he had known that Xiao Yao could really sign a 1 million order in such a short time, he would never have agreed to such a bet. Jinqiu Group is a paradise for men in Shanghai. How could Wang Han be willing to leave like this? Wang Han, are you backing out? Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes and asked. So what if I regret it? I'm telling you, my cousin is the deputy manager, you'd better think it through. Wang Han said with a stiff upper lip. Fine, if you don't want to honor your bet, then you're threatening me, and I won't stand for it. Xiao Yao shook her head, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, this is the company, so you'd better not mess around. Wang Han felt the chill in Xiao Yao's eyes and couldn't help but shiver. His voice was a little fearful. Don't worry, I know this is a company, and I won't do anything to you. Xiao Yao smiled lightly. Wang Han heard this and secretly let out a sigh of relief. But the next moment, his heart was in his throat. Hello, Li Hao. Xiao Yao took out his cell phone and made a call. This was the number he had asked security guard Li Hao for when he came to the company before, so that he could use it when the time came. It turns out that it came in handy so soon. Brother Xiao, please tell me what you need. Li Hao, who was on duty at the door, immediately stood up straight when he heard Xiao Yao's voice and said with a serious face, Bring 2 of your men and come to the marketing department. Xiao Yao said directly. Understood. Brother Xiao, wait a moment. Li Hao immediately nodded and looked at the 2 security guards next to him, smiling. Hurry up, Brother Xiao is calling us to go do something, we must do it well, we mustn't be negligent. Okay. The 2 security guards also came to life in an instant, and hurriedly headed to the marketing department with their batons. Who did you call? Wang Han asked, trembling. Oh, it's the delivery guy. Xiao Yao put away his phone with a smile and asked, Are you really not leaving? Why should I leave? You want me to leave because of a verbal bet? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Wang Han shook his head and sneered. He's not that stupid. 3-year-olds are much cuter than you. Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly. Since this guy was so unscrupulous, there was no way to blame him. The other marketing department employees all cast contemptuous glances at Wang Han. He was the one who made the bet, but now he's not keeping it. Is this guy even a man? Xiao Yao, don't be angry. People like him will get their comeuppance sooner or later. Lu Yan whispered in Xiao Yao's ear. Sister Lu Yan, am I the kind of person who gets angry over such trivial matters? Xiao Yao shook his head and smiled, his mouth slightly lifted. Besides, he will soon get his comeuppance. What? Lu Yan didn't hear the second half of Xiao Yao's sentence clearly, and was about to ask when she suddenly heard a powerful sound of footsteps coming in a hurry. 3 security guards, each holding a baton, rushed into the marketing department, stood in front of Xiao Yao with their chests puffed out, and asked in unison, Please give us your orders, Brother Xiao. Many employees were dumbfounded and didn't react for a long time. A group of security guards came up in a threatening manner and immediately called Xiao Yao Xiaogu. What is going on? Wang Han was also stunned, his legs trembling, and he thought to himself that Xiao Yao was a liar. Didn't he just say that he was a delivery boy? This is the delivery guy. Wang Han, are you really not leaving? Xiao Yao asked again with great patience. What do you want? Wang Han's voice trembled and his expression became fearful. Could it be that this guy wanted the security guards to beat him out? Hey, I hate people who don't keep their promises. Xiao Yao sighed helplessly and said to the 3 security guards, Please escort that gentleman out. Understood, Xiao Gu. The 3 security guards nodded without hesitation. Normally, they would not dare to casually expel a company employee. But now it's different. They all know the relationship between Xiao Yao and the president. Xiao Yao is equivalent to the son-in-law of the Jinqiu group. His word is an order. Don't do anything stupid. Hey, let go of me. Wang Han was completely helpless in the face of the 3 burly security guards and was dragged away from the marketing department. You even dared to mess with Xiao Gu, you must be tired of living. That's right, he's a typical troublemaker. I could still hear the security guard's earnest advice to Wang Han. Xiao Yao, they Lu Yan only then reacted from the shock, looked at Xiao Yao and asked. Oh, it's nothing. Just think of it as disposing of garbage. Xiao Yao smiled lightly and continued to play the game. He was secretly delighted. Wow, he will be the only man in the marketing department in the future. Just thinking about it makes him excited. This is good. With Wang Han gone, the atmosphere in the marketing department will be much better. Lu Yan nodded lightly. She never liked that Wang Han. The guy always acted like he was so great. Now that he's been kicked out by Xiao Yao, it's a relief. So, Lu Yan, I've done you such a big favor, how are you going to thank me? Xiao Yao asked with a smile. How do you want me to thank you? Lu Yan smiled seductively and asked. Then kiss me. Xiaoyao pointed to his mouth and said, "Kiss here." "You little rascal, you're dreaming." Lu Yan pointed at Xiaoyao's forehead with her finger and said coquettishly, "Everyone has a boyfriend, why do you still want me to kiss you? Do you want to be a mistress? Well, forget it." Xiaoyao shook his head. He couldn't be a mistress. You don't have any guts. How are you going to find a girlfriend in the future? Lu Yan gave Xiaoyao a cold look and snorted. Sister Lu Yan is right. Xiaoyao smiled and thought to himself, what would the marketing department be like if they knew that he not only had a fiancée, but that his fiancée was also their CEO? Excuse me, may I ask the marketing department, have any of you ever done translation work? Just as Xiaoyao and Lu Yan were having a good time chatting, a voice suddenly came over and then they saw Zhou Xiaoqiu, the assistant next to Su Qingru, stepping in with high heels, looking very anxious. Chapter 37 Tang Qiuyan. Xiaochun, what's the matter? Xiaoyao asked, seeing Zhou Xiaochun walking over. At this question, everyone looked at Xiaoyao in surprise, wondering what kind of person this guy was. The assistant to the president had suddenly become Xiaoqiu in his mouth. It's like this, the president and I just went to the hotel to talk about a cooperation with a foreign company representative, but at this time the translator suddenly called to say that she couldn't come, so I hurried back to find the translator. Zhou Xiaoqiu said anxiously. How can the employees of the Jinqiu group be so undisciplined? Xiaoyao suddenly slammed his fist on the table and stood up, indignant. This translator is too unprofessional. Hearing Xiaoyao's words, Lu Yan and the others looked at Xiaoyao helplessly, thinking that in the entire marketing department, you are probably the most undisciplined, and you still have the heart to criticize others? Hey, I'm just expressing my feelings. Let's get back to business. Xiaoyao saw the looks everyone was giving him, and he smiled, then said with some confusion, no, President Qingru is so powerful, how could she not know English? Who said the president doesn't know English? Zhou Xiaoqiu said. Why would you need a translator if you speak English? Xiaoyao was even more confused. What's the point of knowing English? The foreign client is a Frenchman. Zhou Xiaoqun gave Xiaoyao a look, telling him to stop talking nonsense if he didn't know what was going on. After that, Zhou Xiaoqun ignored Xiaoyao and looked at the other marketing department employees and asked, does anyone here speak French? Many of the female employees looked at each other, and in the end, they all shook their heads regretfully. If it was English, not many of them would not know it, after all, they had all studied English in college. But they don't know a thing about French. What should we do? The client is coming soon. If we still can't find a French translator, we will definitely fail this time. Zhou Xiaoqiu was so anxious that she was about to cry. Xiaoyao glanced at Zhou Xiaoqiu, sighed, stood up, and sure enough, at the most critical moment, I still had to come to the rescue. Do you know anyone who speaks French? Zhou Xiaoqiu was stunned, as if a glimmer of hope had appeared before her eyes. Yes, I do. Xiaoyao nodded. Who is it? Where is he now? Zhou Xiaoqiu asked quickly. Time was running out, and she had to find him quickly. It's me, right in front of you. Xiaoyao straightened his collar and said seriously. Xiaoyao, what time is it? Can you stop joking? Zhou Xiaoqiu felt that her last bit of hope had been shattered, and she glared at Xiaoyao fiercely. This guy has to have a limit to his joking, can't you see that she's in a hurry now? Xiaoyao, you need to be serious. Lu Yan also said with a hint of anger. You don't believe I can speak French? Xiaoyao looked at the others and asked. No. All the people present shook their heads without hesitation. In their eyes, Xiaoyao seemed to only know how to play games and flirt with girls. Beautiful lady, nice to meet you. Can we have dinner together tonight? Xiaoyao knew that he couldn't get away without showing off a little, so he looked at Zhou Xiaoqiu and said something in extremely fluent and pure French. Everyone was surprised when he said this. Although they didn't understand a single word. But it still felt very impressive. You really speak French? Zhou Xiaoqiu was also a little hesitant. Although she didn't understand a word he said, she was sure it was in English. If you delay any longer, the deal will really fall through. Xiaoyao smiled lightly. Yes, time is running out. Whatever, you come with me. Zhou Xiaoqiu was also very anxious, grabbed Xiaoyao's wrist and ran out. The coffee shop on the first floor of the Bulgari Hotel, not far from the Jinqiu group. Su Qingru was sitting at the table. Her usually emotionless and cold face was slightly nervous at this time. Today she came here to talk about a big fashion business with a French client. Once the deal is done, the profits of the Jinsho Group will increase significantly, and the reputation of the Jinsho Group at home and abroad will also be greatly enhanced. But just at this moment, the French translator she had specially invited suddenly said that she had something to do and couldn't come. But she hadn't studied French, and if she couldn't find someone who spoke French before the client arrived, the splendid group would probably lose this great opportunity. President, I've found someone. At this time, Zhou Xiaoqiu's voice came. Su Qingru was overjoyed, and when she turned around to see who was coming with Zhou Xiaoqiu, she was stunned when she saw it was Xiao Yao. What is going on? Xiaoqiu, I asked you to find someone who speaks French, why did you bring him here? Su Qingru said coldly. Didn't Xiao Yao come here to cause trouble for her? President, Xiao Yao seems to know French. Zhou Xiaoqiu said hesitantly. After all, she still didn't know whether Xiao Yao really knew French. But at that time was pressing, and she really couldn't find anyone else, so she had to bring Xiao Yao here. Qingru, now you know how important I am to you. Xiao Yao laughed and sat down unceremoniously across from Su Qingru, picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Don't you, Su Qingru, change your face. This is the coffee she had before. She wanted to stop Xiao Yao, but the latter had already drunk it in one gulp. A blush suddenly appeared on Su Qingru's pretty face. Isn't this what others call an indirect kiss? Su Qingru glared at Xiao Yao fiercely, this damn scoundrel. Do you really know French? Su Qingru asked with some doubt, thinking to herself that this guy had just come out of the mountains, right? In theory, he shouldn't even know English, so how could he know French? Qingru, my dear wife, don't you trust me? Xiao Yao suddenly looked heartbroken, shook his head, and sighed, forget it, there's no trust between husband and wife. If you really don't believe me, find someone else. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Xiao Yao stood up and was about to leave. Stop right there. Su Qingru was suddenly anxious. Can this guy be serious? Don't you believe me? Xiao Yao turned around and asked. Is there any other way? The customer will be here in 10 minutes. If you leave, where am I going to find someone? Su Qingru said in a bad mood. Okay, since you are my dearest wife, I will help you. Xiao Yao nodded with a smile and continued to sit down. Oh, isn't this Mr. Su? Long time no see. At this time, a very proud voice came. A woman with a beautiful face, wearing a black dress and silver high heels, walked over with a proud look on her face, as if she didn't care about anyone. Who is this woman? She's quite pretty. Xiao Yao asked. Su Qingru suddenly glared at Xiao Yao. At this time, this guy still has the same lustful heart. I really don't know if it's right or wrong to let him come here. Her name is Tang Xiuyan, the president of Xiufeng Clothing Company, and also our biggest competitor this time. Zhou Xiaoqiu explained softly. Su Qingru, your French translator is gone, why are you still here? Tang Xiuyan asked with a smile. Su Qingru frowned slightly and asked, did you do this? The business world is like a battlefield. I think you should understand this, don't you, Mr. Su? Tang Xiuyan smiled lightly. I understand the principle, but I didn't expect that Mr. Tang would resort to such despicable means in order to compete. Su Qingru sneered. She had some doubts before. Yesterday, she was still talking nicely, but why would the translator change her mind at the last minute today? It turns out that she was bought by Tang Xiuyan. I have one more thing to say to you, Mr. Su. The winner is king, and the loser is a villain. It doesn't matter what tactics you use, what matters is who can laugh at the end. Tang Xiuyan snorted, you can't even find a French speaker here, and you still want to compete with me? Su Qingru frowned slightly, her face looking a little difficult. She knew a little about Tang Xiuyan because she specialized in clothing trade and had previously studied French in France. In this regard, Su Qingru was a little lacking. How do you know we don't have anyone who speaks French? Xiao Yao suddenly asked. Tang Xiuyan was stunned, looked at Xiao Yao, and asked, who are you? I am the French translator that Mr. Su just hired. Xiao Yao introduced himself. What did you say? Tang Xiuyan couldn't help but laugh when she heard this, and looked at Su Qingru. Su Qingru, it seems that you are going to give up this opportunity? You want me to look at a joke by finding such a guy to be the translator? Who is laughing at whom is still uncertain at this time. Su Qingru snorted. Well, I'll let you know later who the final victor is. Tang Xiuyan said with a tone of arrogance. Mr. Su, Mr. Bernard is here. Zhou Xiaoqiu suddenly saw a Frenchman in the distance, led by a group of people, walking out of the elevator, and quickly reminded him. Su Qingru immediately stood up and walked over to the other party. Tang Xiuyan was not far behind, walking quickly over and directly grabbing in front of Su Qingru, shaking hands and greeting the Frenchman who was walking towards them. Mr. Bernard, I am Tang Xiuyan, the president of Xiufeng Clothing Company. It is a pleasure to meet you. Miss Xiuyan, I've kept you waiting. Bernard is a typical French white man, tall and well-built, with a suit that fits him perfectly, highlighting a kind of aristocratic temperament. Unexpectedly, Bernard was familiar with Chinese. Hello, Mr. Bernard, I am Su Qingru from the Jinqiu Group. Welcome to China. Su Qingru also greeted him with a smile. Thank you, Miss Qingru. Everyone, don't stand up. Let's sit down and chat. Chapter 38, Business Talk. The group sat in the coffee shop and discussed the details of the cooperation. Mr. Bernard, as far as I know, you are one of the most famous fashion designers in France. What are your requirements for our cooperation in this venture into China? Su Qingru asked straight to the point. Bernard smiled and said, Miss Qingru, the main reason I came to China this time is not because I am a fashion designer, but because I am a businessman. So what I care about most this time is the profit. No problem. According to the situation of the Splendid Group, we can give you 30% of the profits. Su Qingru nodded. Bernu only designs clothes for the Jinqiu Group, and the other expenses are all borne by the Jinqiu Group, so this 30% profit is already quite generous. 30% of the profit is worth considering. Bernard nodded slightly. Mr. Su, are you bullying Mr. Bernard for coming all the way here? At this time, Tang Yanqiu suddenly spoke up, glancing coldly at Su Qingru and then smiling and saying to Bernoulli, Mr. Bernoulli, if you are willing to cooperate with our Xiufeng Group, I can give you 40% of the profits. Upon hearing this, Su Qingru frowned. According to the market in China, no company can afford to give away 40% of its profits, because that would mean losing money. But Tang Yanqiu offered such good terms to the other party right away, which was obviously targeting the Splendid Group. Mr. Tang, are you serious? Mr. Berno was also a bit surprised. In his opinion, a profit of 30% was already very good, and he never expected that Tang Yanqiu would be 10% higher. In this way, he will also make a lot of money. Of course, your craftsmanship is definitely worth the price. When Tang Yanqiu said this, she glanced at Su Qingru and said coldly, it's just that some people don't know what they're looking for. Mr. Tang, you previously used unscrupulous means to steal my people, and this time you deliberately disrupted the market. This is really not right. Su Qingru said without giving in. Ha, I said it before, it doesn't matter what means you use, what matters is who can win in the end. Tang Yanqiu smiled proudly. Indeed, giving a 40% profit margin would be a burden for the company, but she just didn't want Su Qingru to close the deal. You, Su Qingru, are a little angry. Qingru, don't worry, I'll talk to him. Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled, indicating that she should not be angry. He then looked at Bernard and said in perfect French, Mr. Bernard, is it? Are you really not considering cooperating with the Jinqiu Group? Oh, you speak French? Berno was a little surprised. He thought that this unremarkable man was just a lackey, but he didn't expect him to speak French so well that even a native Frenchman like him couldn't find anything wrong with it. Su Qingru and Tang Yanqiu were both stunned. Obviously, neither of them had expected Xiaoyao to speak French so well. Zhou Xiaoqiu was secretly relieved. Fortunately, Xiaoyao didn't fall off the chain, otherwise she would definitely be scolded when she got back. I spent some time in France. It's a very beautiful country, and the people are very kind. Xiaoyao nodded with a smile. Really? China is also very nice. Mr. Bernard smiled. Mr. Bernard, let's get back to business. Jinqiu Group is a well-deserved leader in Shanghai. Are you really not considering it? Xiaoyao asked. Bernard thought about it for a while, and finally shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm a businessman, and I value my own interests. Miss Tang Yanqiu is willing to give me 40% of the profits, so why wouldn't I do it? I hope that I will have the opportunity to cooperate with Splendid Group next time. Well, then it seems you have given up a great opportunity. Xiao Yao shook his head in regret. Xiao Yao, what are you talking about? Su Qingru asked in confusion. She had not understood a word of the conversation between Xiao Yao and Mr. Bernoux. This was the first time she felt so powerless. He said that the money offered by the Splendid Group was too little and he was unwilling to accept it. Xiao Yao shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Upon hearing this, although Su Qingru was a little disappointed, she could only nod. 30% of the profits was already the highest price she could offer. After all, she also had to think about the company's development. Mr. Bernoux, I am very happy to be able to cooperate with you. Tang Yanqiu stood up, shook hands with Mr. Bernoux, and then looked at Su Qingru, saying proudly, Su Qingru, now you understand, you are not my match. Congratulations to Mr. Tang. Su Qingru replied indifferently. Since there was no hope for cooperation, she had no need to stay here and walked out. Xiao Yao saw Su Qingru's sullen and unhappy look and was obviously a bit disappointed. He quickly followed her and comforted her as he walked, saying, Qingru, don't be sad. The worst that can happen is that we find someone else to cooperate with. You make it sound easy. Bernat is one of the most famous fashion designers in France. Where can we find someone like him? Su Qingru said in a bad mood. I know a Frenchman who also seems to be in the clothing business. Why don't I ask him to come to China? Xiao Yao said. I don't believe you. Really, the old man's name is Brian. What? Bernard, who was about to leave, heard Xiao Yao's name and stopped in his tracks. His face became extremely excited, and he hurriedly ran up to Xiao Yao and asked, Did you just say Master Brian? Yes, do you know Brian? Xiao Yao nodded and asked. Of course, who doesn't know Master Brian in the entire fashion industry? Bernoux nodded like a hammer, his face full of excitement. Master Brian can be said to be the most famous fashion designer in the world. It is said that many royal family members have designated to wear the clothes he personally made. Every piece of clothing is extremely expensive. Those who can wear clothes made by him are all true nobles. After hearing Bernoux's introduction, Su Qingru and the others were all shocked. They didn't know anything about such a famous person. What surprised them most was how Xiao Yao knew this person. Well, it seems that I heard from Lawan that many people like to wear the clothes he makes. Xiao Yao nodded. Do you really know Master Brian? Bernoux was a little incredulous. Although Master Brian was extremely famous in the fashion design world, he was very low-key and not many people outside the industry knew his name. But how could this young man, who was less than 20 years old, know Master Brian? I saved him once before, and that's how we met. Xiao Yao explained simply. Do you know how to contact Master Brian? Bernoux continued to ask. Don't you know Old Un? Xiao Yao asked in confusion. I mean, I know Master Brian, but I didn't say he knew me. Bernoux shook his head apologetically. Xiao Yao was speechless. After all this time, it was a one-sided relationship. In fact, this is not Bernoux's fault. After all, Brian's reputation in the fashion industry is too loud, and he can be said to be the idol of all fashion designers. But because Brian is very low-key, not many people can contact him. Do you want his phone number? Xiao Yao asked. No. I would be more than happy to speak with Master Brian for a few words. I would never dream of asking for his phone number. Bernoux said with a look of fear. I can let you talk to Mr. N, but you have to pay something, right? Xiao Yao smiled. No problem. As long as I can talk to Master Brian, I will immediately sign a contract with the Jinsho Group. As long as it is 30%, no, 20% of the profits. Mr. Bernoux, you. Tang Yanqiu's face suddenly turned pale when she heard this. She had finally reached an agreement with Mr. Bernoux, and she was about to win Su Qingru for once, but then this problem came up. Su Qingru's heart was slightly excited. If Bernoux really only wanted 20% of the profits, then this time the Jinsho Group would see great development. She looked at Xiao Yao, hoping that this guy wouldn't screw up at this time. What do you think, Qingru? Xiao Yao asked again. What do you think? 20% of the profits, do you agree? Of course I agree. Su Qingru gave Xiao Yao a look. Why would she refuse such a good thing? Okay, I'll be a good person and help you with this. Xiao Yao nodded to Bernard and took out a 300 yuan old-fashioned mobile phone and made a call. Hello, who is this? Soon, the phone was connected, and a pure French voice came from the other side. Olden, you remember me, don't you? Xiao Yao smiled. You are the Lord of Hell. The other side was silent for a moment, and then suddenly became excited. Fortunately, Xiao Yao did not turn on the speakerphone, otherwise they would have heard his name and wondered what they would think. Olden, don't call me Yen Luo, call me Xiao Yao, this is my name in China. Well, then, Master Xiao Yao. Brian was hesitant, but he dared not disobey Xiao Yao, and quickly nodded. Sir, what do you want with me? Brian asked. Nothing much. The company I work for needs to sign a contract with a Frenchman named Bernard. He insists on talking to you. Would you do me a favor and talk to him? Xiao Yao smiled. I've heard of this person, he's also a fashion designer. No problem, Your Excellency, you can give him the phone. Brian agreed without hesitation. Xiao Yao nodded and handed the phone to Bernard. Talk to your idol. Chapter 39, Watching a Movie. Bernard was so excited that he took the phone from Xiao Yao's hand. He was thinking about what he should say to his idol of many years, when a voice suddenly came from the other side. Berno, right? Yes, are you really Master Brian? Bernu was startled and asked in a trembling voice. Berno smiled faintly. In the entire fashion industry, no one would dare to impersonate the old man's name. No, absolutely not. Master Brian, in the eyes of all designers, you are like God, who is above all. Whoever dares to infringe on your reputation is an enemy of the entire fashion industry. Berno said with a serious face. Those who know him think he is showing his loyalty, and those who don't know him think he is flattering him. You don't have to say anything nice. Let me ask you, Yen, is Mr. Xiao Yao next to you? Brian asked. Yes, it is because of Mr. Xiao Yao that I am able to have the honor of speaking with you. Berno nodded repeatedly. Then you should know what to do next, right? I understand. Bernard nodded without hesitation. Good, when you return to France, you can come and see me. I will meet with you. Brian nodded. Thank you, Master Brian. At this, Bernard was so excited that he almost jumped up. In the entire fashion industry, there are countless people who want to meet Brian, but because Brian is very low-key, no one has ever been able to get such an honor. How could he not be excited to have such a great opportunity? Well, please give Mr. Xiao Yao my regards. After saying this, Brian hung up the phone. Bernard was still in a state of bliss brought on by Brian, and did not react for a long time. What? Give me back my phone. Xiao Yao saw that the guy was holding onto his phone tightly and said with some concern that his broken phone couldn't take the abuse. Mr. Xiao Yao, thank you so much. Bernu then realized what was going on and respectfully returned the phone to Xiao Yao. He then turned to Su Qingru and said, Miss Su, let's sign the contract. So soon? Su Qingru was stunned, thinking that the contract was too easy to sign, and it was all over after a phone call. Of course, I can't wait to fly back to France to see Master Brian. Bernard was so excited that he believed that as long as Master Brian could give him some pointers, his future would be absolutely limitless. A contract is simply not attractive to him now. Mr. Bernard, our cooperation. Tang Yanxiu saw the situation was not good and quickly reminded him. Miss Yanxiu, I'm very sorry. Mr. Xiao Yao has helped me a lot. There is a Chinese saying that one should repay a favor with a favor. Let's work together again next time we have the opportunity. Mr. Bernard said. This. Tang Yanxiu's face turned extremely ugly. She knew that she could never win back Bernu. She glared at Xiao Yao and Su Qingru coldly, and then left in high heels. Well, let's not waste any time. Let's go to the company to sign the contract. Su Qingru ignored Tang Yanxiu's anger and said with a smile. The group quickly returned to the company. Bernard could see that he was really anxious. Without any procrastination, he signed his name on the contract as soon as it was printed, then left, taking the first flight to France. Looking at the signature of Bernard on the contract, Su Qingru's mouth lifted a beautiful smile, like a flash in the pan, so beautiful that it was indescribable. Qingru, my dear wife, I've done you such a big favor, how are you going to thank me? Xiao Yao asked with a smile. Su Qingru put away the contract and looked at Xiao Yao. What do you want? Kiss me. Xiao Yao pointed to his own mouth. Bah, shameless. A blush appeared on Su Qingru's pretty face, and she gave Xiao Yao a look. How could this guy think of such a dirty idea? What should I do? Xiao Yao asked. Su Qingru thought for a moment and said, I'll give you a raise. I'm stunned, Qingru wife, do I look like someone who needs money? Xiao Yao asked in a speechless manner. Su Qingru looked at Xiao Yao. Although this guy looked ordinary on the surface, it would be a big mistake to think that way. After all, this guy even knew the leader of the fashion industry, so obviously he couldn't be a person who was short of money. So what do you want? Su Qingru didn't bother to think about it herself, and asked directly. Well, how about this, let's go to the movies tonight. Xiao Yao thought for a moment and replied. Going to the movies? Su Qingru was a little surprised. It seemed that since she became the president of the Jinsho group, she had never been to the movies. It would be nice to go this time. Okay, I'll go with you once. Su Qingru nodded. Hey, that's a good wife. Then I'll see you tonight. I'll go buy the tickets now. Xiao Yao said excitedly. He had heard from others that it was easiest to impress girls in the cinema. Wow, his chance had come. Xiao Yao returned to his seat excitedly and opened his computer to see which of the recently released movies was better. Of course, going to the movies with a beautiful woman is the first choice. Hey, Xiao Yao, are you going to the movies tonight? Who's the pretty girl you're going with? Tell me. Lu Yan glanced at Xiao Yao's computer, and her gossiping heart immediately ignited. Xiao Yao shook his head and said, This is confidential, I can't tell you. Fine, if you don't want to tell me, I don't want to know. Lu Yan snorted. Although she said that, she was still a little curious about which pretty girl Xiao Yao was going to see. So, Lu Yan made a decision in her heart. Well, this one. After careful screening, Xiao Yao chose a romantic movie called Love Couple and paid for the ticket. Sitting in the chair, Xiao Yao began to look forward to tonight's arrival. This was his first date with Qingru, and it was a very special one. Finally, after playing a few games of League of Legends, it was almost 6 o'clock, time to go home. At this time, Xiao Yao's phone rang and a text message came through. Come to the parking lot. These 4 simple words were exactly the style of Su Qingru. Oh, Qingru's wife is still shy. Xiao Yao chuckled, put away his phone, and ran to the parking lot in high spirits. Xiao Yao didn't notice at all that when he had just left the marketing department, Lu Yan had followed him. Chapter 40, Romantic Proposal. Xiao Yao came to the parking lot, glanced around, and saw Su Qingru standing in front of his Maybach. He waved and ran over, shouting, Qingru, I'm here. Su Qingru turned around and glared at Xiao Yao, saying, Didn't I tell you that you're not allowed to call me your wife at the company? So you mean I can call you my wife in other places? Xiao Yao asked with a smile. No, not even in other places. Su Qingru denied without hesitation. Then what should I call you? Call me President Su or President. Su Qingru said coldly, and indeed had the style of a president. You're still going to call me President at home? Xiao Yao was amused. If they went back to the villa, he would still call Su Qingru President. Not to mention that it would feel strange, and Auntie Yang would also be suspicious if she heard it. How can a fiancé call his fiancé President? You can just not call me that at the company. Su Qingru also felt that it was a bit strange to call her President elsewhere, so she had to compromise. Okay, President, let's go to the movies. With that, Xiao Yao made a gesture of invitation. Su Qingru nodded and sat in the back seat of the car as usual. Xiao Yao also got in and drove away. As the Maybach just drove out of the parking lot, a figure appeared. It was Lu Yan. Lu Yan's face was full of shock, and there was a deep sense of disbelief in her pupils, as if she had just had an incredible dream. She had thought that Xiao Yao was going to the movies with a girl from the Jinsho group, but she never imagined that he was going with the president. What made Lu Yan feel the most incredible was that Xiao Yao actually called the president Qingru's wife. This was going to overturn her worldview. No wonder the president recommended Xiao Yao to work in the marketing department. Lu Yan couldn't bear to think about it anymore, so she quickly shut her mouth. If this secret got out, she probably wouldn't be able to keep her job at Jinsho Group. Lu Yen is still very self-aware and knows that it is best to stay out of the affairs of such powerful families to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, she still found it hard to believe that Xiao Yao, who looked like an ordinary person from the countryside, was actually with the president, who was so high up in the world. Xiao Yao was also overjoyed, and didn't realize that he was being followed. Otherwise, with his keen powers of observation, he would never have made such a mistake. Xiao Yao was driving around the city at this time. The movie started at 7:30 p.m. It was still early, so there was no need to rush. Have you ever seen a movie with your friends before? Xiao Yao asked while driving. Yes. Su Qingru replied indifferently. Oh, a man or a woman? Xiao Yao asked indifferently. Su Qingru looked at Xiao Yao and thought it was funny. This guy could have just asked her directly, but he had to ask her this question indirectly. A man. A man? Xiao Yao was suddenly anxious when he heard this, and almost didn't stop the car. He asked in surprise, "Who did you watch it with?" Are you kidding? Generally speaking, only boyfriends and girlfriends come to the movies together. Does Su Qingru have someone she likes? Why are you asking this? Su Qingru asked in return. I was just asking casually. If you don't want to say, that's fine. Xiao Yao shook his head and smiled. At times like this, he still had to maintain the dignity of a man. I watched it with my dad. Su Qingru suppressed a smile and replied softly. Oh, you watched it with your father-in-law. Qingru, you really are something. You didn't say anything, and you made me worry. Xiao Yao suddenly felt relieved. It turns out that he was worrying for nothing. What are you worried about? Su Qingru looked straight at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao saw Su Qingru's gaze in the rearview mirror, and with a bold heart, he gritted his teeth and said directly, Of course I'm worried that you're going to the movies with another man. Su Qingru was stunned. She thought Xiao Yao wouldn't dare say that, but she didn't expect this guy to have become more daring. This made her a little embarrassed. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she gave Xiao Yao a look of defiance, saying, Even if I go to the movies with another man, it's none of your business. What do you mean you don't need to worry about me? I'm your fiancé. Xiao Yao said with a serious look. So what? So if any man dares to approach you, I'll beat him into a pig's head. Xiao Yao's tone was strong, and on this issue, he would not back down at all. Overbearing. Su Qingru snorted. How can this be domineering? This is for your own good. After all, there is no man in the world who is better than me. Xiao Yao said with a self-satisfied look on his face. However, Xiao Yao was not joking when he said this. There is probably no one else in the world who can have the ability he has at his age. Su Qingru didn't say anything, but of course she didn't believe Xiao Yao's nonsense. She gave him a look and thought to herself, You're just blowing smoke. Soon, the cinema was reached. Xiao Yao parked the car and went into the cinema with Su Qingru. Although in his previous life, Xiao Yao and Su Qingru rarely came to places like the cinema, he still knew the basic steps. First, he went to the ticket machine to get movie tickets, then bought some popcorn and Coke, and returned to Su Qingru. Su Qingru glanced at the popcorn and Coke in Xiao Yao's hand, frowned slightly, and said, What are you buying these things for? Don't couples who come to the movies have to eat these things? Xiao Yao asked in return. Who is your girlfriend? Su Qingru said with a slight snort, I don't like eating these things. Oh, then I'll eat it myself later. Xiao Yao nodded. Su Qingru was stunned. In theory, under these circumstances, if she said she didn't like to eat these things, Xiao Yao, as a man, should have tried to persuade her anyway. But this guy doesn't seem to have any intention of doing so. What a blockhead. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Su Qingru had already scolded Xiao Yao a million times in her heart. Xiao Yao knew what Su Qingru was thinking, but he still didn't show it. Please proceed to Hall 8 to watch the romantic couple. Customers are ready to check in. At this time, the announcement came on. Qingru, let's go in. Xiao Yao stood up and said. What movie did you choose, lovebirds? Su Qingru was speechless. The name of the movie this guy chose was too straightforward. Hey, couples in love should like to watch this kind of movie. Xiao Yao smiled and entered the theater with Su Qingru. I have to say, although the name of this movie is a bit idiotic, it is still very popular. Most of the people who come to see it are couples. In this case, if a single dog came to watch, it would probably attract the attention of everyone in the audience. Of course, single people obviously won't come to see a movie with such obvious romantic overtones. Isn't this like deliberately seeking out suffering? Soon, the movie began. The sound of popping popcorn filled the theater. Xiaoyao looked over at Su Qingru, who was watching the movie very attentively and was not affected by the surrounding noise at all. He thought it was probably because she had not been to the cinema to watch a movie for so long that she was so focused. Qingru, try this popcorn. It's really good, Xiaoyao said. I don't eat it. Su Qingru shook her head without hesitation. Then I'll feed you. Xiaoyao was not at all polite. He picked up a popcorn kernel and held it to Su Qingru's mouth, opening her mouth. Su Qingru originally wanted to refuse, but somehow, when she saw the popcorn that Xiaoyao had handed to her, she couldn't help but open her cherry lips. Have you washed your hands? Su Qingru asked with a face full of complaints. Of course, I wouldn't dare feed my dear wife without washing my hands. Xiaoyao said seriously. Su Qingru nodded and chewed on the popcorn, a hint of surprise appearing on her beautiful face. Because she found that the popcorn was actually quite delicious. Xiaoyao glanced at Su Qingru and saw that she was about to speak, but then stopped herself. He felt a little amused. His fiancée was a force to be reckoned with in the business world, not in the least bit inferior to those CEOs who had been in the business world for decades. But at this time, she was even more shy than a little girl. Qingru, my wife, hold this for me while I go to the bathroom. After saying that, Xiaoyao put the popcorn in Su Qingru's hands and walked out. When Su Qingru saw Xiaoyao leave, she picked up the popcorn and started eating it. The more she ate, the more delicious it became, and she kept eating. After Xiaoyao returned, he saw Su Qingru watching the movie with a focused expression, and her delicate hands kept eating popcorn without noticing that he had returned. Xiaoyao smiled and also watched the movie. Soon, Xiaoyao realized that this type of movie was not very appealing to him, and he fell asleep while watching it. He gradually woke up only when the movie was about to end. At this moment, the picture on the big screen suddenly switched. It became a picture of a boy and a girl, constantly appearing, as if the past was reflected and reappeared. Xiaoting, marry me. At this moment, a boy knelt down on one knee, holding a ring that he had prepared in advance, and professed his love to the girl sitting next to him. These two people are the two people in the photo on the big screen. Wow, a declaration of love in the cinema, how romantic. If a handsome guy could do that to me, I would definitely say yes. Marry him. Marry him. All the audience in the theater stood up and shouted. I never thought I would see a marriage proposal during a movie. Xiaoyao was a little surprised and glanced at Su Qingru next to him. He found that the latter had also been watching this scene, and a trace of emotion appeared on her usually cold and pretty face.